인정 못하고요.
인정?
저희가
Welcome to the OGN Champion Spring Grand Finals. I'm Noah, that's Monte Cristo, that's Papa Smithy, and this is going to be one of the best finals we have ever seen.
Well, we hope, right?
We hope.
We thought that last year too.
Noah knows.
Noah knows.
Noah knows.
It's in Noah's heart.
It's true. I've got it. I've got this one.
All right, well,
Yeah.
I mean, coming into this match, obviously, we're retreading a lot of the old stories. The World Championship, where ROX came in as the big underdog. Last year's Spring Finals a year ago, where the ROX Tigers came out in first place again, but did slip up after the Cinder Hulk changes, did look a little bit weaker. But this time, they really finished the season strong. We haven't seen those big meta changes. So probably the ROX Tigers a little bit of a favorite again.
And that's what I have to think, guys, is that this year, ROX Tigers innovated a lot of the meta. In the 2016 patch, so many teams were playing it slow. CJ Entus and Jinner, of course, the big offenders. ROX Tigers, short games, decisive shot calling. Okay, the second half hasn't been as, let's say, trailblazing as the first half, but they've looked excellent. And again, there isn't that expectation they'll step up. I honestly think it's all about the ROX Tigers this time around.
Is that your prediction, Papa
All
Smith?
right.
That's right.
That's Papa Smithy's prediction. Okay, I guess we have to go to you. What's your prediction today?
Going with the Tigers,
ROX
3-1.
Tigers.
I think
3-1.
this is finally their time to shine in a grand finals and to take that first place trophy.
What about
All right.
SKT Doha?
All right. This is a tough moment for me, guys. This is hard, but
Which one is it?
I gotta say the ROX Tigers. They're looking so good coming into this one. I know I say all the time, never bet against SKT, and I might be eating my own words at the end of this one, but yeah, I think the ROX Tigers are gonna take it.
That's right. We actually do have a VR setup here too, so you can go to facebook.com/lol.ogn and check that out.
And who wouldn't want to? I know if I wasn't casting this, I would be on Facebook right now.
In the VR section, checking
That's
out our
right.
stadium, so you can feel like you're here in Seoul, South Korea, even if you may be many thousands of miles away.
That's awesome, man. See, this is why they invented VR, for things like this.
Sports events, I think, have
I think
the big
that's
application.
No. I'm pretty sure it's this. I'm pretty sure it's OGN Champions,
I think VR has many applications.
but mostly this. I'm glad we agree. We're all in agreement here unanimously. So this is an insane finals, guys. It's a rematch of the League of Legends World Championship last year. Obviously, SKT took that one. The ROX Tigers looked good. It's a very different time now, though. And I don't know, like I said, ROX Tigers, they're looking better coming on paper. Look at the fan vote, the prediction, the team votes. It's very, very even. And talking to everybody right now, whether it's other players, coaches, other casters, everyone's split on this
It's
one.
like
We're not, but
50-50.
everybody else is.
Yeah, I know a lot of the Korean casters think it's going to be SKTelecom again, but I disagree with that, clearly. I do think we're going to go to 4 or 5 games regardless in this series, but it's not been an easy one to call. As we saw SKTelecom, they came up from the bottom of the gauntlet, winning their series 3-1 against Jenner, then 3-0, a very surprising 3-0 over KT Rolster, and now they're here, right at the top.
But look at this vote here, Monty. This is actually the fan vote on the screen right now, 61% to SKT. The previous one was the pros vote, which was very slightly in the advantage of ROX Tigers. So again, mostly split, but it seems like fan support SKT's side.
I mean, that's not surprising, right? SKTelecom undoubtedly has a massive fan base. They're a team that's been around for 10 years now, actually going on 11 years now. And so, not shocking to see the fans go that way, but we'll have to see how the games actually go, guys. That's the real question as we get ready to get set for Game 1 of the Champion Spring Grand Finals. I am so hyped about this. And there they are, the ROX Tigers.
That's how good Korean rotations are. They all rotate at the same time, perfectly in a circle, Noah.
That is incredible.
That is incredible.
This is like your dream right here,
I know.
So this is like the rotation.
I wish we were casting on that thing.
We could just go sit at the office and cast. Remote mics, we can make it happen. But the ROX Tigers, talk about a team that throws the entire Korean infrastructure argument out the window, right? These are guys These are a team that practiced in a PC bong before the World Championships last year. They didn't have a team house. They only had a coach. They didn't have huge, massive amounts of money and staff. They are just good at League of Legends.
Hell, they don't even have a title sponsor right now.
Yeah.
The ROX is their invention because they like to think of themselves as grouped up together, that they came together like a strong pile of rocks.
Steady like a rock. And talk about a team that's steady, man. SKTelecom, two-time world champions, multiple-time OGN champions.
Reigning champions here in Champions Korea.
Yeah.
Reigning Intel Extreme Masters World Champion. Reigning League of Legends World Champion. They have every single major title right now under their belt, and they're looking to pick up that elusive MSI title that slipped through their fingers last year.
Well,
One game away.
And of course, they're looking steady now, but for so much of this season, they were definitely tripping up with a new roster. One roster change, Peanuts, the ROX Tigers, invigorated a whole season. SKT, they took a lot longer, but IEM and subsequently, they have definitely looked like a top 2 team in Korea.
That's right. Man, it would be interesting to be in those booths right now. But so much on the line in this match, obviously. The ROX Tigers dying for that win. SKTelecom, a chance to win 3 in a row here on OGN Champions. Nobody's ever done that before. Let's take a look at some of the results we've seen, some of the team data from earlier this season. Of course, in round 1, we have a 100% win rate for ROX Tigers, and not so good for SKT. It was rough in round 1.
Yeah, that's right before they went to MSI too, when they slid down to that 7th place. But it's been a big turnaround in the second round robin.
Yeah, and especially Blank, man. Blank has really shown up since the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships.
Absolutely. He's definitely brought a bit of parity towards Peanut, but Peanut is the aggressor and Blank is more of the farming jungler. So can Peanut apply the pressure early, or will Blank be able to farm it up?
Yeah, that's right. Just a bit more data. And wow,
Red side
apparently,
win rate.
yeah, don't let the ROX Tigers play on red side.
Well, guess what, Doa? Everyone picked red side in this series, so it will be 3 red sides for ROX and 2 for SKTelecom.
All right, well, they're going to have maybe the slight edge if you go to game 5.
And this is a really big difference. The ROX Tigers are so evenly balanced in their damage distribution between all of their roles, particularly top AD and mid. SKTelecom, they do skew a bit heavier in the AD and mid, but they have more DPM, damage per minute, in those positions too.
We call Peanut the battle ward. There's a reason for that. Lowest wards placed in the league compared to Blank, who's actually evolved, much like Bengi, into a solid warding jungler, and that's also reflected in the choice of jungle items.
I love it. I love the battle ward, man. Look at that. 56% going for the Skirmisher's Saber, only 9% for Blank. We know where these junglers' priorities are.
Yeah, that's right. And it's been the whole season. ROX Tigers, not a team that puts down a lot of wards, and a lot of that is because they've enabled Peanut's style. He wants to take the Skirmisher Saber. He wants to get into the enemy jungle and win those 1v1 or 1v2 duels.
But so many of the stats are on the side of the ROX Tigers. In the regular season, all 5 members topped the KDA in every position. That is the parity. That is the power of the ROX Tigers. This is their reintroduction to playoffs. It's going to be super exciting to track if anything's changed.
It's going to be amazing, guys. The 2 best League of Legends teams in the entire world facing off once again in the Champions Spring Grand Finals. ROX Tigers versus SKTelecom. The house is packed. The fans are ready. I'm ready. You guys ready?
I'm so ready.
So psyched, though.
Ask some fans at home, but I can't hear what they're saying.
They're saying yes.
Okay, I thought so.
Spoiler, sorry.
Monty the Omniscient Christo.
Well, coming into this match too, I'm very interested to see how this draft phase plays out. And we'll get into a little bit of the mind games, but in the later parts of the regular season, and in the case of the playoffs for SKTelecom, they've introduced some wild cards into the draft. We see SKT pulling out the Tahm Kench and the Zillion again, prioritizing the Maokai and the Sivir, playing Echo in the mid lane. But the ROX Tigers, they showed that they're not very good at playing with Azir, but they have that Jarvan in the mid lane to counter it. So there's a lot of mind games going on in this draft, and these players' champion pools are so vast that this pick and ban is going to really stretch our abilities to analyze here.
And the last time these 2 teams played was in week 10. It was still patch 6.5, guys. Of course, we are on Patch 6.6 still, it's been that way all through the playoffs. Aurelion Sol is still disabled. You look back at that match, it was a 2-0 to the ROX Tigers. There were definitely some holes in the SKT playbook, and I feel like if we get beyond the Sivers and Maokai's, the top meta pick, I'm not sure if the extended bench of some of these SKT players can stand up to all the pocket picks from the ROX Tigers. Just look at Smeb. He's, of course, the big carry on the side of ROX Tigers. Right. I don't know if Duke has a pocket cannon or other picks like that can really stand up to the top meta picks.
I mean, the other questions in the jungle, right? Peanut has been so dominant as that Battle Ward, and even though Blank is better in the second round, is he good enough to take on Peanut? We're going to find out as we move into picks and bans for game number 1 between SKTelecom and the ROX Tigers here at the OGN Champions Spring Grand Finals. Nidalee, the first ban to hit the board.
Actually, quite surprising, but Peanut does have a 100% win rate on Nidalee this season. The Maokai will be denied straight away, but the last time a team tried to pinch the jungle pool against the Tigers, banning out Janair in their last game, banned out Nidalee, Graves, Kindred, took the Elise early on in the draft. Peanut just went on to Lee Sin, and they still won that game pretty convincingly.
And this is what I kind of expected, Monty. We saw so many series. Just think back to SKT versus Jinair. SKT could pick Sivir Maokai on the red side all 4 games. They won 3-1 overall. Sivir Maokai already banned. So many meta picks being banned. And these are a lot of ban adaptations from previous rounds of the draft.
That's right. Rise, Azir, Echo, banned out as well.
The Rise is a little bit more dangerous in the hands of the ROX Tigers because they've shown a flexibility of playing it both in mid and top lane. And even though Duke, of course, famously back when he was on the KT Bullets as Leopard, played that Rise, he hasn't had as much time with it this season.
So Poppy first pick, and then immediately Alistar, Graves, and the ROX Tigers.
Surprised to see the Graves actually reach for Peanut. This is one of the junglers he's not prioritized. Of course, he's played the meta champions. Elise, Kindred, Nidalee, and Graves are his main champions. He is 31-4 on the main jungle pool across regions, 89% win rate with the meta junglers.
Wow, okay. Kindred and Lucian picked up.
Trundle's still available.
That's right.
But they could go for the Nautilus pick instead.
Yeah, Nautilus Callista, the hovers from ROX Tigers, switching that over to Corki. They may throw that to mid lane. They may save it for AD carry, just giving themselves some flexibility with that last red side ban. And of course, the Korean caster tribute hovers for Bang. Will they take that Tahm Kench?
And the question for the Tigers is, where are they going to put that? Well, they're going to put the Nautilus in the top side, but are we going to see something a little bit different here? The Trundle not coming out, even though they see the Nautilus, and they could be going right back to that Zilean that proved very successful in conjunction with the Tahm Kench.
And also, Zilean Poppy is, of course, the KT Rolster duo of picks that propelled that team to so much success. They, of course, dropped in the semi-finals. Tahm Kench locked in, of course. Great to cancel out the CC of things like the North, and that's Ezreal locked in.
Whoa, all right. Haven't seen an Ezreal in a while, but Prey, of course, has been Ezreal, he's been like one of the best Ezreals out there for like the good part of 4 years now. So it's never really a surprise to see him pick that up.
It's a triple AD on the side of the ROX Tigers. You look at the wave clear, okay, double bombs, it's 1 round of wave clear, but that's all there really is on the side of SKT. Lucian is fine as a guest parry, but it's going to be triple AD, so it's going to be very much about the siege on the side of ROX Tigers. SKT, a lot on Duke especially, to get in the back line.
Yeah, it's something new too, because typically SKTelecom has been the one who's been carrying the Ezreal torch towards the latter part of the season when a lot of teams dropped him off, but like you're saying, without a lot of wave clear early pressure, as long as they play around the grouping of SKTelecom, because it's that Poppy Zilean dive combination that becomes so dangerous. It is less dangerous with the Tahm Kench instead of, say, an Alistar or a Braum support or even a Trundle support coming through and locking you down underneath the turret, because there's less engaged potential. But there's always that Abyssal Voyage, taking people behind the turret and then having the Zilean and Tahm Kench there to save people during the dive. As long as ROX Tigers can play around the turret dives, they should set up for a strong late game where they can safely siege.
Well, Faker on that Zilean once again. It'll be interesting to see what he's got with that champion after seeing it for just a short time at the end of the Champions playoffs. And Bang on that Lucian, a champion he's dominated on before, and of course Prey on the classic Ezreal.
Surprised to see no Braum ban, no Trundle ban, no pick either.
Yeah.
Really interesting in this support matchup.
Yeah, we'll bring the time Kenshin again, Drill on the L-Star. And it is time, guys. Game number 1, SKTelecom versus the ROX Tigers at the Champion Spring Grand Finals. Let's get in the game. All right, guys, welcome to Summoner's Rift. SKTelecom taking on the ROX Tigers, OGN Champion Spring Grand Finals. I gotta say, that may be my new favorite finals intro from all 4 years we've been doing this tournament.
It's pretty damn good.
So good. ROX Tigers on the red side, SKTelecom taking up the blue side. And a battle, a World Championship Finals rematch. It's gonna be a great best of 5.
No other way to consider it, Doa. This is the way it always is here. And our World Finals rematch is big.
Hello.
Wow,
walking right into the rush. Prey taking a lot of damage. Has to burn that flash. Flash of Wolf. He's going to eat him up. Yum, yum. Is it going to be first blood, though? I don't know. Prey popping that summoner heal to get away. Action right off the bat here, but Prey somehow, some way escapes with his life.
Gorilla skilling the headbutt there just to try and knock the Lucian away at level 1, but
yeah,
it's not going to be too helpful in the laning phase. Looks like we will get standard lanes. Bray heads back immediately on a recall. 2 summoners traded each for the team.
But you have to say, big summoner trade advantage for SKTelecom. Both summoners on the support compared to both summoners on the AD carry down. ROX could have just swapped it up and sent their bot lane. Sent their team bot lane to enact a lane swap to avoid 2v2 laning with an Ezreal with no summoners, but they're going head to head.
You know, not to mention the fact that Prey's missing out on some XP, having to walk all the way back to lane. And Ezreal's a mobile AD carry, but like you said, lack of those summoners is going to definitely hurt.
Absolutely. You see Blank here coming over for the blue buff, so pathing buff to buff. They already got the ward onto the red buff of Peanut. They actually can contest here in the enemy jungle if they so choose, but they'll keep eyes on Peanut no matter what.
So we've seen some innovative early swaps. We've seen teams that like to just go for standard lanes, but after the first purchase, start the lane swap. Then we theorized maybe that's because of Rift Herald priority, but of course ROX Tigers, when they played the Ezreal earlier in the season, loved to pick up a tier on Prey, get him in a solo lane, and ensure that there was no lane pressure as he charged up the tier, because Ezreal famously, after that first back, doesn't buy combat stats and finds it hard to stand up 2v2 in lane.
Man, there was a point in time where Bang was level 3 to Prey's level 1. It's rough. He's going to be able to catch up, but CSing under turret might be a bit tough. Here comes Wolf, going to try to mess with the Ancient Krug. Oh, nope, smited away by Peanut. Smote. The Ancient Krug is no more.
Kuro has to fade away towards the bottom side of the map right now. Very worried about another invade. There we go.
Oh, yep, that's right. Blank coming in. Kuro burns that flash right away. He's got the heal as well. They're going to keep chasing him. Is Kuro going to go down here? Is this first blood? Waiting so long. Used to summoner. They're going to give it over to Blank, and first blood goes to SKTelecom.
And he faded down towards that bottom side, but he was too far forward in the lane, so didn't anticipate the gank coming up around the top side of the river, and they gave it over to Blank intentionally because they know how Peanut likes to play. They want to get in Peanut's face and stop him from invading early.
Worth noting that Kuro was really baited in, used the fall pretty aggressively, then just had flash to get away. No mana, no way to turn around. Nice passing from Blank. Our big question marks for SKT was the top side of the map, the new members, Duke and Blank. Blank so often took that farming identity, but this game is actually on the front foot compared to Peanut, of all people.
Now speaking of Peanut coming in from behind, going after the Krugs on blue side, I wonder if maybe we're going to see some action in the bot lane. We'll see. That mid lane, of course, very campable now as well with the summoners down on that Corki. Only the Valkyrie to get away. And here comes Wolf. They may try something again. Kuro coming down, Valk's out. to the river. They're going to keep chasing him. A flash from
Double
Baker.
bomb.
Going to go for the stun. He gets it. Wolf is there. There's the slow. There's the exhaust. Here comes Peanut. Baker turning around, and it's a little bit too much action. Whoa, Smeb nearly losing the 1-1 to Duke at the same time.
Surprising, maybe the communication wasn't there because actually Duke had the lane pressure in bottom. There was going to be no reinforcements from 100 HP Smeb. It was a really nice aggressive flash from the Zillion, but they just called off the aggression when it looked like with all the information, they probably could have got another kill onto Kuro.
Maybe. It was close. TPUs for Smeb to get back in the lane. Duke had burned his as well. Gorilla moving back up the top, so maybe a little bit of a break in the action, but you know, when the dust settles from all of that, SKTelecom with a nice, comfortable little gold lead early on in this game.
Well, Wolf playing with a lot of roaming and aggression on the map early, and he's been enabled. They push that lane, and that means that Wolf has been unleashed on the map, free to move down into the enemy jungle or into the mid lane to try and make these plays, and they're capitalizing very well on the ROX Tigers' mistakes, but that said, the lack of the support has allowed Prey to at least catch up a little bit when it comes to that farm deficit that he accrued early on.
But I think we have to talk about the matchups and what this losing this early game pressure means, because you look on the ROX Tigers side, you expect Corki to have lane control of the zone. That hasn't been the case. Killed once, forced out of lane a second time, was level 4 to level 6 until he picked up a bit of experience. Ezreal's already going to have a power trough, and they're having those issues in the top lane. And we just saw the Poppy almost solo kill Nautilus. So how are they going to find enough map pressure for Ezreal to get time farming up his tier? Because right now, ROX Tigers are losing every lane at the same time.
It's going to take a long time, yeah.
And SKTelecom, this is the start they need. When we take a look at their composition, yeah, they've got an ability to team fight in the late game, but what happens when ROX starts to ward their flanks with the siege composition? See Nina coming in here just for a ward clear. What happens when ROX starts to ward their flanks? And SKTelecom has to hard engage, because they basically, with the Tahm Kench, they either have to use the Abyssal Voyage from behind, or they're going to have to use a Poppy TP flank. And if they fail either of those, ROX is going to have a very easy time kiting. They've got enough crowd control and disengage with the Nautilus and the Alistar to make this work.
May see some action down here. Blank coming in. There's Duke running in with the knockup on the ultimate, trying to keep Smeb from getting away with that anchor. Smeb waits for the W for Poppy to go away, but it doesn't matter. Blank picks up the first and second kills of the game.
And the tendencies of the ROX Tigers are coming back to haunt them. There is no ward on the bottom side of the map anywhere, and Peanut is just farming up his jungle. That's why I'm surprised to see the Graves. Graves is the true farming jungler of the meta picks. Kindred has that, goes for the Devourer, but the map pressure Kindred has had, and just the fact that ROX Tigers are pushing up lanes with literally no vision. Again, bad tendencies, and they're being made to pay for them by SKT.
This is a disaster for ROX Tigers so far. They're nearly 2,000 gold behind it. 8 minutes already. Well, Bang stopped from recalling. Just headbutted back there. Baker harassing Kuro, but yeah, the Tigers have quite a big hole to crawl out from already.
They're going to be waiting so long on these power spikes too, SKTelecom. They have the tools to set up with the Zillion. They've got the double TP. They can dive these turrets. They do need to get a larger gold lead, but 1,500 before 10 minutes is an excellent position for them to leverage a mid-game power spike from. But if they go late on this, ROX should have a compositional advantage, and it will be very hard for SKTelecom to engage properly with a Tahm Kench instead of a more standard melee engage support.
The ROX Tigers have a god-tier siege comp. They have Nautilus, Alistar. You cannot ask for more of a frontline for triple AD carry. But if you miss your mid-game power spikes, the Trinity Force is late, Ezreal's damage is late, the grouping phase is delayed because you're losing lanes and don't have the items, then it's going to be difficult, because whatever you say about SKT's late game team fighting, they still have Zillion, they still have Kindred. So hard to kill anyone. The engage is difficult, but the team fight certainly, if one is actually forced, if they can get some dragons or barons and force ROX Tigers to fight, tricky to pull off.
Yeah, definitely. But again, if the ROX Tigers, if they set up, sure, Zillion is great, but this is a composition that I feel the ROX Tigers built to counter the Zillion. The Zillion ult, the Chrono Shift, is much less effective when you're not being burst down. If you're just being slowly whittled and poked down to death, they can simply wait for the Chrono Shift to disappear, wait for the Lancer Strike to go away, and continue just poking.
If this game is fought under turrets, that's where ROX Tigers wants to play. They have a big compositional advantage. If SKT starts a Baron or gets 4 Dragon Stack, that's where I feel like ROX Tigers may struggle to actually win a team fight, because that's when the Chrono Shift forced fights around an objective can be very powerful.
Yeah, looks like they may be actually setting up for the Dragon here, swapping this lane, everybody heading down to that side of the map. Package up on Kuro right now. The Scuttler has been taken by Peanut. They know if they can get this first Dragon of the game, they can delay it.
Oh, but here we go. Another gank coming in. Wolf shows up with Bang in the bot lane trying to go on Smeb, but here comes Peanut from behind. Can they equalize? Kuro coming down too. SKTelecom maybe making a mistake, but here comes Blank. It's a 4v4. Who's going to go down first? Kuro trying to get away. Teleport brings Faker to the party. A flash from Smeb avoids a stun from the bombs, and ROX Tigers just backing away. SKTelecom has taken a bit more damage though. I don't know if they can get the Dragon out of this.
Nice play from Kuro. The last time these two teams played, the one thing from Kuro was picked LeBlanc, had lane pressure, and roamed first. In this game, forced Faker to use his teleport because he roamed bottom first. Okay, it's a trade, but when you're behind, you'll take that trade if you're ROX Tigers.
Yeah, especially getting the TP down, because that is absolutely crucial to be able to dive some of these turrets and be out and playing on the map. The package doing some work there for the faster rotation from Kuro.
Right.
And they got the poke. They didn't lose anybody. They nearly actually turned that around and picked up a kill or two. And it was actually
close.
a really good Tom Kench play from Wolf. He basically just nullified Ezreal's ultimate right there, taking him out of harm's way, out of that true shot barrage.
Can you remember a ROX Tigers game all season where every lane is losing in CS, top, mid, bot, because of the pressure from Blank, the great pathing? SKT, they're just in such a dominant position, but if they can't turn it into Dragons, then we get to that mid game you've talked about, Monty. Then we get to the play under turrets, and you can't itemize against that.
Well, speaking of Dragons, Blank deciding to try to solo it right now. About 12 minutes in as Faker just hammers away at that mid lane turret. Looks like SKTelecom's gonna get it. Here comes Wolf for a little bit of support, no pun intended. And that first Dragon will go over to SKTelecom. So options running out for the ROX Tigers. SKT, you can see that 74.2% win rate when they take the first Dragon. They've got it.
You know they have map pressure when Blank doesn't have Smite for that Dragon contest, but knew there was no way, because of the lanes in the early game, for ROX Tigers to react, and they're free Dragon.
Yeah. Not bad. Duke and Smeb still tussling in the top lane. So standard lanes now. Reach player, the culling pop, Prey taking a bit of damage before Gorilla successfully body blocks that.
Prey went for the Mana Moon first, didn't have the gold values to hit the Iceborne Gauntlet, which is the preferential rush because it gives you more lane control, having the AoE pushing. He just got what he could. Turret is so low in there.
Yeah, Faker's going to get the first turret of the game in favor of SKTelecom. So how about that? Kills, turrets, dragons, everything going to SKT.
And this is so perfect for SKT. This is exactly what they want, because they can push up the mid lane, and now Faker, even without that teleport, is free to roam.
Yeah, Peanut just forced away from that blue buff.
He's free to roam into the side lanes, and now they can just dive with the Zillion. So this is going excellently for SKT so far. I'm going to go ahead and take that blue buff. No Graves ultimate is going to steal that one away. Faker gets it.
You know, and this is why it was so hard for me to actually vote for ROX Tigers to win this thing, because SKTelecom just always shows up for finals. They have never lost a Champions Finals that they've been in.
SKT's preparation is just completely on your screens. Just the fact that they got the Graves pick out of Peanut, and then just their pathing and playing on the negative tendencies of ROX. On the fact that they love to overextend, Smeb especially, without vision, without even jungle coverage from Peanut. This isn't Nidalee, they've actually just given up their mid lane turret. Corki goes back to shop. Graves still in his jungle farming, and they lose all the HP.
Oh, they're sticking around a long time. Faker really going for it, a little bit too long maybe. Takes some damage on the way out, but nobody dies. That turret down to just a little bit of health remaining, maybe like 50?
And Faker loves to play this way. He loves to auto-attack turrets and just provide all the mid-pressure himself. Duke coming in.
Speaking of pressure, Duke trying to catch Peanut. Peanut has to flash, and that's another buff going to SKT. This has been a total rout in favor of SKTelecom so far.
Seems like it's open hunting season on Tigers, because wherever they go, once they took that mid lane turret, pushing up the vision, they knew that he wasn't at the Wolf camp. They can just push in freely onto an inner turret. That is so frequently over-aggressive play, but when they had that vision, there was only one flank the ROX Tigers could react from.
Yeah. I think someday when Wolf gets really rich and retires, he should just call his big mansion complex the Wolf camp. I think he should just do that. He's on his way. Looks like SKTelecom going to take the Rift Herald as well, adding that to the number of objectives they've gotten first this game. And it's already, I mean, crazy enough, we're on our way to a shutout for SKT here in game number 1.
And they see everybody from the ROX Tigers right there. They know what's going on. Great ward. And that's just going to waste a lot of time in the end. I mean, package is going to come up, but no one is able to really respond to that top side. And look at that. May have bought themselves a free turret. They're going to race over there with the package, but Duke is waiting. Has a sheen already, so he can hammering away. Looks like he's not going to test his luck, but now we're in a position with a Nautilus in the mid lane. So that actually really messed up the ROX Tigers lane assignments.
Wow.
One of the reasons that Corki was so popular this season outside of AD carry itemization is his lane pressure in mid. One of the highest pressure laners, itemizes so well into Trinity Force, chip damage, controls the lane. He should easily win against Zillion as, oh boy, Duke's lurking in the top side.
Hiding in the bush, here he comes.
But without a turret, there's no lane control, Doa, so they has to go and find other lane assignments. Ezreal had to use his summoners at level 1. Has that item fall off when he's really waiting for his second item. In this case, the Iceborne Gauntlet. No control in mid lane, no control in the Ezreal lane, and Smeb was getting soloed out early. So they're completely reactionary for the proactive team of 2016 in the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, that is a fault of the Ezreal pick here. You know, you wonder, had they gone for a more aggressive carry in the laning phase? Because when you are already in a losing matchup, your lane swap to top is called, and you blow both summoners. I mean, we can talk about Blank versus Peanut, but so much of this game was dictated by Peanut having to stay on that top side of the map to avoid the dives. And you couldn't put pressure on the mid lane. The pressure in top lane meant that Wolf could roam and start to try and pick up kills.
Yeah, Blank harassing, taking some wolves, going after Peanut. Here comes Faker, flashes, doesn't get the stun though. Blank may have the damage. He's got the Kindred ult, they've got the Zillion ult. Zillion ult pop, gonna bring
Fake
Blank right back. Still in trouble though, Faker taking some turret hits. They're gonna have to back away, Bang, flashing over the wall, dodges at Ezreal Q. Wolf just came in the back lines. Whoa, nice TP from Smeb. Finds Faker in the back, and this is going to be bad for SKTelecom. Two-shot barrage dodged by Bang, but Blank's still on his own. Whoa, Gorilla low now. Big culling comes through, blocked for the most part by Smeb. Blank just trying to do the damage he can. Still has a Kindred out. There's the Lamb, despite use now. Smeb low, and are they going to get him? They will. Here comes Duke with the re-engage, and SKTelecom turns the fight around.
ROX Tigers bit off more than they could do. It wasn't just the gold difference. They had no mana on Kuro and Gorilla. Kuro was the one with the decent health bar, but he couldn't commit to the fight. Excellent re-engage from Duke, and that's another win for SKT.
And if we take a look at the items, it tells the story, right? No Trinity Force yet. There's the Abyssal Voyage coming through from Wolf. They're going to TP in here as well. Bang gets knocked around and ignited early by Gorilla. Prey and Bang duking it out, but Peanut already low from that dive. Smeb gonna make it through. There's the depth charge onto Faker, and right here they have a chance to back out. They already got that preferable trade, but they continue on, and Smeb just doesn't have the damage to clean up this fight, and neither does Bray.
Gorilla and Kuro do nothing at the end of this fight. Understandable for Gorilla, but Kuro gets about 3 orders, no mana for any spell whatsoever, and that's why the re-engage from Duke is just at the right time. That's clean shot calling from SKT that was absent from so much of the season.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable dodge by Bang on the two-shot barrage too. The reaction time from this guy is crazy.
Well, it's just a damn shame for the ROX Tigers because when they came in, they got the early kill. They could have potentially translated that into a turret after poking them out, but they overcommit and they're not playing within their item power spikes. All they have to do is drag this out as long as possible, and getting a dragon off of that or getting a turret off of that and getting a kill may close that gold gap enough for them to turtle and hold out.
SKTelecom claiming their second dragon. Peanut trying to be aggressive onto Faker here for the moment. He's going to back away. Blank hopping over the wall. They've got what they came for, and Duke gets a bit more in the top lane with that tier 1 turret.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Monty, that even just time to farm is Wolf.
Grab onto Wolf, flashes right away, avoids the engage from Gorilla.
But a
He'll
kill
make it out.
and just time to farm. Get the Iceborne Gauntlet onto Prey. Just get some item timings, even if they can't get an objective. The fact that there's still no 2-item Ezreal at 20 minutes shows you just how bad this early game has been for ROX.
Save the top turret too, so many options, and I think that was really the straw that broke the camel's back here. It started out with excellent.
Well, Duke onto Peanut right away. Alt use. He's a little bit on his own in that 1v2, but he's popping. He's pretty tanky.
Blank was there for pressure. Faker's so mobile from mid, so I guess he did have cavalry that was just off the screen, but the safe places for ROX Tigers to farm on this map are getting smaller and smaller as the full court press from SKT is in full display.
Yeah, very true. And if it weren't for Faker, they'd still have that perfect game going. Oh, Faker.
Tried that dive.
I thought you were the best.
He is looking much better on the Zillion this week than he has in the past.
Yeah,
we compared him a lot to Fly from KT. He was kind of the preeminent Zillion player.
That's right.
And he did lack a little bit, but today the bombs have been much more accurate. The pressure he's been able to put out on this champion has been insane.
Worth noting that you can compare this once again to the spring final a year ago. The same story of SKT getting time to play themselves into form in the playoff series versus the ROX Tigers having to wait, just evaluate what they're seeing on the screen, scrim against the slim opportunities they probably had as a lot of teams have gone on to holiday, and SKT have certainly seemed to play themselves into a lot of form.
Yeah, wow, nice dodge, man. Bang is just on fire today on this Lucian. Looking really good, and this is one of the champions we've seen Bang have incredible carry games on, and this season has really been about the 80 carries.
You may wonder why Duke's getting so much free time here. The ROX Tigers are just desperate to make a play. They know how far behind they are, and they're trying to find ways to take risks to get themselves back in the game, and that's going to just lose them a lot of farm and lane pressure. They know they're so far behind that if they don't do that, there's just no way they can make this work. So even trades or tower for tower trades would be fine if they can pick up a kill or two and just slow the momentum down. But SKTelecom has the vision, and they're playing passively at the right times to avoid the tower dives themselves. And that's leading the ROX Tigers into an ever deeper hole.
I mean, Monty, they have the vision because ROX Tigers have 0 turrets. They've taken down none. Every time they try and enter lanes, if they go for just standard lane assignments, they'll just become a point where they don't have vision, where they're too far pushed up with 2 or 1 turret down in the lane, and they'll get denied from farm that way anyway. So Smev is doing his best to make the team plays, but as this game goes on, more and more farm is funneled over to SKT, and ROX are just completely reactionary in every part of the map.
Yeah. I love the way SKT played this early, too. Giving that first blood over to Blank so that he could kind of overcome his deficiencies. Not to say he's a deficient jungler. He's a very good jungler, but compared to Peanut. And look where they put the pressure, too. Onto the mid lane. Faker historically has a very good record against Kuro. Kuro tends to kind of collapse under Faker's pressure a lot of the time. Some of Faker's most famous plays, like his Yasuo versus Orianna play that he made a couple years back, have been against Kuro. Kuro doesn't do well against Faker's style.
Over the wall, onto Gorilla, doing some damage there. Whoa! Just blown up by Blank. Teleport coming in, brings Faker to the party. There's a nice stun onto Smeb. SKTelecom looking for another as Duke and Bang come from the bottom of this fight. Smeb in trouble, the package delivered by Kuro, but he's delivered himself to his own death. And SKT winning a big team fight here. Lamster's fight, keeping people alive. Gray trying to do the damage he can on this Ezreal, but it's just not there. And you gotta think this is gonna be a Baron for SKT.
I want to talk about Duke's Poppy play right there, which was absolutely nuts. The flash heroic charge straight into the ultimate to just come in off the teleport. What a beautiful engage by Duke.
All right. Oh, goodbye, Peanut. Oh, okay, made it out with the flash. Baker coming in, wants to have some peanut butter. There it is. He's gone. And Baron claimed by SKTelecom.
Look at how quickly Gorilla's health bar was decimated by Devourer, more Malmortia's Snowball Blank. We've seen so little of Blank playing from ahead, but I love the aggression. And
Watch
here comes
Duke
the
right
Poppy
here.
play.
Absolutely gorgeous. Just coming in over the side right there, hitting the multi-man ultimate, and then sealing up a lot of these kills. I mean, at this point, there's nothing the ROX Tigers can do. They were too low, but this is the danger. There's so much protection with the Tahm Kench that if you're not the one playing the poke aggressively, and you have to fight into them, you don't have tools.
Oh, Smeb, no flash, and this Nautilus is not going to make it out. Right back to Davy Jones' locker with that guy.
We haven't seen a lot of top Nautilus, it has to be said, recently.
You know what the funny thing is, though, Monty? ROX Tigers are a support Nautilus team. Gorilla is 5-0 on the season at support Nautilus. They almost never flex at the top lane. Is off the screen. Well,
Gage at the top. I mean, it's such aggression. Even our observer isn't ready for it, man. I don't think the ROX Tigers were. SKTelecom cruising to a Game 1 win as they finally move into the inhibitor turrets. Wow, Bang just 1v2ing Peanut and Kuro here.
14,000 gold.
Oh, Kuro! Gets out. Bang takes a lot of turret damage there, but meanwhile SKTelecom just bulldozes their way into the bottom lane. They're going for that bottom inhibitor, and they've got it.
We tipped the ROX Tigers, but we said the one result we didn't want was the 3-0 for SKT. You got to say, maybe they're going to be able to have the mental faculty. You know, they're a year into their lifetime. Maybe they have the mental faculty to just throw away a game, because this is a complete wash for ROX Tigers.
I mean, they did in the World Championship, right?
Yeah.
They did. After losing that first game, they still picked up one in the series. But in this particular game, so much was decided at level 1 that I don't think this really gets into your head if you're the ROX Tigers, because you know that your entire game plan changed as soon as you lost those summoners at level 1. It had to change. Peanut's decision-making about where he was applying pressure on the map. It changed, of course, the freedom for Wolf to really start roaming around, affecting that mid lane alongside Blank. And, of course, Blank getting that first blood doesn't really play into the ROX Tigers' strengths. As a reminder, I mean, Peanut has had an incredible first blood contribution rate this season. He's at 66% of all first bloods that happen in ROX Tigers game. Peanut is a part of. And to put that in perspective, he is 16% above the next number, which is Chaser at 50.
Oh, Duke caught Peanut there. I didn't think he was going to. A lot of damage loaded on. The 1v4 going in favor of Duke for the moment anyway. SKTelecom moving up to the top lane. They want this inhibitor turret. They want the inhibitor after that. Going in now on the Smeb. Very tanky on that Nautilus. Whoa, maybe I spoke too soon. Not really. Okay, that's not very tanky. They're going for the inhibitor now. And SKTelecom, I wonder if they can just claim the win here. Peanut wants to stop Faker and change that one. Two-shot barrage goes through. SKT, a lot of people at about half health. Doesn't matter though. Gorilla goes back in for the engage, but no follow-up. Nice headbutt onto Duke. Duke though with the response ult. 2 men knocked up. Prey on the outskirts of the fight, trying to do the damage that he can. But the ROX Tigers can't stop themselves from losing that second inhibitor.
SKT be smart to back away. They don't have the health bars necessarily to keep this going. They got the objective they were looking for.
Yeah, no need to push it.
In the inhibitor in the top lane. Go back on another shopping trip and just let ROX Tigers continue to admire in the misery that has been this game.
Well, this is about as close to a perfect game as you can get in a grand finals. Just one kill on the side of the ROX Tigers. No turrets, no dragons, no nothing.
The unfortunate fact is, like, if these two compositions hit each other like this and SKTelecom gets this big of a lead in the early game, there's almost nothing that the ROX Tigers can do with a siege comp at this point in time. There's so many angles to teleport from for Duke and Faker to get into the back lines. The gold lead is so enormous. Their front line is tanky enough right now to absorb most of the poke. But I think if you're ROX Tigers and you're looking at the next game of the series, it's a little bit of a tussle.
Yeah, a little bit of engage, but there's no way ROX Tigers can really fight this now.
I think it seems
that way.
I think if you look at the next game, you say, okay, we didn't play well around our power spikes. They took that fight, the only fight they could have really come back on in the mid lane in this game, and they overcommitted.
Yeah.
So you don't go for the item power spike. You don't go for the triple AD carry composition anymore. We know they have a lot more tools, but they need something that's can skirmish a little better in the like 3-15-minute early game.
That's right. Last inhibitor goes down. SKTelecom moving in to try to close out this first game. Sub 30 minutes. Smeb engages. Wolf's going to save his jungler for the moment there. Gorilla having to back off. ROX Tigers doing a pretty good job defending for the moment anyway. But those Nexus turrets are still going down. So many super minions moving into the base now from that top lane. Here comes Smeb from behind. This is it. It's do or die time. Kuro taken out before Duke even gets there. Before Smeb gets there, rather. Prey. But there's the double kill for Bang. Making a double kill for Blank too. Nearly an ace. Gorilla gets back, and SKTelecom will take a 29-minute Game 1 win. GG.
And there is just nothing you can do as the ROX Tigers. If you have to engage into that composition, the Kindred ult, the Zillion ult, the Tahm Kench Devour, these things mean you cannot kill anybody before they kill you.
The moment you say that comp, the ROX Tigers triple AD comp has to engage, something has gone horribly wrong, and that horribleness started at 1 minute into the game with Bang losing both summoners. Then Kuro, I guess he tried to create some lane pressure himself with an aggressive Valkyrie. We saw Blank was there in position. That lane went behind. All 3 lanes losing by 30 or more CS in the mid game. And just blitz. As close to a perfect game as you can ever ask for. No dragons, no turrets. 1 single kill for the ROX Tigers.
And SKT, you have to applaud them. They played around. They snowballed the game up with 2 summoners at level 1. It takes a special team to be able to pull off that kind of feat, to play that well around an early game and not give your opponent any breathing room at all.
Yeah, wow, what a statement by SK Telecom coming in saying, yeah, you guys may have won the regular season, you may have looked good coming in to the, to this finals, but we're SK Telecom, man. We're the world champions. We've won 2 championships in Korea in a row. Now they are 7-0 in grand finals games here in Champions. It's absolutely incredible. When we come back, guys, game 2 between ROX Tigers and SKT. Don't miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in Korea to the grand finals of League of Legends Champions Korea. This is translator Robin reporting in for duty once again. But before we go back into the second game today, we're going to have a short interview with two very familiar faces, Mad Life on the left and Iksu on the right. Nice to meet you guys once again. First of all, Mad Life, you just saw the match just now, right? Yes, I did. Please say something to the fans. Hello, this is Mad Life, taking support of CJ Entus. And Iksu as well. Hello, this is Iksu, the top laner for Africa Freaks. First of all, Mad Life, it's already been 5 years since you debuted here in Champions, and as a living legend yourself, you stood and did the opening for us. And do you maybe feel the word legend? Does it mean anything different to you? I think whenever I come on stage and people treat me like this, I definitely do feel it. Iksu, you also were on the stage. What was it like to be on such a big stage with a large audience? The audience are really cheering so loudly, and hopefully next time I want to be able to play on such a stage. This season there were a lot of new players coming into the scene, and maybe the old members didn't get washed up rather, but they came in stronger and had a much larger influence. Did you feel that you were able to put a lot of influence? A lot of people have been saying that my macro play and my rotations and shot calling has been good, and I feel really great about that. Now Iksu, the season wasn't over until it was over. And Africa Freaks played spoiler in the second round. And after 2 years of debuting on Africa, you guys have evolved tremendously. Even though we lose, we always try new things, even in losing situations. And we try some risky plays, and I think taking risk is a very important aspect of improving. So, Mad Life, Iksu over here became really famous with his Ankimoti stuff. How did you view his interviews and his really ballsy personality? I think there is an age difference and a difference in generation, perhaps. What do you think about this, Iksu? I think the interviews have become a lot more fun because of my big stunts, and hopefully it'll keep becoming more fun. Champions has been super competitive this season. What is Champions to you, Mad Life? To me, Champions is something that I've been doing since my early 20s, and I think, therefore, that Champions is my youth. What about you, Iksu? I think Champions is a star, not a star that I can't reach, but rather a star that I can't reach, and it's something that I can foster within myself to become greater. It's almost like you're a poet, Iksu. Mad Life, 4 years ago, you lifted the trophy. Today, who do you think is going to be able to win? Honestly, before I watched the match, it was 50-50, but after the first game, I was super surprised because SKT was super good. But the Tigers as well, even if they lose, I think they usually really prepare well for the next matches. And yeah, I still think we don't know. What about you, Iksu? Do you have any players that you're close to in SKT or ROX? Well, I think Blank is the only one out of the 10 players that I'm close to. Finally, say something to Blank. Well, rather than cheer for Blank, I want to cheer both teams to do their best, and I want to cheer for the team that will win, taking the safe side. Mad Life, please say something to the fans as your last remark here.
선발을 맞추고 호흡을 맞춘 스프링 시즌이었는데
The spring season was really tough for us, and we had to take a lot of time trying to mold in together as a team. And this summer, we're going to come back as a much stronger team. So keep cheering for us.
자, 익수 선수도 한 말씀 해주실까요?
What about you, Iksu, to the fans?
썸머부터는 재밌는 경기를 더 하기 위해 준비를 많이
Starting in the summer, we will prepare really hard to make sure that there are a lot of entertaining matches ready for you guys. And I think that is it for the interviews. Back to you guys at the analyst desk.
All right, thanks for the translations, Robin. And there you go, Mad Life and Iksu, 2 generations of League of Legends players here in Champions. It's been long enough. I feel like we can say that.
That's right, for sure. I mean, as we saw in the intro with Score and Mad Life next to the cup, they are the 2 longest tenured players in this league.
Yeah.
Switching all the way back to the beginning of basically 2012.
It's pretty incredible to see the longevity that these guys have had in their positions. They've been good too.
SKT가 결승에 또 올라갑니다.
계속 그렇게 침착하게 가시죠. 가라고. 더.
나는 SK텔레콤의 주장 뱅기 배성우. 난 그 누구도 상상할 수 없는 신의 영역을 넘나들고 있다.
감독님 왜 저러시지?
2호성으로 해야 되나 5호성으로 해야 되나 누구를 선택해야 되지?
감독님 2호성으로 갑시다.
그래 2호성으로 결정했어.
듀크를 영입하는 데 성공했고 와! 듀크!
아 좋아.
선수야 나오면! 오지마! 반가워! 오지마!
결승까지 가가지고 참 기쁘네요.
위험할 수 있는 오히려 이렇게 사이를 페이커!
상이 잘한다. 좀 더 근데 과감한 플레이도 될 것 같은데. 상이 슈퍼 플레이나 좀 볼까. 들어가.
이걸 들어가라고?
괜찮아. 나만 믿고 들어가.
아닌데 이거.
코르키가 좀 많이 무서운데요? 한번 잡아! 그러니까 지금 코르키가 네.
우리 준식이 살만 빼면 이쁜데 복권도 저런 복권이 없는데. 그래, 이건 말로 해서 될 게 아니야.
준식아, 어버!
탐켄치 서폿입니다.
탐켄치.
먹었어요. 데미지를 먹었어요 또. 부러웠겠죠.
뱉으세요.
싫어 먹을래.
또 먹어야죠. 먹으려고. 먹었어요. MVP 울프입니다.
재환이가 MVP까지 받는 거는 내 계획에 없었는데. 기가 막히네. 잘하고 있어.
여기 소급된 다음에 묶어서 처치. 5대2. 기가 막히게 싸웠네. 네.
성구 좋아. 잘하고 있어. 계속 그렇게 침착하게.
아직 안 끝났네. 여기서 한 명 더.
나이스.
마지막으로 팀원들에게 한마디 해주시죠.
우리 가족이랑 또 코치님이랑 감독님
성구야 나도 내기 나 내기.
그리고 성웅이 형 사랑해요.
이거 하나 해줄까, 재현아? 그래? 정전을 3글자로 늘리면 뭔지 알아? 뭔데? 무전기.
SKT 걱정은 뭐다? 세상에서 가장 쓸데없는 걱정이다. 내가 있는 한 2016년도 우리의 해가 될 거야. SKT 파이팅!
welcome back to the Champion Spring Grand Finals. Blank gets the MVP, but all credit goes to Bengi, of course, as we see Bengi is responsible for everything that happens on SKTelecom. So good job, Bengi, too.
And Blank leveling up his pathing, being the proactive jungler in a battle against Peanut, the Battle War, the most aggressive jungler we have. Was super great to see, of course. Picks up a lot of MVP points for the postseason, but just this wraparound gank very early in the game set the tone for what was a super impressive performance from Blank.
Yeah, he was, of course, again, aided by those Summoners lost in the weak lane matchup that Ezreal had right at level 1. But he knew how to play around that. He knew where to apply the pressure. It was wonderful. And of course, Gorilla right there, really calculating correctly the amount of damage that Blank was able to do in that little engagement. And that was a great ult, too, by Duke.
Yeah, Crow coming in and probably not the right time. And I mean, this game was a lot of SKTelecom taking that early lead and turning it into a pretty quick win.
But that's what you have to do, and that's what KT showed us with the Zillion and Poppy combination over and over and over again. It's a very strong composition if you can play aggressive and get underneath those turrets early. And ROX didn't do themselves many favors. And the one fight that it looked like they would be able to drag the game out another 5 minutes before they were under threat again, they overcommitted to, and it was pretty much over from there.
That's right, and that means it's time to start thinking about game number 2 between SKTelecom and the ROX Tigers, and there is Bang, and man, oh no wait, that's Blank. It's hard to tell them apart now because they're both so skinny.
Like
Bang has lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, he definitely has. It's been quite surprising. He does have, or at least he had earlier, the SKTelecom T1 logo
again
on his face.
Yeah. Thank you, Bengi. People thought it was Faker. They should be thanking no, it's Bengi. The back room calling all the shots.
And so we were talking about the Ezreal pick a bit during the break, and look, it doesn't have this rest laning matchup, but again, so much was thrown out the window the moment you used both summoners in a weak laning matchup that there wasn't really too much to draw after the successful gank, and again, the lack of pressure meant that every lane was losing. Smev was emergency lurking around lanes, looking for a gank. The game was very much over at the 15-minute mark. Let's see where ROX go, because the actual draft, maybe Ezreal could have been a different AD carry, but apart from that, the draft was solid. It's just the game plan, once again, was completely thrown out the window.
Right, and they weren't playing around their power spikes. They took that fight in the mid lane and lost an even bigger lead to SKTelecom as a result, but this triple AD carry composition, while in theory their draft was fine, it isn't the style of composition that the Tigers have been playing. And I think, do they go with the Ashe this time? Do they go back to some of these comfort picks that allow them to dive turrets and play more aggressively early? Because that has been their MO. That has been their identity this entire season.
Well, definitely a different jungler for Peanut, I think. The Graves, we didn't see him play a whole lot of it during the regular season. It seems like he should do better on something else.
I mean, there's ambition. There's lots of Graves mates. Lyra as well. Only 4 games in the regular season from Peanut on Graves. It was definitely a tertiary or further pick for him compared to the 11-1 at least, 10-2 Kindred, 7-0 Nidalee. He's dominated with the proactive junglers, and when one of the lanes falls behind, one of the picks didn't open up for pressure, and the junglers are farming jungle, can't be surprised if the game goes like that.
That's right. And so ROX Tigers going to need to dig deep to tie this one up, get a game 2 win. Again, though, just looking at the booth, looking at these guys, none of them really seem all that broken up about game 1.
Like I said, I really don't think you get broken up about that. If there was a lane swap in that game goes entirely differently. You're basically 50-50ing it right at level 1.
Yeah.
They know the problems that were caused. They know why Peanut wasn't able to apply that early pressure. They can come back and just completely change up their composition. Lissandra, a key pick for both of these teams during the regular season, sort of fell by the wayside there.
Yep, that's right. And it's got to be time to move in to picks and bans for game number 2 between the ROX Tigers and SKTelecom T1. And here we go, looking for something maybe a little bit different with the Tigers this time around. They're going to ban out the Zillion first thing.
Well, I guess it's come to that level.
I guess so.
They did ban out the Azir, but again, in their last matchup, they did play the LeBlanc into the Azir, and they tried to play the priority, the faster roams that allows.
Yeah, ROX Tigers definitely looked for lane pressure on the blue side. They gave Faker Azir in an early round, could just pick up the LeBlanc, knew that they would have lane pressure, and then the second game, as you mentioned on blue, just blind picked the LeBlanc, knowing there was few champions with Lissandra and Lulu out of the pool that could provide lane pressure. So ROX Tigers, we want to see initiators. This team, famous, they innovated 5 people that can initiate. Ashe, for example, from the AD carry role, then champions like Lissandra. Lane pressure is what I want to see from ROX, and just, again, multiple initiations, lots of teleport flankings. That's the game style ROX innovated.
So SKTelecom taking a long time on that third ban, and they finally decided to go with Kindred, and that's going to lead to an Echo first pick for ROX Tigers. SKTelecom has got to have a way to respond to this.
Well, the problem for the ROX Tigers is that there isn't another pick they can first pick, except for the Echo when it's up. Not only because Echo's very strong, because it's a flex pick for SKTelecom, and when you can play it AP in the mid lane. Of course, Kuro was one of the actually early innovators when Echo was released of AP Echo.
True.
But you don't give it away to SKT right now. They showed in their final match against KT that Faker can do very scary things on that champion, but it does give up the Graves, and I'm surprised to see SKTelecom take the Azir so early. Kuro has a very poor record historically on Azir.
Well, on red side, you gotta wonder what that early first pick mid laner means. You know, what are they hiding?
Well, let's talk about top lane picks against the Echo, because we're heavily expecting it to be top lane Echo from Smeb. It looks wonderful on the champion. The big pick, and one of the champions that was banned by Jinair against SKT a lot, was the Fiora, and that's a champion that Duke played excellently before the nerfs. We're on 6.6, so the nerfs have gone through onto the Fiora. It'll be super interesting to see whether we do see this aggressive choice against the Echo, or maybe a Poppy that's being hovered now, just as more of a team comp pick rather than a laning matchup.
Yeah, so Elise Alistar locked in for the ROX Tigers over on the SKTelecom side, going for the Poppy. What's the next pick going to be? Duke so devastating on that Poppy in game number 1. They're going to go with the Lucian for Bang, so not switching a whole lot up.
SKTelecom have shown both their solo lanes, their AD carry. It's only support as a last pick, something like a Tom Kench might come through. ROX already aren't going to have triple AD carries, looking much more like their pick early game focus comps they were playing at the start of the season, the sort of comp they would snowball and never look like they would ever look backwards. So the question is, you know, waiting to see the last solo laner and the AD carry pick. Are we going to see something spicy? It's just going to be the Ashe, which has probably been a powerful pick, but Prey once again hovering the Ezreal.
I really find this Ezreal surprising in this particular series. The Corki not so much, but they're going to be going for a little bit of a better initiation this time, more pick potential, but they've got to hit their power spike properly in this game. They will be looking to lane swap, and interestingly, they don't take some of the picks they've shown into the Azir. They don't take the LeBlanc. They don't take the Jarvan, which we thought might come out yet again. They won against Jinair playing the mid lane Jarvan. He can jump over the Emperor's Divide.
And it's interesting that going for double AD in the last round with Braum available, one of the best champions in the gate, specifically the Ezreal ultimate, but again, a lot of the poke coming through from the Corki. A very strong answer as a last pick. You don't think of last pick support as really influencing the draft, but it is great in this spot.
Right, and I think that it is the better pick in this composition, because one of the flaws with SKT's comp in the last game was if it went late, if their TP was down, or if their TP couldn't get into the poke line, well, it was pretty much over for SKT. Like they had to win in the mid game, or else they were going to fall super far behind. Yeah. Now the Braum is going to give them more immunity to that poke. They've got a huge front line this time with the Azir ultimate, the Braum, and the Poppy, so they're going to be able to kind of do it all. They've got good engage this time around, and we know how Faker plays on this Azir. He plays it like a pick champion. He will just 1v1 you.
So to get through this game, ROX Tigers lane pressure in top and mid. It's still an Ezreal lane. We're expecting Gorilla to start the roams, impact the other lanes. Corki, Echo especially, have excellent lane pressure in their matchups, and we have one of the strongest ganking junglers in Elise. Again, it's all about influencing those solo lanes and just having Ezreal pick up the farm and slowly get to relevance with his 2-item spike.
And that's it. There were 3 choices they could have made here. You either go for, well actually there are 4 choices in the mid lane, it's very curious. You go for the roaming pressure on LeBlanc. Sure. You go for the kill pressure with the Jarvan, right? Or you go for the losing lane but TP pressure with Lissandra, or you try and poke him with the Corki. Corki's the pick.
That's right, it's time. Game number 2. Can the ROX Tigers tie it up? Let's find out. It's time to get in the game. high on esports passion. That's what they mean in that song, Monte Cristo, Papa Smithy.
I thought they were high because they were on top of that building.
That's
on the helicopter
another reason.
pad.
That's another reason they're high. You're right.
I'm just happy I changed my tie today, guys.
They're high for multiple reasons. SKTelecom
No,
taking on the
only
ROX
those
Tigers.
reasons.
Only those reasons, and no other reasons, of course. Of course, man.
No bard in this game, you know.
That's right.
No magical journeys.
420 was a couple days ago already. Come on. So, ROX Tigers on the blue side, SKTelecom over on the red side this time. Gorilla took a stake out of him already.
Well, they're going to want a lane swap again. And
I would think so.
SKTelecom. So switching it up. Peanut has that kill pressure now. They have that ability to dive some of these turrets and arguably the greater mobility out of the mid lane. And Bang just staring Gorilla down once again. And looks like they're going to follow them up to that top side. They see them on the ward, so no recall.
Okay.
Coming through for ROX, and they're going to get the standard lanes. Excellent for SKT.
Yeah, it's exactly what they want. Prey just poking a little bit with that Mystic shot. And already a better start for ROX Tigers. They didn't lose any summoners at level 1. So things are going well.
The bar was set pretty low.
Things are going well.
We're talking about, can they get a turret? Can they pick up a neutral? That's all they have to do to level up.
You're right, you're right. We have to look at the positives. That's exactly right. Can't be much worse than last game for the ROX Tigers. And you'd have to expect something a little bit different. They certainly don't seem to be too worried when we saw them in the booth, and it is a best of 5. They've got time to turn this one around. They won a game at Worlds, and this ROX Tigers team is stronger, I would say, arguably, than the team we saw at Worlds.
Very different jungle matchup this time in Elise versus Graves. Graves, once again, a farming jungler. No real CC to speak of. It's strong CC in the lanes to have any kill pressure, and honestly, it's behooved to just stay in the jungle and farm up. He's an excellent mid to late game team fighter. Elise has that initiation CC, has CC specifically in the duo lane, and it's going to be, once again, on Peanut to find the better roams, the better pathing, because the Kindred play from Blank was out of this world, and it's on Peanut, again, with the tools, with the Elise, with a champion that can do it, to influence the early game, much like Peanut did in game, but much like Blank did in game 1.
Yeah, doesn't have to babysit the summonerless lane anymore. So the Rift is his oyster, as it were. Much different scenario.
The Rift Oyster. No, they haven't announced that yet for the mid-season changes, Monty.
Again, Monty.
Oh no, Riot's gonna be so mad. Why did you reveal that on stream right now at the finals? I can't believe you did that.
It gives the Rift Pearl buff.
The Rift Oyster, that's right. Who gets to have the Rift Pearl? It fills up a spot in your inventory. But don't worry, eventually it'll wear out. Spoiler alert.
And once you get 5 Rift Pearls, you get the Black Pearl.
There you go. That's right.
Interesting to track what ROX Tigers do in a normal game after the first purchase, because again, we've seen so much of them swapping Prey into an empty lane. There was actually a Freak of Freaks that were once again going standard, then swapping up. So will we just see a return to 2v2 laning with an Ezreal with Tia, or do the ROX Tigers have a different plan? Because playing around Ezreal's early game wasn't a luxury they had in game 1 because they were so far behind across the map.
Yeah, it's a pretty passive start for both teams right now. Not a lot of action going across the lanes at the moment. Just Blank and the Grump. That's about it. Blank and the Grump. That sounds like a children's
I was going to say,
tale,
that does sound like a children's story.
Right. I think so.
That could be your next project.
I'll make a children's book. Blank and the Grump. It doesn't end well for the Grump, though. Spoiler alert there again.
It teaches children about death.
That's right. It's like the Grump deserved to die, kids. By virtue of the buff it gave people. I don't know if this is a message we want to teach kids.
That's what we do to the natural world, Doa. We take from it mercilessly.
Subjugated, just like the Rift Scuttler's getting subjugated by Peanut right now. Give us your vision, Rift Scuttler.
Peanut spotted on a ward, so Faker able to just push up to mid. Laning phase going fine for Faker in mid.
Yeah.
Well, that's been a big question coming into this series, was Faker's over-aggressive play in the laning phase in the past few weeks, because he's had some rather silly deaths in the mid lane by making questionable decisions when it comes to skirmishes and all-ins, and he's given up his fair share of first bloods, but the aggression has been much more calculated in this game, and it's time for a pause.
It's pause time. And it's Wolf's fault. What did you do? Did you kick the Ethernet cord, Wolf?
Well, he's Wolf, so he has pause.
It's hard to play League of Legends with pause. It's true.
And yet, look at Wolf.
He needs it. Wow. He needs a special keyboard. You've got claws, of course.
He definitely has claws.
He does. I just noticed that. Man, I had no idea. That wolf has claws, man.
He's role-playing right now.
I guess so. He's kind of like a method actor for his own game ID, I guess. That's right. Thankfully, he doesn't have one of those really tacky, like belt attachment tails that you see some certain individuals
or
wear,
like a wolf-shaped hat that he wears.
That's right, with little ears on it. Thankfully, he's not that far. He doesn't attend certain conventions for other people that may be enthusiastic about that type of apparel.
He still actually communicates via Korean language as opposed to a rough series of growls.
That's right. You see him howling at the moon sometimes. That's the reason why they had to shoot on top of that building, is that he was already up there howling at the moon. And they were like, well, we can't get Wolf to come off the roof of this really huge building, so let's just go film the
rolled with it
outro.
so well, though.
They did. They even got him to stand up and stop howling for just a second or two. The story of Wolf, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Now you know more about him than you ever wanted to know. Gorilla's chewing gum, but he might be out soon.
So, I mean, Game 1 again showed ROX Tigers pivot away from some of their tendencies in a disappointing fashion. And, I mean, the early game kind of threw out the game plan out the window. Interesting to see that Peanut once again goes for the tracker's knife this game. We highlighted in the pregame that he'd always gone for the aggressive enchant and forced fights, but more wards clearly on the menu, at least in Game 2.
Well, he's been doing a little bit more of that lately.
Yeah, it has changed over the course of the season, but yes, he still only picks up that tracker's knife, 30% of the time or so, compared to 90% for Blank, but we highlighted those statistics.
Yeah.
Of course, Blank #1 in wards per minute is a jungler. Peanut dead last, baby.
It's great, though. It's great. I mean, it's awesome seeing such different takes on a role come into the finals here. Faker doesn't care about any of that, though. He's just going to crush you. That's what Faker does. Well, sometimes he turns to the left and talks to people, too. But mostly crushes people. And so we'll see if Wolf can get his computer up and running again. The OGN wizards can make this marvel of technology operate. I wonder. Take a nap, Blank. Take a battle nap. You deserved it.
Now this game, though, I do have to admit a bit of surprise that ROX decided to go for the Ezreal Corki combination again. They, of course, have a lot of options. If they're not going to play a poke composition, they can play something like Lissandra Callista. Obviously, that gives a very hard laning phase to Kuro in the mid lane. But as long as you can play around the teleport okay, you're going to have that diving advantage. It just gives you so much engage. So I have to say I'm a bit surprised about that. But, of course, they are going to have a stronger front line. And running Lissandra, Elise, Callista may leave you with a little bit of a lack of damage in the late game. It really would be hard, I think, for Prey to carry that game by himself if you don't get enough of a dive lead, a kill lead, a turret lead in the earlier parts.
You know what's kind of funny is that it seems like Bengi just isn't allowed to play in spring finals anymore, you know? We saw Tom play all 3 games last year when SKTelecom beat the ROX Tigers. Now this year, obviously, Bengi's been on the bench for a while now, but missing out on another spring finals.
Well, Bengi just hibernates until summer, right?
He does.
He's just waiting for the meta to change, Doa.
That's
he
right.
Just wants to play Nunu again.
We're kind of in a catch-22 here because the rule is either SKTelecom will beat you with your sub-jungler, but wouldn't that mean they have to play Bengi at this point instead of Blank? Because Blank's the main jungler now.
Yeah, he definitely has been for the latter half of this season.
Oh, he's really had a huge improvement after IEM. It's been fun to see this guy come up in the jungle scene here in Korea.
And they went from Blank and Bengi competing for that spot to Blank very much being the starter IEM onwards.
Right.
And you can only speculate that Bengi and his experience as a double world champion must have helped Blank form, because even when he came back from IEM,
we saw
looked
that video.
shaky in the first couple of weeks of Champions, but has matured in his playoff performance. And again, his Game 1 performance has shown that he is adaptable. He isn't just a farming jungler. We would have called him a farming jungler, except he was all over the map in Game 1. And seeing a young player develop in, you know, a place like SKT with so many hands, deft hands, double world champions to help him, it's great to see him rise up.
Well, Blank has such a cool story, too, because he came from sort of a rural community in Korea just kind of playing League of Legends from home by himself, made it to like the top of solo queue that way, got noticed. SKTelecom picks him up. Within a month, he's flying to Poland for the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships in Katowice. And he wins that, and now here he is in the finals of Champion Spring. I mean, this guy has had a wild ride to get where he is.
Well, he even started before that, the LSPL.
Yeah, I cast him in the LPL. He actually subbed in for Insec when he famously jumped off a structure in a stadium and broke his leg.
That's right.
So he was playing
I shouldn't laugh. That's
very
not
young.
funny.
I believe he was just turned 17 when he was playing for Starhorn Royal Club. So he's definitely been through the pro system before, but the infrastructure in China with some of these new orgs compared to SKT with their nurturing is clearly on display because he looks a completely different player.
Yep. And it's so good to see Prey still playing. Good old Dodoria. We haven't seen the Scouter, though, today. Not yet.
That's
we're
what
seeing
happens.
Ezreal, but we're not seeing the Scouter.
Prey actually also not playing Pulsefire Ezreal, which is actually really unusual for him.
That's a good point. I didn't even realize that until right now. Huh. He's all business. There's no room for silly Pulsefire Ezreal in the Champion Spring Finals. Looks like we're back in game, though, now, guys. Hopefully that's the last pause we'll have to fill tonight.
Deep wards spot out Elise, and Peanut once again fairly anonymous in the first 6 minutes. Maybe the meta's shifts have changed things, but of course the first half of the season was so often bullying enemy junglers. That's how he gained that reputation as the battle ward.
Right.
Did go for, again, not only the tracker sniper, but the early pink ward this game, so quite different. Looks like just a volatile spiderling to go ahead and send Kuro home, prevent Faker from getting any free shots down onto the turret.
Yeah.
Oh,
gonna get the stun? Not quite. A lot of pressure on Smeb and Duke this game. They are the only members of their teams with teleport, so those TP advantages mean a whole lot. And of course, after game number 1, ROX Tigers really need Smeb to kind of step up and be that carry this game.
well, this lane matchup's going to get interesting because Smeb actually went Sheen first here, while Duke went Cowl. So the mixed damage coming in does make it difficult for Duke to itemize early.
Right.
And you'll see Duke just using that steadfast presence to prevent the phase dive trades. And it's those Sheen procs at melee range that are really going to hurt him with his current itemization. So he's going to have to play pretty passively for a little bit.
Oh, Peanut goes for the cocoon, doesn't quite land it on the flank.
But he does win the pink ward battle, Doa.
He does. He got the pink ward. And that counts for, well, 1 pink ward, but there's pride too, man. Peanut trying to harass flank at his blue buff now. Not gonna, nope, Faker there, not much Peanut can do.
You see ROX Tigers extending the lane phase in top. There's 2 schools of thought with the Ezreal, one of which is to, you see some trades.
Yeah, a little bit. Wolf blocking some damage coming in from Praying Gorilla. Gorilla taking a lot.
See some itemization from Smeb, gone back and bought an early Dark Seal, which is an interesting purchase.
Yeah, that's right.
We do see it on a lot of these echoes, especially with the Corrupting Potion. This is a very lane-dominant build where you can trade very effectively and get that extra healing off the potion.
Makes sense.
And also, he just went ahead and utilized his ultimate to get right back into lane there. So this is Smeb going hard this game. It's a lot different than the matchup in the last one.
So you ult back into lane just because you want to be able to keep the minions exactly where you want. You want to get the best possible minion break, push them into the enemy turret, ensure the lane is equalized when you can come out. And again, talking a bit about the Ezreal, you might want to extend the lane because Ezreal only gets weaker when the enemy itemization beats him out. Tier versus a BF sword, for example. If you just stay in lane clearing, there is, you delay first your tier, which is of course unfortunate from Prey's side, but you delay the time when Lucian will have a lot of 2v2 pressure.
Bug Splat! There it is! Finals Bug Splat!
We love Bug Splat.
Oh yeah, oh we're back in. Look at that redundant observers. We were ready today. No, never mind.
It's Blanco Vision.
It's blank vision.
Oh, it is blank vision.
You'd think it means that we couldn't see anything because it's blank vision, but no, now we're seeing what blank sees. All right, a look, a glimpse into the mind, into the actions of SKTelecom's newest, hottest jungler, Blank.
You can see right there, what he's doing is actually a lot of pro junglers do this, is use the F keys to bounce around the map and very quickly check the lanes.
It's a good idea.
So we are going to switch over to
there we go.
Peanut Can.
Yep. Now it's time for Peanut Can.
And that's actually one of the most
Now it's our observer.
micro-intensive parts of being a professional jungler. But if you guys really want to get good at the jungle, you definitely want to start using those F keys, rearranging people in the score screen. And that way you always know where your F keys are going to go to which role.
Yeah.
And then you can keep tabs on everybody else while you're doing that boring thing where you walk back to lane or walk back to your jungle.
Be the babysitter. There you go. Peanut comes in onto Duke. It's a 2v1. Smeb a little bit low, but Duke in big trouble. Gets a two-man knockup. Flashes away with the W. Can they catch him? Can they get first blood? They're diving for it. Duke, no, they can't quite get him. Peanut takes some turret hits, and Duke makes it out. Uh-oh, here comes Blank. They see him with the ward, though, so ROX Tigers going to be able to escape this one.
And Blank intelligently not going in. Had they overcommitted just a little bit more, it may have been possible, but Faker was not in the mid lane at the time. Kuro already on the roam. They got away from that situation, and that's all you could ask for.
And that was also Blank respecting the fact that Corki had just picked up the package for the first time after 8 minutes in the game, so it spawned, was able to respond first.
Hello.
Wow, Smeb going in onto Bang. A little bit of trouble there. Bang could go down. He does. Smeb picks up the first blood off of that teleport. Here comes Gorilla onto Wolf, though. He's on his own. No AD carry to help him. Here comes Blank. I don't know. Okay, they've got Faker there, too. He's okay.
So let's talk about that play. They saw Duke TP back into the bottom side after they had poked him out.
Right.
Instantaneous decision by Smeb. Bray had just gotten back into lane with the Sheen. 2 Sheens in that lane. Great teleport play. Excellently done by the ROX Tigers.
This is what teams are doing. They're delaying the first back from the AD carries, and they're making a play instantly after the first shot. Shop came in from Ezreal. Smeb in the top lane. They also effectively lane swap because they're going to push the top turret. And laning phase suddenly ends completely off the back of an excellent decisive call from ROX.
And that's what's so good about League of Legends at this level. You can see SKTelecom right now going back, taking the dragon. They know they committed to top side. Peanut was down in bottom protecting the turret. But how fast these teams can make these decisions. All right, so we failed in that bottom side. As soon as they see the teleport, everybody had already recalled. Prey was in position, and they just pulled the trigger immediately on the gank. And now we have an early lead for the ROX Tigers, but SKTelecom at least trading objectives for it.
And this is big also for Smeb particularly, because one of the biggest powers of this top lane tank Echo is chase power and kill pressure in an extended lane when turrets are down. He has a defensive turret, a top turret to farm under, and if ever there's multiple members in top, Echo will chase you down and kill you, especially with Iceborne Gauntlet and the Swiftness Boots Rush, so the kill pressure onto Duke. Duke has to be so careful if he ever extends up top lane.
Yeah, very true. Bang and Wolf trying to put some pressure on the bot lane now, trying to push back a bit after losing that early kill over the ROX Tigers. And what a great start for Smeb. Dude, that's exactly what they need him to do on that Echo. Get the early kills, get big, be a carry. Faker, though, pressuring that mid lane, pokes Kuro out.
This is what Faker does.
Yeah.
This mid lane just constantly chunking you out. They're going to take that Rift Herald.
Might be a contest here.
Maybe. Here comes Blank. Duke coming from the top. Peanut and Smeb on the run. Faker is there, though. Nice knockup from Duke. Peanut in trouble, trying to back away. Looks like they're going to make it out with the Cocoon. SKTelecom not wanting to take that Rift Herald. A little bit too dangerous to go for that. Content with just having it reset.
Yeah, that was dangerous, especially because Kuro had already recalled. So
yeah,
had a man advantage in this top side of the map. There was no TP onto the Corki, so no way to really effectively respond to that aggression. And ROX Tigers escaped, but they are penalized with a flash.
That's right.
Happy to keep the 2v2 laning going in bottom. First shot, Mana Moon into Sheen. Just charging that up in the 2v2. That's why they don't really want to go for the turret trades, because if you do these dual turret trades, suddenly you have both Corki and Ezreal looking for a short lane to farm in.
Meanwhile, battle over the pink wards up in top. Smeb's going to win that one.
Yeah, Peanut just waiting in the top side to see if they were going to overcommit to that defense, but they don't.
Yeah, still waiting.
Duke wisely backs off. Didn't know Peanut was there in the top side.
SKT's been trying to play this as carefully as they've been able to. They've lost 1 kill already, so seems like we're going to see a really passive play from SKTelecom.
But by denying that vision, they deny Duke's ability to farm, so
yeah,
perhaps Smeb will start to acquire a pressure or farm advantage in that top side. As a result, Kuro is doing his blue buff all by his lonesome.
Game plan here is for Smeb to create as much pressure. You can overextend because Echo is so slippery. Already has plenty of cooldown reduction and movement speed to overextend in top. And just extend the laning phase till we see 2 items on the Ezreal. And then all the options are open to ROX Tigers. The playbook will be wide open.
Thought they could maybe collapse on the Peanut there, and they may be able to after all. There's Repel. Where's he going to go? Tries to go out the back way. Doesn't make it out. Brombelt helps Faker secure that one. SKTelecom strikes back with their first pick of the game.
And they thought they would be able to collapse onto Wolf right there, but remember, Peanut already used his flash. They couldn't make much of it. Now Faker double buffed in the mid lane. Blank there, just covering his support's retreat out of the enemy jungle.
Could be a problem for Kuro, that's for sure. Oh, interrupted, Bang in trouble, true shot barrage, blocked by Wolf though, nice reaction. He knew that was coming in. That could have been really bad for Bang if Wolf hadn't been there with the shield.
And you just see SKT rewarded for leaving support for last pick. ROX Tigers, first 3 picks, Echo, Elise, Alistar. Could be a pick comp, could basically pivot in any direction. They only committed to the double AD in the last round, and SKT, so rarely are you rewarded for leaving support for last pick, but they saw the ambiguity, they left themselves the option, and the Brom pick in full display.
Yeah, that's right. Now trying to collapse onto Duke as W fades, Cocoon misses. Duke loading up that ultimate, gonna try to knock Smeb away. Knocks Peanut away instead, so it's just Smeb versus Duke. And is that enough damage? A flash, no turret for Duke to protect him. Gonna try to push Smeb back. Smeb chasing it so hard to get away from this Echo now. Duke's still alive for the moment. Faker comes in with the Emperor's Divine. It's not enough though. And Smeb trying to get away. You're not escaping from this one, buddy. Turret helps pick up the kill. I don't know, Smeb can't get the execute. There we go, Faker picks that one up in the end via the turret.
But look what you get here. Kuro's gonna get lane pressure. Faker, of course, didn't have teleport, used both summoners. Unsuccessful in keeping alive his allies, so really good play from ROX Tigers.
Right, 1 for 1, but the pressure advantage definitely over to ROX. But every time we've seen ROX strike, SKT at least gets something back for it. And it was a near save. Faker came in with the summoner heal and nearly made that work, nearly got Duke out of that bind.
Very, very close.
It's the ROX Tigers you see so often. It's not Smeb emergency lurking around a losing mid, a losing bot lane. It's Smeb with lane and kill pressure of his own, and now SKT have to continue to react to the top lane because the matchup's only going to get better for Smeb.
Yeah. The ROX Tigers zeroing in on that bot lane. They're going to maybe die, but no, Wolf and Bang backing away. They've got Blank there too, but I don't know if they can save this bottom turret. Nope. Looks like it's gone.
And they don't care. They're just creating a zone right now. There is no pressure in the mid and the top side, so ROX is able to commit 3 members all the way down to the bottom lane, pick up yet another turret.
Very smooth.
And this has been the ROX Tigers we're used to. Really pressing forward in these lanes, playing around the side minion waves to either threaten dives and take an objective, or just take the dive itself, getting kills and those objectives. They have really been excellent at that, and here we go.
Faker could be in trouble going over the wall to try to escape. Kuro may chase. Blank is right there, though. They're going to flash. Peanut goes in. Flash Cocoon. Faker pushing people back with the Emperor's Divide. Blank ults with that Graves. That's going to push the ROX Tigers away for the moment. Oh! Two-shot barrage. Not quite a direct hit.
Looking for this one, not going to find it with the parallel convergence.
But this is all a bonus, Monty. Look at the lane pressure. They just got bottom turret. They can all rotate to mid. Faker's chunked out. Blank's chunked out. That's 3 outer turrets instantly down for ROX.
And this is more like we expected from the ROX Tigers coming into this one. They've got a tiny lead. SKTelecom again in the position where they need to respond.
It's crazy how game 2 so echoes our thoughts just thinking about this series. ROX Tigers with lane pressure for Smeb will look like a completely different team than when Smeb is held down. He was so well held down by Blank in game 1.
SKT not too far behind in gold, especially with the 3 turrets for 0, but these item power spikes coming in from the ROX Tigers, the triple sheens that they've managed to acquire make them quite bursty here in the mid game. However, SKTelecom going to get another dragon uncontested as ROX had to recall after taking that turret. They will trade it up for a Rift Herald.
Yep, SKT going up to 2 dragons. ROX Tigers going to get a little bit more lane pressure power with this Rift Herald buff. SKTelecom, though, looks like they're in position to take their first turn of the game. Maybe.
Prey's going to be there. Prey does not have True Shot Barrage.
Yeah, Gorilla there as well. And they're just trying to poke away at it. Gorilla with the big pulverize. Two-shot Bravo. Nice block from Wolf. Great reaction. That will be turret number 1 for SKTelecom. Bravo used after the slow into Gorilla. They're going to get the stun. Gorilla with the ultimate. He's so tanky. Teleports coming in for SKTelecom. Will we see a fight? Nope. Everybody backing off for the moment.
Up 2 cancels.
Yep, that's right.
On
Duke
that
just
one.
going to red buff instead.
With those teleports being cancelled, the advantage extends for ROX. Already Smeb has lane pressure. The only way that anyone can react is people without teleport. Faker, for example, like in the last situation. So ROX still have the aggressive advantage, even though both teleports are down.
Yeah, the big difference this time is Prey has been relatively unhindered.
He's got his items at 20 minutes, so that's a good spot.
Yeah,
on his Ezreal early, and going into the late game, the poke is going to be pretty brutal from SKTelecom. They're going to need to be able to flank with this Poppy to engage, or take the risk of the Azir going in first, which isn't so easy these days.
Not really. Faker and Coca, though, the ones definitely best at it. Smeb takes the Duke ultimate. He'll just back off, though. No real danger. Duke just trying to push him out of lane for the moment.
Didn't have to trade ult for ult, though, so still a healthy little win there for Smeb. Kuro and the rest of the ROX Tigers looking like they're going to be hitting a much more even power spike this game once Prey gets that Muramana up and we start seeing them trend towards 3 or 4 items where their poke really starts to get scary.
Really different build from Peanut. We usually see him go full AP with Rylai's second. No sign of Rylai's this game.
Yeah, tanky leads. SKTelecom, though, finds an opening to grab that mid lane turret. Whoa, what happened there?
Coming.
I guess so. ROX Tigers going to try to fight this. Here comes Gorilla. Peanut didn't connect with the cocoon, but Smeb on to Bang immediately. Bang flashes, Smeb pursuing. Meanwhile, the ROX Tigers coming from behind. Bang going to turn around with the culling. Unloaded the ROX Tigers, but Prey there with the damage on the Ezreal. Flashes back over the wall, and there's a kill for the ROX Tigers onto Wolf. They're going to keep chasing. Baker bending around the corner there. And Blank somehow escaping from that fight. ROX Tigers, though, getting the win.
Yeah, they can't. Are they thinking about Baron
right now?
Thinking
about it, Monty.
That is an early Baron.
Triple Sheen items. They have a lot of Baron damage.
It's going to be a lot of damage, but SKTelecom is still healthy. They don't have Wolf, but everybody else except for Bang is there. They're going to go for it. Baker looking to make a big play. Duke going in with the W. Can they steal it? No! ROX Tigers gets it, and they're going to get Duke too.
What a great knowledge of their limits. They knew all of the ultimates were on cooldown right there from SKT. There wasn't a chance to do enough damage to contest as fast as they could take that Baron. They took a look at the mid lane. They realized the minion wave was just not there, but they could do the Baron instead. Watch Smeb's ult right here, by the way.
But this is ROX Tigers playing at their best. They came into that fight from every flank. How often have we seen this? We remember Gorilla's cannon and flank missions in previous seasons. They get the 1 kill. Then you again look at the items. They hit their timings on time this game. Double Iceborne Gauntlet and Trinity Force. 21-minute Baron. Definitely not a bridge too far. Bang completely out of the fight. They knew how much damage they'd taken, the ults were down, and how much they could put out. Well calculated and a big advantage to ROX.
Yeah, ROX Tigers now with about 2,000 gold lead. They've got that Baron buff now. How much can they get with it?
But it's worse than that, Doa, because they're on this double 80 carry, this poke composition, and they have a split push advantage with Smeb's Echo, and they have the Baron buff. So it's going to be really difficult for SKTelecom to stop their inner ring of turrets from going down.
The only person with true wave clear is going to be the Lucian. Azir now, the matching resist on the minions makes it very difficult for him to push out lanes. The pressure is so high.
Faker going for a play. He gets Prey. Oh, he gets the kill. Bang picks it up. Nice engage from Faker. Meanwhile,
how many times have we seen this from Faker's Azir this season?
Yeah.
How many times have we seen it? He got praised several times the last time they played, actually. So he's got to be careful.
Smeb trying to escape. Gorilla Peanut right there too. Faker half health. Hard to participate in the fight. Nice pick on to Blank. He survives somehow. Nice Braum ultimate from Wolf. Comes in. SKT trying to turn around. Smeb re-engages with his ultimate. There's a kill on to Bang. Meanwhile, Echo does go down. ROX Tigers backing off, and they are in a bad spot. Faker with the kill there, and now it's trying to go spider hunting. Peanut trying to escape, but there's Duke slamming him against the wall. Wolf with the Q, and that spider, they flash. They get the flash from Wolf in return. Peanut trying to get away. Duke, dodge, doesn't matter. A kill for SKT. Peanut laughing that one off, man. He gave it his best shot, but that's no laughing matter for the team as a whole. SKT looking good now. That was against the Baron buff.
And that was all Faker with the solo play to get a pick, and ROX didn't need to do any of this. They could have gone in different directions, backed away. 4v5 at the best of times, completely unnecessary.
We saw this too. They took that unnecessary fight in game number 1. They're looking like they're over-committing just a little bit to some of these skirmishes when they don't have their items, or in a 4v5. They thought they could do something because Faker's ultimate was down, that Blank would not be as protected, and he escaped with just a tiny amount of health. But again, going back to the last time these two teams faced, we saw Prey sort of getting caught out against the Azir. And the reality is, when you are playing against Faker's Azir, you cannot be alone next to him because he will kill you. He creates picks by himself, and he's been doing that all season.
Oh yeah. It's funny seeing Blank come in at the end of that fight just to auto Gorilla once to get that assist. SKT going for the third Dragon. ROX Tigers want to fight it. That's right, Smeb coming from behind. Dragon taken by SKT, trying to disengage. Nice pulverize. Comes in from Gorilla. Echo with the first kill already. SKT, can they turn it around? Over the wall comes Smeb onto Blank, trying to pick up that kill onto the Graves. It's a 1v1 on the right side. Duke a little bit low. Gorilla comes in, helps and pick that one up. Prey with one. And now SKT in trouble. Smeb ults away though. And Blank, how does he live? Sub 50 health again.
He was so bold right there. He even took an auto attack right on the edge of the parallel convergence right there, right after he escaped. I was so surprised he actually decided to take that. Let's take a look at this fight though.
You see the power of a team with all this. Power spikes being hit, the early items being spiked. This is a true 5v5. We saw the 4v5. This is the reality of the 5v5. Even with an excellent use of the Unbreakable, there's nothing that Braum can do. And the chase is true from Smeb on the one side. Thought he would get the kill, but the tankiness from the more Malmortius enough. But it's on the left side, where again, you're seeing both damage dealers, Bang and Blank, focus on one member, almost get the result. That's the reality of the tank Echo.
Beautiful kiting by Blank right there. Excellent mechanics.
Blank is looking so good today overall. Really good 2 games. Gorilla a little bit in trouble here. Nice damage from Kuro coming in, man.
They lose the fight, but they keep their turret up, and the hope of the 5th Dragon is still alive. So, I mean, you take a look at how this game is unfolding. That Baron didn't get them a whole lot, only a 3K advantage because they overcommitted.
But think of what the Baron would have got them if not for Faker's solo play on killing Ezreal. That would have, a different team would have just backed away for a minute, pushed up their lanes, and come back with the respawned Ezreal. ROX got over aggressive. More gold went over to SKT. And there should never be only a 3,000 gold lead. When we saw when the Baron buff was working as intended, Corki free took a turret in a turret and bot. Ezreal was pushing up in mid. That should have been the game-winning Baron power play, but it was denied solely from Faker.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully done. I do have to say that I do think that the itemization that we're seeing here from the Elise is quite good, because it's not a peanut itemization, but when you have 3 champions that are affected by attack speed, like SKTelecom have, getting that Randuin's into the back line can prove absolutely crucial, and you can repel over the Azir ult to do it.
And the Duke getting the bot lane tier 2. SKTelecom, they were picking that top brush as well. They knew Smeb was there. Looks like ROX Tigers going to respond to the tier 2 of their own in the mid lane. Turret's traded, but look at this. Duke doing a lot of damage to the spot lane inhibitor turret, and he's the one with the teleport. Smeb doesn't have it.
That's why they couldn't really answer right there as long as they wanted to put the pressure down. Still a favorable trade for SKT from behind.
Yeah, ROX looking good. Very powerful as a 5-man unit, but they didn't have the flexibility to send Smeb poppy hunting in an extended lane, just chase her down and do damage. So the result was just a trade of turrets.
The thing to consider here, too, is that SKTelecom is sitting on 3 dragons to 0 right now. And if they can continue somehow picking those up, that's going to be something that ROX Tigers need to be really worried about in the late game.
Absolutely. This next dragon is quite crucial.
Oh, yeah. SKTelecom is trying to play it safe for the moment. Gorilla positioning, posturing to look scary. Doesn't take much. He's on Alistar.
Faker's standing in a ward. He thinks he's in a position to make another tricky Azir set play. Teleport coming in.
That's right, here comes
Bang.
Smeb. Bang could be in trouble. Parallel convergence gets a couple stuns. The package has been delivered. Girl backing away immediately though. Faker with the Emperor's Divide off and on his own, a little bit trapped. And SKT losing this fight handily. They were ready for Faker. They were ready for Wolf. And now ROX Tigers, they're going to go for this Baron again.
Faker's still in
Maybe.
base. They're looking to peel off. No
Oh,
vision.
Duke completely caught in the 1v5. And now that's going to make that Baron a whole lot safer.
They're gonna come in off of this one. Duke already having used his teleport, and Smeb just got the drop on them right there, set up that parallel convergence to the phase dive. He did only catch Wolf out with the stun, but that was enough.
And the ward coverage from ROX Tigers was atypical. They had an excellent ward spotting out Faker and the deepest of wards for the flank play from Smed. Beautiful to see, and they rewarded with a second Baron. This time, they need to respect Faker and otherwise push up their lanes, because this is the Baron buff where they expect, at minimum, an inhibitor down.
Well,
That's what they're hoping.
You need to keep the Ezreal and the Corki together this time. That was the big mistake. If you want to split with this, split 4-1. Don't split 1-3-1. That is a mistake. I honestly thought they would have learned that the last time they played against SKTelecom, because this exact situation happened with Prem.
Well, they maybe just wanted to try it out. They're like, oh, yep, we still lose. So I guess we should change it.
Faker can still make game-changing plays one-on-one with this Azir. All right,
gotta be careful.
And itemization, staying true. We talked about the power of Randuin's against specifically the Azir and then the double AD on the side of SKT. Now we see Smeb joining in as well. Not a typical purchase from an Echo, but this front line can just dive at basically the Azir and the AD carries kiting back and take an insane amount of damage.
That's right. Sand Soldiers poking Gorilla.
You don't poke a gorilla.
No,
it makes them very angry.
That's usually a very dangerous thing to do. We've seen it too. We've seen that. Oh, Duke over the wall here, trying to protect that Disc of the Sun, the Azir turret.
Good timing for the...
Oh, Gorilla. Yep, needs to pop that ultimate. Parallel convergence goes down. Here comes SKTelecom. They may have found their opportunity here. Duke with that W up. No charges. Faker comes in with the Emperor's Divide. Oh, that's a lot of damage from Prey, though. True shot barrage misses. Blank having to flash back over the wall, though. SKT backing away. That's right. Prey's not done quite yet. Peanut diving deep. And here comes Kuro from the side. A kill on the Wolf already. And the ROX Tigers win yet another fight, pulling to 7,000 gold ahead, and this right here could be their inhibitor.
Prey's accuracy on his first round of spells, we'll see it in the replay, was insane. Hit all 3 spells onto the 3/4 health Faker, chunked him out. That's what got them the pressure. They continue to dive. Excellent shot calling from ROX Tigers. And we talked about Prey's Ezreal, wondering why we're seeing not really a meta AD. Only Bang was really playing it in the second half of the season. Prey is one of the world's legacy Ezreal players. He is a wonderful Ezreal, and it was on full display.
He's one of the best. And now SKT wondering if they've caught Smeb, but nope, pretty hard to catch that Echo.
Dragon will be taken. My favorite part about that team fight was actually Prey waiting to go over the wall with the Arcane Shift until Peanut got the flank angle on them, and he was sure that there would be a body to block him while he just continued to proc the Iceborne Gauntlet. Just great situational awareness of his teammate.
Ezreal play looks so much more impressive when he's not summoning us at level 1 and watching all his lanes lose.
It certainly helps a little bit, doesn't it?
But I just love the way they played the Ezreal. And remember, they forced the 2v2. That's fine for Ezreal. He only loses out after the first shot. And then after the first shot, comes back in like an instant call of the teleport from Smeb. They get the turret, then they swap back to 2v2. They got over any sort of scaling hump with this Ezreal. And now the Ezreal, 4 items in, is a fierce team fighter.
And even at the end of that too, Smeb just using his ultimate to come right back in to help his team push right there. And Smeb, we've seen him get some damage down from those ults. We've seen him reposition very well, but a lot of it's just been getting out back on the map and just to help support his team in those pressure situations where you need to take that objective and follow up.
Pretty much. Oh, nearly catching Faker on the end of that parallel convergence.
4-1 is what you requested. 4-1 is what you get.
That's right.
Not taking advantage of the top side at all. It's just going to be this push through the middle. They already have inhibitor down in the mid lane.
Yep, pushing towards the spot lane now. SKT in dire straits here in game number 2. Smeb pushing in the mid lane. Getting those super minions up to the Nexus turrets. And what can SKTelecom do? I mean, they can't really siege anymore. They have our time fighting. They're going to need to make some plays. Smep tries to come in. Speaking of making plays, Gorilla with a big engage. That's going to push SKT back. Duke doesn't hit anyone with the Poppy ultimate. And a lot of damage taken by that inhibitor turret.
Smep will teleport back. Remember, he can either ult back into lane or teleport in. See the Graves ult using, all it does is cancel the teleport.
Yeah. Will cancel the recall, and that's going to make it take longer for Smep to get back with the teleport.
Yeah, cancel the recall, my apologies.
Or his ultimate, you can use that too.
Has teleport available and home guards, doesn't ult back into lane.
Nope. And he's TPing now. Coming in, there's the inhibitor turret, and SKTelecom just looks like they're lost. They can't stop ROX Tigers right now.
It's definitely better to use the TP in that situation. If you ult back into that lane, you don't have the same angle onto the turret. You can't make that minion invulnerable as you come in. And if for some reason things go wrong on that siege, because it's just about that objective, you need that ultimate to be able to just make sure you get back out.
I mean, Tank Echo's teamfight presence is running at the enemy threats, occupying their time, doing decent base damages, then ulting out. So without the ult, the flexibility of the teamfight was completely gone for ROX Tigers.
Now it's time for the third inhibitor in SKTelecom's base. Mid is gone, bottom is gone.
Super minions pushing in mid.
Smep goes back in. Smep taking a lot of damage, has to back away. Duke ultimate throws Alistar out of the fight. And ROX Tigers going to take that as a cue to take a bit of a breather.
They have 2 inhibs down, a minute and a half till Baron. Play the safe game, just go back, make sure you can set up that 4-1 split again. The mid inhibitor should be coming up soon.
It's a power of Echo we've never really considered, but the fact that he can, again, be the zoning tank, go in the front, get a bit of damage, zone, teleport back into lane, and then have the flexibility to do that again with the ultimate. The sieges just never stop. If you have the double AD and Echo, you can just continue to have a body that can soak forever, and you chip down the turrets just safer than any other tank will be able to do.
Right. Another red buff for Kuro. As the ROX Tigers get back in position to try to close this one out. It's gone certainly a bit longer than game number 1, but it's been pretty clean.
Well, both sides have played well.
That's right.
That's the thing. And really, you have to look at Smep as the reason why the ROX Tigers are winning this game, and just using that teleport play in the early game beautifully to start snowballing, really start to chip away at the turrets.
Oh, speaking of Smep, maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Goes back with the ultimate, trying to survive, but bang, picks up the kill anyway. Takes a lot of damage though. Kuro in an awkward spot. Faker though, right there, trying to make a play onto Peanut. ROX Tigers, what is going on? Peanut trying to delay with that repel. Nope, Faker with the kill there.
Baron buffs
Baron in 3 seconds. Uh-oh, SKT with an opportunity here. Can they get this Baron?
A lot of poke from Prey.
Faker's ult is still up. They have to stay at range.
That's right. They can win this fight going in onto Gorilla now. Gorilla with the ultimate tries to go for that, but Pulverize actually. They knock Prey away.
Oh, no.
Look at that! Prey with the double kill somehow, some way. And Kuro and Gorilla, they're going to try to turn it around. Duke stuck. Gets knocked up, gonna flash over the wall, Duke, and that's another kill for Kuro. How did they do that?
Duke ulted Prey next to Faker.
But the instant
that is not what you want to do.
King EQ to kill Faker was insane. Once again, it's his Ezreal play. That's been on point, and you can see Faker, he is angry.
2-shot barrage, not enough to kill Wolf, but that may be enough to end the game. We will see. They could just kill the inhibitor and back away. How safe do the ROX Tigers want to do it? I think they want to close this one out right now.
Smep almost has his TP.
Still, all the wave clear except for Banger's Head. He can't walk up. Gorilla's still there.
There goes one Nexus turret. The other Nexus turret taking a lot of damage. Gorilla low. No ult. Doesn't matter. There goes the Nexus. And the ROX Tigers will tie this series up.
The first time in the history of the LCK we are not going to see a 3-0, Doa. It's all tied up.
Well, we've seen some pretty tight finals matches, but
not since the league system was introduced.
True. That is true.
At the end of 2014. So the first time it will not be an SKTelecom 3-0.
Wow. So that is the first game that SKTelecom has lost in a finals since like 2014 or something like that. Wow. That's incredible. ROX Tigers playing like we knew they could. And this is going to be a great series.
You can see why they make plans and make plays around trying to get the Ezreal to work, because when he actually keeps the item timings up, we saw during the season some solo queue play of Prey on Ezreal, like, oh, his Ezreal mechanics are still good.
Right.
They were outstanding this game.
Yeah. Really wonderful.
Gonna have to go back and look at that one again to see more Duke.
There he is.
Yep, there's Zadoria. What's his power level, man? Looks like it's about 60,000 right now. That's not bad. 160,000, that's even better. That's even better. And now, guys, we've got a series on our hands. Both teams played really well in game number 2.
Yeah, without that hiccup, we did see much more of the back and forth style of play that we expected throughout this series. SKTelecom, though, scary, nearly coming back on a couple of occasions, and the ROX Tigers perhaps giving up a little more than they should have as they tried to snowball that game.
Well, we came into this one knowing that it was going to probably be a close series, maybe the closest series we've seen in Korea in quite a while. And after this game, I think it's shaping up to be exactly that. This one could go the distance. We could see game 5.
Absolutely. Exciting times. ROX, they stick to their guns. Yep. The Ezreal Corki, they do it again.
We'll be back with game 3, guys. Don't go anywhere.
We are high. I'm in love. We are high. Small town American life. We are far. We'll never give up. 'Cause where we're from, God is on our side. Little lights in the sky tonight. Each side is a paradise with you. Don't worry, baby, don't you cry. As long as we keep getting high, keep burning like we're never gonna die. Fire, baby, love. Fire, baby, love. We are high.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and guess what? Today, the weekly LCK will be live here in the arena with Tangun instead of being pre-recorded and pre-scripted. Today, here in the Olympic Stadium, there are about 7,000 audiences here with us. And the air has been really bad today, a lot of microscopic dust in the air, but regardless, a lot of people showed up. And I'm actually very nervous because I've never spoken in front of many people before. Now let's get right to the news. First of all, now the biggest finals here today. All the players showed up to do the opening ceremony of the finals. A lot of people were really surprised to see Score and Mad Life in the front of the trophy, but it's not a finals between SKT and CJ. This is not season 1 or 2. We did this in order to replicate the opening of LCK that we normally have in the videos. And Mad Life and Score, apart from them, there are a lot of other players that have been preparing for the next season that showed up together with us here today, and I think that's why it was so meaningful. A lot of people may have thought, maybe this would have been better if this were the finals, but yeah, and me personally, I also wanted to be in the opening, but I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to participate. Is Mad Life and Score here in the studio? Can the cameras show them? I want to say hi to them. Oh, there they are. There we see Shy and Mad Life on camera. Well, he could have gone home after doing the opening, but he's warming the seat right there. He looks like a legend. Wait for us, please. There we have it. Super cute. And here in LCK Spring, there are things that we haven't shown before, something completely new. And this is the first time we are broadcasting in virtual reality, in VR, here in the studio today, with 360-degree vision. And here is Isul Kwan, an announcer for OGN. Together with her is Eunjung Cho, another announcer. Can you give us a dance?
아, 예.
There we go.
진짜 볼품없네요. 예, 아무튼
It's
여러분들
garbage.
현장
Doesn't sound good.
생생한 현장 함께 하고 싶으신 분들은 지금 바로 VR로
Now, anyone that wants to experience being in the arena with us, please participate in the VR broadcast.
사실은 여러분들이 현장에 함께 하고 있는 관객분들의 어떤 응원 소리, 또 현장
The fans here have been super loud, and that's one of the best things about being here. And a lot of people make the plackets and the banners, but a lot of people have also been disappointed that their banners and their things that have not been shown on camera. But today we're going to give you the opportunity, so please let them over your heads so that we can look at them with the camera. So some people are looking quite disinterested, and there are some good ones over there, some drawings I see. For the Poro. Hopefully you can draw better next time. Too bad. Moving on. Actually in the finals, these cheer pulls, these banners are usually... Oh, there we go. We have a good one. That's Dodoria from Dragon Ball Z representing Prey. We have some more cheer pulls for ROX. Victory is for SKT. Duke is here to win. And here we have ROX will lose, win, win, win. Reverse sweep. Feels a little weird, I guess. Anyways, moving on. I think this is it for me here today, and I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys. And please continue to cheer for us. Since it's a 1-1, we don't know. We can't tell who is going to be able to win the series. And I'm gonna be cheering on for you guys as well. So keep the voice loud here in the arena. This was Downgun with Weekly LCK. I will see you next season. We're gonna throw it over to some more filler videos of ROX Tigers. Do not turn off your tab.
제가 이제 메인 보컬인데 다음에 한번 하겠습니다.
와, 뭐야? 거의 그냥 가수인데 우리. 너무 감성 발라드야 다. 나만 신난단 말이야 이거. 나 뭔데? 본능적으로. 이게 뛰어나. 야 애국가로 눈물 뽑겨. 아 근데 솔직히 애국가 좀 오버지 않아? 아니지. 이거 그냥 반항 아니야 거의?
아 어떡해. 잠깐만요. 한 번만 더 들어볼 수 있을까요? 요즘 너무나 네가 낯설게 느껴져.
프로게이머는 게임만 잘하면 돼.
고칠게 다 고칠게 제발 내게 다시 돌아와줘요.
제가 노래 볼 때 감정 보거든요.
살아가는 게
외려 두려워 시간이 내 맘까지 앗아갈까.
우리 기업들이 한테 잘한다. 저 친구가 평상시에도 애국심이 좀 투철해요.
새로나 즐거우나 나라 사랑하세. 저희 팀에서 노래 제일 잘하고 자타공인 뭐 저희 팀 가수인데요.
내가 택했던 그녀를 난 믿겠어.
경호 오빠 미쳐 진짜. 끝났나요?
아 힘들어.
안녕하세요 여러분, 호딘입니다. 여러분 아까 내가 진짜 좋은 노래 듣고 여러분 들려주려고 하나 가져왔거든요. 여러분 한번 들어보죠. 거짓말.
거짓말. 이젠 밤비가 내려와 널 데려와 젖은 기억 끝에 뒤척여놔. 너 없이 잘 살 수 있다고 다짐해봐도 어쩔 수 없다고.
없는 내게 웃음이 보이지 않아. 눈물조차 보이지 않아. 더는 살고 싶지 않아.
Sorry but I love you 다 거짓말. 이야 몰랐어 이제야 알았어 네가 필요해. Sorry but I love you 나를 떠나. 천천히 잊어줄래 내가 아파할 수 있게. 내 위에서 불러왔던 내 모든 걸 다 바친 노래.
사람들은 모르겠죠.
나 혼자 그 아무도 몰래. 그래 내가 했던 말은 거짓말. 홀로 남겨진 외톨이 그 속에 헤매는 내 꼬리. 주머니 속에 고기 접어둔 이별을 향한 쪽지.
아직도 너를 못 잊어. 아니 평생을 가도 죽어서까지도
내가 준 상처 아물었는지 미안해. 아무것도 해준 게 없는 나라. I'm so sorry but I love you 다 거짓말. 네가 몰랐어 이제야 알았어 네가 필요해. Sorry but I love you 나를 떠나. 천천히 잊어줄래 내가 아파할 수 있게.
너무 설렌다. 어떡해 이거. 너무 설레. 넌 뭐냐? 와. 그 감성이 나오냐 너? 거의 연습 때 넣었는데.
노래방에서 이렇게 프로해 보이잖아.
야 네가 해봐 여기 와서.
악수 한 번만 해주세요.
원한 소리인 줄 알았어.
앞으로 카메라 이러고 있으면 앞으로 더 가고. 카메라 얼굴 보고.
천천히 잊어줄래 내가 아파할 수 있게.
And welcome back to the Champion Spring Grand Finals. Prey getting the MVP, and who knew? He was a literal rap god.
Yeah, he is
true.
a rap god.
It's true. You can spam it in Twitch chat all you want now because it's actually true.
Guys, I never knew I wanted this, but I want it more. Auto-tuned Peanut is real.
Yeah. I can't get enough.
Speaking of can't getting enough, the Prey, the Ezreal picking game 1, we scratched our head. Game 2, they went through it again after game 1 going so poorly and we scratched our head. But if you get Prey through laning phase, with the higher pressure from the jungle with the Elise pick, with Smev running rampant on the Echo, some of these team fights with Prey were poetry in motion.
Yeah, kept up even in the laning phase this time around, wasn't hindered by a level 1 mistake. So you catch out Duke right here, leading to another Baron attempt, and eyes on Prey here, dealing with Blanket. He waits very patiently for Peanut. Watch him wait for the flank there, making sure Peanut is around, able to flash repel right there and get into the mix. And this fight right here, watch Prey again. He gets knocked back. And Faker, mother Fakers act like they forgot about Prey, but you can't forget the rap god.
Nope.
Especially when he's ulted right next to you by Poppy.
That's Prey, the rap god's gonna come for you every time. He's gonna put a cap in your bird. Well, ROX Tigers looking pretty happy after that last win, but it's a best of 5, it's a tied up series, and this one could still go either way.
Absolutely.
Time for some rotations first, though.
I love it. In-game rotations, out-of-game rotations. I am very happy.
So ROX Tigers, they didn't change a lot. It was still about Prey, but they got that jungle pressure. Things went a lot better. The level 1 wasn't a disaster, but the results were the proof in the pudding. It was still a ROX Tigers performance. Remember, they still overextended quite a lot. They gave chances to SKT. It felt like SKT in game 1 was more methodical than ROX, but ROX, when they get their starts, they can blow out games, as they've done all season.
That's right. Can they do it in game 3, though? We saw that one fan with the sign that says lose, win, win, win. She made the prediction. I don't know, our predictions were 3-1 ROX Tigers, so that would have to happen if that fan and us are going to be right.
Crazy thing is that separately, we all predicted 3-1 ROX. Even Achilleos, our forecastcaster, made the same prediction. So we're in sync if that counts for anything.
I still feel dirty about it, but after that last game, man, at least I know I might be right, even if it feels so wrong.
It's all right, Doa. Being technically correct is the most important thing.
That's the best correct, huh?
I thought I taught you that.
I've heard that
taught
somewhere
you that
before.
over the years.
You came up with that, huh? Well, I'm really curious to see what the picks and bans are going to be for game number 3. I mean, we've gotten so much information from both sides already in the first couple games in terms of what's working, what's not working. What do you think we're going to see, Papa Smithy?
I mean, the jungle, I think, is the interesting one, just because Graves, the strongest meta jungler for a lot of these junglers, has been on the losing end twice. It feels like having the option to go aggressive, having the ganking jungler, has proved to provide plenty of bounty so far.
Well, the other thing that's interesting is that these teams all picked red side, and we've seen 2 blue side victories so far also. I mean, the Poppy did a lot of work, and of course Smev's Echo did quite a bit of damage in game number 2.
Very odd, very interesting. Maybe the red side is cursed in the grand finals, who knows? We will find out as the coaches come back into the booths and we move closer to picks and bans for game number 3 here in the OGN Champion Spring Grand Finals. A place where pro gamers can be pro gamers, but really it's more about their singing careers.
Well, they got to do something after they retire,
That's right. See, credit to OGN for getting these guys prepared for retirement.
I would watch a big Tigers boy band.
I totally would too. We might get our chance. We'll see. SKT versus ROX Tigers. Picks and bans for game number 3 are underway. And what's the first band going to be? We'll find out as soon as people get in the lobby.
Can't see Echo making it through to picks and bans, specifically to ROX, but even Duke also can find a lot of pressure. And the flex pick nature of Echo makes it a must ban on the red side for ROX Tigers. SKT have shown they can play excellent mid-AP assassin Echo.
Very true. Got to be worried about that. If you're the ROX Tigers, they're going to ban out the Maokai first, though. SKTelecom thinking long and hard about their second ban, going with the Echo.
Themselves, interestingly.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to fish for the Siva. That's a champion that's been banned in the
point.
first 2 games. It's a guaranteed first pick if it's available. Bang and Prey have been playing so much Siva.
The problem with that is they lost with the Azir, which you'd think ROX, especially with the last pick, is going to potentially leave up again. And now the Echo has been banned, which allows ROX the flexibility to ban the more pocket Zillion on the red side. And then Italy has been banned all 3 games for SKTelecom, and they're going to ban the Rise again. So the Sivir can be banned here by the Tigers, I think, relatively safely.
If the Sivir is banned, do you think that would mean like a first pick Graves possibly from SKT? I guess we're about to find out.
Graves' priority has been up there against a different team than ROX, because Kuro has not been a polished Azir player at any point. You would understand an Azir first pick. I just feel like Sivir, if it had been left available, would be the world's safest first pick, because you don't respect ROX Tigers to pick up the Azir, so Poppy makes more sense as a grab.
Yeah, okay. Duke grabs a Poppy. Suppose we shouldn't be surprised about that. 2 picks over to ROX Tigers, and they're going to go for Kindred Alistar almost immediately.
I think this is smart. This has been the same draft as game 1. They just swapped out the Graves for the Kindred. They've realized that they need that early pressure, so we're seeing the decline in priority. Remember, the Kindred was banned by SKT in game number 2, and now they may have to go for the Elise.
And Kindred's just such a powerful pick for Peanut, a farming jungler, and he finds a lot of space to do that, but also the level 3 power spike compared to Graves. He's a guy who wants to be a battle ward, he wants to invade, and Kindred's one of the safest champions to invade, because the moment you tag them with the slow, it's curtains for the enemy jungler.
Yeah, and of course, also that coupling with the Alistar means you have even more dive pressure.
What a weird world we might be in, where the Ezreal takeaway comes through from SKT. And speaking of flex picks, one of Faker's most famous champions is the Ezreal. We haven't seen it this season.
Yes, we have. He played it once.
1 game.
1 game.
All right, Faker may take it. We'll see where it ends up. He leads the pick for Blank. ROX Tigers.
Kuro playing with fire.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Lissandra is going to be what he locks in. We'll see. They might wait, too. They don't need to pick a mid laner just yet. Okay, they will, though. Lissandra getting chosen, Nautilus as well, so that AD carry. We were talking before the show today about the fact that we might see that Jhin from ROX Tigers. Do you think this is going to be the opportunity?
Yes.
Yes, that's the first thing I was going to say before you said it. You see Nautilus, Alistair front line, Lissandra to occupy space, looking like a very safe last lock Jhin. And what a treat that would be to see, because a lot of AD carries, especially in Korea, don't value the Jhin. The one outlier consistently has been Prey.
The Ashe also works here, even though it will be a bit lower damage in the late game. I think the Jhin is going to be a better pick here for the ROX Tigers, but in the mid game, the pick potential when you already have an Alistair and a Kindred to dive is absolutely huge.
We've seen some great Jhin.
Wow!
Whoa, and the Vel'Koz locked in, so that's an AD carry. Ezreal and Faker, and that's Twitch! Prey bringing back the Twitch!
Now there's hyper carries in the backline, and there's the Twitch. This is a champion I have always thought was strong, but the laning phase is so punishing. Guess who doesn't have that punishing and laning phase is Ezreal Tahm Kench. And if you get the breathing room, and with this front line, we could see Prey do some disgusting damage in the backline.
And guess what? We've seen Prey win a championship with Twitch before.
That's right. He's one of the legacy Twitch players, especially. I mean, we recall back to when SKTelecom and Najin Sword faced off against each other in the World Championship all the way back in 2013. That was another big pick at that time. And the Twitch here, like you're saying, Baba Smithy, I love it. And what I love, too, is that it came in after the Vel'Koz. There are very few ways for them to get on top of the Twitch with this composition.
Yeah.
The Tahm Kench and the Vel'Koz were the keys that allowed, it's the combination of Vel'Koz, Ezreal, and Tahm Kench that allowed this Twitch to be picked. Because they have very low threat, they only have to worry about Duke, and they have Alistair, Lissandra, and Nautilus to peel for the Twitch. Not enough engage options. The question is, what can this Twitch do in the late game these days? We never see this champion.
It's not the late game I'm worried about, it's the laning phase. 2v2 has always been Twitch's nightmare. We've seen standard lanes 2 games in a row. Are they confident enough to 2v2 against, admittedly, the Ezreal with not the most powerful laning phase, or will they really be looking for a lane swap?
Well, we'll find out. I can't believe we're seeing it. The Vel'Koz played by Faker, the Twitch brought back once again by Prey. You know, we talked earlier, are we going to see surprise picks today? I guess we are. SKTelecom versus the ROX Tigers, game number 3. Who will take the lead and put themselves 1 game away from a spring victory? Let's get in the game and find out. Well, looks like we've got to pause, guys. I thought I was getting trolled by the Korean casters again. They have been doing that today. It's talking a long time before we get to games, but no. This time we actually do have a pause, so we are back. And we'll see what the issue is. Might be Wolf's computer yet again.
Let's talk about with the draft, though, Joe. Specifically the Vel'Koz and then Twitch. Those are the last 2 locks. They were super interesting. Pretty low pressure coming through.
Never mind. It's time to get in the game. Welcome to another great game of Korean League of Legends, SKT versus the ROX Tigers. A place where the English casters don't know what's going on most of the time.
Confirmed.
That's right. No direction in our ears. We have to wing it. And Faker kind of winging it with the Vel'Koz here, and Prey the surprise Twitch pick, bringing it back. I remember, I feel like we saw this way back in the Najin Sword versus Azubu Frost finals in Champions Winter 2012.
Bit of a surprise pick there too at the time.
It was. Surprising, but very effective.
Interesting to see he's also taking the fervor for battle, not even going for Warlord's Bloodlust.
I definitely thought he would go Warlord's Bloodlust.
And guess what that means, Monty? It means please a lane swap. You really don't want to enter lane, unless you go for a cheese level 2. If you get a very fast level 2, Twitch's level 2 is pretty powerful. But in an extended laning phase with no Warlord's Bloodlust, there's confidence and there's arrogance when it comes to Keystone Masteries. And this seems to teeter towards the side of arrogance.
A little bit.
I have to say, I'm also a bit surprised here. There's so many options for this Lissandra pick. Obviously, Azir does very well. The Azir just not picked this time. Still offering a lot of that poke and that pressure. So the Vel'Koz, something about this pick is something that Faker likes.
If you talk to pros around the scene, they saw Vel'Koz coming into the meta, but that was more as a counter pick for Azir. The Azir matchup was actually one that Vel'Koz famously did very capably and was safe, had good wave clear, had the ability to interrupt the Streamer Shuffle, had so many different options. This is not necessarily a matchup that strikes fear in the opponent's mind just because Lissandra should have all the options. You have to take Cleanse to deal with the CC. Vel'Koz really struggles with gap closers, and there's plenty on the side of the ROX Tigers.
Well, Frey having to play in that 2v2, getting some decent damage off onto Wolf early on. Whoa. Not a bad start for the ROX Tigers bot lane.
It is the 2v2 matchup. Both of them hit level 2, so no big advantage. We'll see if Twitch can get to this laning matchup. It's about as good a matchup as you could hope for when you're not with Twitch.
Yep. Oh, Wolf nearly hitting him with the slow. So he's not really a rat in this one, he's a raccoon. So do we say like raccoon-a-boom or something? I don't know what to do. I think I'm just going to call it spray and pray. How about you guys?
I'm definitely calling it spray.
I'm down for spray and pray.
We're agreed then. Good.
I will never call it by that filthy new name.
Yeah. Same here.
Spray and pray
Fight
forever.
the power, man.
Standard lanes again, it's worth pointing out. Evident with all the trades. Going with standard lanes has been the ROX story, and some bravado about it with the Twitch pick. We saw it struggling in trades just earlier. Let's see if just the natural itemization advantage Twitch will get not opting into tier might help him out against the Ezreal.
Right.
Peanut time. I think we're going to see some aggression. This is the jungle matchup. We have to feel pretty empowered if you're Peanut.
Yeah, I mean, Faker obviously not a lot of mobility on that Vel'Koz. He's got his flash, that's about it. You see a good reason for him to take the cleanse.
Well, you have double teleport, both of them with instant cast CC, and you're the strongest dueling jungler in Kindred. This is the game to go Rambo as Peanut and show us why you earned that Battle Ward name.
Blank invading into the enemy jungle. Peanut and Blank, actually.
Well, you know, I really think that early Graves pick, as we see Blank wrapping around to the top side here, have to be careful with Smeb. He can get denied the hook.
Peanut's also around.
Peanut coming up. Duke, though, jumps onto Smeb. Smeb trying to get to his jungler. Blank is there. Flashed. Cocoon.
Coming in.
They're going to turn around. Back onto Duke again. Teleport. Bringing Kuro into the fray. Duke has to flash out of it. And so, SKTelecom, they trade one flash for a flash and a teleport on the side of ROX Tigers. So coming out a little bit ahead, and Faker getting some time alone in that lane. Not a bad thing either.
And it's extra bad too because Kuro would have really liked to probably use that first teleport to get back into lane to fight some of the poke damage that Faker's going to be putting down. He's out of potions right now, and he didn't really want to commit to a flash W. And pre-6, it was going to be hard, I think, to use that TP effectively.
Wow, Faker really hit with the ease
Oh,
down. Kuro taking a lot of damage. Can he get out? Kuro sticking around, going for the kill. Flash Cocoon, Blank misses, but Faker able to make it out without using a summoner. Kuro had to use his flash. Another big win in the mid lane for SKT.
That is some extreme confidence from Faker.
No
mana. And he knows where Blank is and is going to be able to save him before he actually has to use any of his summoners at all right there, knowing Kuro's cooldowns were up.
Oh, no recall. Really?
We've talked about laners having their jungler as a summoner spell. Literally Blank flashed in, so it ended up being trading the jungler flash for the mid laner's flash. Now that Kuro has no summoners, it's still a good spot for Peanut. He once again has the advantage in dueling, and now Blank doesn't have his flash to get out, so the kill pressure's super high, but with no teleports up, again, it's probably the best that SKT could have hoped for.
Nice quick W from Duke. Lets him slow down the engage from Smeb.
Smeb opting into this matchup.
Gets the CS lead early on, though, too.
You know, it's a little bit surprising to me that I didn't really like the ROX Tigers running like 4 damage threat compositions, but I thought they might kind of go back to that, especially because, at least in lane, Gangplank into Poppy is actually quite good. So you can get a lot of the farm that way and harass the Poppy pretty effectively if you do prioritize, say, a tankier jungle like the Elise instead. But ROX have also just done, you know, Kindred GP, those kind of, ooh, close.
Oh, that Gromp almost got his revenge there.
Those kind of compositions before, which require some extremely careful team fighting to use.
Well, you just think about who ROX Tigers traditionally play around. Prey's pretty low on that tier list. He's usually making the most of scraps. We saw games where Peanut was piling on the kills and Prey was the one giving up his life to facilitate his teammates carrying. They've been very Prey focused today.
Yeah.
Surprising. Then they've been taking away SKT's picks. When we look at that game 1 and they took away the Graves, we talked about how it hasn't been a priority pick for Peanut this season, but it has been for Blank.
Sure.
And I think their thought process coming into this series, well, all right, like if we take this away, what can Blank do? The answer was deliver a very nice game on the Kindred. And so now they've decided that they're going to go more for Peanut's strengths as opposed to taking away Blank's, which worked out at least better in game 2, and up to this point, we're dead even.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, they still have to kind of consider, despite Blank performing really well in the second half of the season, that Peanut is the jungler who's kind of hot right now, and they want to try to play off those advantages, perceived advantages. Blank, though, I got to say today, playing a little bit more aggressively than we've seen him, and it's working out.
Watching the 2v2. Faker's standing in a pink wall. It's bottom lane.
And Gage onto Bang down there. Has to pop that arcade chip to get away. Meanwhile, Wolf flashes in. He's going to grab Prey. Got a mouthful there. Gorilla there to protect his AD carry, though. So no kills, but a lot of heavy trading going on in the bot lane.
Gorilla played that super well, igniting right at the end.
Flash engage again. There's a poison. First blood from Prey. And that is what we expect to see on this Twitch. Wolf gonna take another bite out of the rat, but it's not gonna matter. In fact, he could be in trouble. Has to flash to get out.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Bang just caught completely unawares right there. Didn't get his flash off as the all-in from Prey and Gorilla just netting that first blood. I mean,
that was beautiful.
Gorilla played the whole thing just amazingly well. Ignited right at the end when it looked like there'll be a re-engage. Ezreal has to walk away, scared about tanking aggro. And then just the flash headbutt pulverized. There's a reason Gorilla has played 24 games of Alistar, 19-5 on the season. He is a masterful Alistar player.
Yeah. It's amazing to see him get that champion as much as he does, with all the pressure and picks and bans that the other member of his team put on their opponents. It's a lot. Wow, Faker just burning the laser. Kuro having to back off a little bit. Faker just wanted to go back and buy.
Itemization is a lot greedier for Faker. He's actually being able to go Frost Queen's Claim Rush against the Negatron Cloak, so he will have the gold income advantage and is doing fine and capably in the trades.
Not bad.
And this lane is not very interesting.
Nope, so let's not watch it. Let's go back to the bot lane where fun things happen. Well, not fun for Bang, but fun for us.
I mean, how low down would Twitch versus Ezreal have been for predicted bottom lane matchups in this final?
I know.
I mean, based on historical records of these players playing, obviously Bang, an excellent Ezreal, and Prey, one of the really legendary Twitch players in the world.
Prey and Imp, those are the two, and Imp has been playing Twitch on and off this season, but such a surprise to see it crop up so late in the champion season.
Blank looking for a gank opportunity, doesn't quite find it though. Baker keeping up in CS on this Vel'Koz. SKTelecom able to put a little bit of damage on the bottom lane turret too.
Even though he's the one itemizing for lane, we still do see a CS advantage for Bang, so 2v2 never been Twitch's purview, but what was the story back at Worlds a couple of years ago? Get Blade the Ruined King, roam around, team fight like a god. Nothing's changed in that regard.
Well, Prey's got first blood gold too, so he's doing just fine.
And how scary is that, right? When you go into the stealth and you pop out and there's a Lysandra there or a Nautilus there. Or, you know, one or two of them who are teleporting in while they dive you underneath the turret with the Kindred and the Alistar. I mean, this is scary.
Engage onto Bang, and remember, Bang does have his flash, gets saved by the Tahm Kench anyway, so he doesn't need to use it.
You're right. I mean, there's lanes to gank for, and there's Lissandra Nautilus, as much reliable CC as you could ever hope for.
I was wondering if we were going to see ROX Tigers get the Dragon for the first time here.
Especially against that Vel'Koz being low mobility, so.
Double teleports up, so Peanut can do whatever he wants. This is almost like a no flash, no ghost mid laner against Twisted Fate, because ROX Tigers will be able to react by far the quickest and the most reliable with the instant-cast CC.
Yeah.
As up, casual steal.
Wow, he got that Rift Scuttler. Huh.
Peanut's really sad about that one.
Yeah, that hurts. All right, they're going to try to go in. Kuro having to flash over the wall to escape, though. SKT just seems to be getting these little edges here and there. Rift Scuttler getting the flash, edge on summoners. Tigers with the first blood, but SKTelecom making a lot of plays too. Going in onto Prey, a little bit of damage there. Blank comes down though.
They got baited
Teleport
in.
Everyone's coming.
2 teleports. SKT could be in trouble. They're going to try to go onto Prey, at least capitalize. Blank with a nice execute there. Gorilla with the engage, and there's a nice knockback from Duke to try to save some members of SKT. They're going to turn around Smeb on his own as Gorilla comes back into the fight. 3 against 2. Can they get back to the turret? Cocoon misses, doesn't matter. Bang with the kill there. Now Faker going peanut hunting in his own jungle. Gets the, nearly gets the angle. Peanut gets out, gets in the mid lane though. Can he escape Faker? Flash is trying to get the slow from that Q, can't land it though. Maybe gets an E here, just pops the out. Peanut low, and there's the kill! Barely enough range to pick that one up. Talk about knowing your limits.
Wow, I couldn't believe he flashed for that when he started that play.
He made it work though. He forced that kill like you seldom see forcing kills.
And SKTelecom, their target selection was immaculate. They knew Prey's flash was down. Just a humble rat. He even already used his ambush, so dies first. And then using the ult, the Duke used his ult cleanly onto Gorilla, negated the whole duration of the Alistair ult. He just walks back in and has no relevance in the fight. SKT, target selection, shot calling, great to see.
And now for the 3rd game in a row, SKTelecom gets that first Dragon. It didn't help them a lot in game 2, but this is a very different game. They've got a really nice lead going now. After that,
it's not much of one, honestly. I mean, we're talking about less than 1,000 gold. At least they have the Dragon, but ROX's composition in the late game is going to be absolutely terrifying to deal with if this Twitch gets online and if Prey can set up that nice spray and pray across the members of SKT. And again, SKT lacks engage options with this composition.
They need to find room for lane wards so they can spot the ambush coming in. If the outer turret ring goes down for SKT, the game is just the world's biggest headache because you always need eyes on Prey before you can do anything. You're literally paralyzed in fear, whichever lane you're in. It's basically an Evelyn jungle if the outer turrets go down because you just don't have vision.
Duke in a little bit of trouble, pops a W to try to stay safe. There's the flash. Can they chase him? They're going under. Nice hook from Smeb. That's a kill for the ROX Tigers. Blank and Faker like, nope, we don't want to be in the top lane after all.
Yeah, Kuro already on the roam. Faker a little bit faster there to respond, but just not in time. Duke had his flash up, but was hunted down in the end, and now, just sticking around. They're going for it.
Another hook onto Blank. Blank gonna turn this one right around though. Repelling. Where's he gonna come down? Obviously the same place. And that's gonna be another kill for the ROX Tigers. There was nothing he could do.
That was really silly of Blank right there.
Yeah.
Ezreal.
Two-shot barrage. Here it comes. Smeb casually walks away.
It got pinged. So that play there, they knew Blank didn't have flash underneath the turret. They look at the minion wave. There's just nowhere for him to go. And they make a very silly commitment. So big mistake there by Blank.
Bang, backing away.
Wait for the flash here.
Saved by Wolf. They're trying to go for it. Wolf turned around. He actually used his, or Gorilla used his ultimate rather, for that.
Watch for Prey as Blade up and flash.
I have not seen anyone put pressure on an Ezreal like this in a while in lane. This is impressive stuff. Uh-oh. Prey got licked. I don't know if I'd want to lick a rat, though. That sounds disgusting.
Wasn't Ratlick the name of your punk band in college?
That's right. Ratlick. And our first album was called Spray and Pray, too. What a coincidence. Wow.
So the expected build for the Twitch is the Hurricane second. There's an outside chance of static shift for wave clear, but they have Lissandra, so probably in a good spot. That's when the team fighting really gets going for Prey, but it's in assassination mode for now.
Wow, he's really having a great time, too.
Yeah, last hitting that minion is really doing it for him.
Last hit the minion. That's what I do at home whenever I last hit minions. I'm like, oh yeah, that's 16 gold.
I mean, if you're Thresh with Relic Shield, that is kind of the feeling when you finally do get those cannons.
That is true. Been waiting 3 waves for this. Well, Duke intimidated by Nautilus. I can't blame him.
Looks like they're going to have to give up this turret here.
Yeah, SKT getting the first turret of this game.
Good to see them rotating around the Twitch lane this early. Twitch can't really do much when he sees multiple members enter the lane. ROX entering it with objective in the top side. Still a little while before Dragon spawns.
Yeah, also, Kuro's still waiting on his teleport right there, so even if they had a ward deeper into that lane to try and make another double TP play, wasn't going to be an option right there. So smart pressure from SKTelecom.
What is this? Peanut clearing wards out of the enemy jungle? What? Placing his own wards? Who is this guy?
At least
Where's
he has
Peanut?
Skirmish's Saber.
What have you done with him? Yeah, okay, never mind. We're okay, all right. He's got Skirmish's Saber.
Has Red Smite. All is right with the world.
Yeah, all right. I was worried for a second. Good thing you're looking at the items. Well, they find that pink ward right away. That was not the most long-lived pink ward we've ever seen.
You really see Bang's confidence here, taking Cole on Ezreal in a 2v2.
Yeah.
Not something you see every day.
Especially after dying as well.
Yeah, that it does attest, I think, to Twitch's remaining problems in the laning phase. ROX going to push up here on the bottom side. Bang has moved himself into that top lane, left alone while his jungle and support go on a deep warding mission. Nice. Vision wards going in, and Faker cannot spin back to base.
So team fights are going to be really fascinating. Both these AD carries have those power spikes. They're very slippery in team fights, specifically the Ezreal. Twitch's role in team fights is always a bit questionable. He used to be a champion that popped the ult, and then if you just kited back from the ult, he was useless in a team fight. But the big change in the AD carry rework that we haven't seen Twitch much since is the fact that he gets the reset on the attack speed.
Kuro goes in on the Faker. Faker cleansing out of the ultimate. Oh, he's going to chase anyway. Didn't cleanse. He cleansed on the W.
The Q
How did he get away? Just out of range. Smeb teleports in. They're going on to Blank. Now Blank gets the kill onto Kuro. Gets ulted by Nautilus though, but Faker back in again. So brave to rejoin the fight. Got ignited though. Will he live? No! There's a kill for Gorilla, but now he may pay for it as soon as that ult goes. Wolf gonna eat him a little bit. And he's in trouble now. Another kill for Blank, the teleport, bringing him right back in. Duke joins the fray. Peanut doing some damage, but he's gonna try to back away. Double ult from Duke. Blank still there, still low health, repels away to stay alive. Prey exhausted as he tries to do some damage. Gonna get forced up by Duke. Kills on each side. More go to SKTelecom though as Bang picks up the double. And now Smeb trying to make it out of the fight. It looks like he'll be allowed to escape with his life. That was insane.
Wow, that almost was a solo kill from Kuro. Had that Q just been a little bit closer, we may have seen a very different fight come through.
Just out of range. Let's watch that one again.
Think of the confidence this would have given Kuro. This is the guy who made his fame, you know, with some Zed outplays, but also consistently outplaying Kuro. Pixels away from taking it down. It would have been so cathartic if he could get the kill, but it basically baited what was an extended massive team fight win for SKT.
Yeah, well, Faker got ignited. He knew that was it, so went in to try to do a little bit more damage. Gave the kill over to Gorilla, probably the best person to give it to.
Yeah, but unfortunately the other TP dies right there, so they don't have anybody else they can continue adding to these fights. Duke decides to go in, and
they're fighting in such bad terrain. They didn't have vision. It was hard to acquire a target, even though both AD carries enter lane. It just felt like ROX was disadvantageous the whole way through.
I mean, also Prey just sitting there without much to work with, and he gets right in that front line. That's not the fight you want to play with right there. You need to play around the Lissandra self-ult. Like, Kuro's job has to be go in, ult himself, and create zones, while Peanut and Prey deal the damage from a fairly static position, and Smeb and Gorilla peel.
SKTelecom jumping out to a 3,000 gold lead now as they try to set up for the second dragon. So things were close, but now ROX Tigers looking at playing from behind a little bit here.
They still have a really scary late game, so
definitely
it's getting a little bit worrisome for ROX, but they can swing this back again with another TP play, or just holding on to their lanes.
And just finishing the thought on Twitch, because we mentioned his attack speed reset, so he does have much more uptime on being a damage threat. These fights, you just look at the comps. There's only one diver. I guess you could say it's Elise, but Poppy's the main diver. If Twitch can kill Poppy in the first round, then get re-access to the stealth, I think they have a really good chance to win a fight, because how are you ever going to get damage onto Faker or Bang? They're going to be so safe in the back line from the Twitch.
Bray has finished his Hurricane also.
Yeah.
That is going to be an absolutely huge amount of damage.
Kuro was hanging out in base for just a little bit, waiting for an opportunity to possibly teleport in, but they didn't find it. SKT milling around the mid lane. They really want to get this next dragon.
But this is the ROX Tigers playbook. This is what we expect from them. Double TP, a no escape AD carry, safely farming in mid, and when that carries Twitch, you take it. You give up a couple of dragons. This has been the story for a few games in a row. Getting safe farm onto Twitch is the priority for ROX at this point.
Yeah, but even doing that, they've only tied up the CS between the two AD carries.
But they did get pressure onto the top side, so if they can deal some damage to this turret and take it, then they're going to be right back into this game when it comes to gold.
Yeah, they'll get it. And that will bring them to within 2,000 gold anyway, a little bit less.
We talk about teams innovating. This is the meta ROX created. Double teleport with instant CC like Lissandra, like Nautilus, the AD carry wave clearing in mid, and then teleport players. And we look at the teleport cooldowns. Smeb will have his soon, and Lissandra's is up. Getting back to that point where Prey ever goes off the map, double TPs come through, we can see Twitch really cleaning up.
But I like what they did here, because the Hurricane is going to be incredibly effective at wave clearing in the mid lane. So it allows them at 2 items to leave the Twitch in mid and at least just hold that position, because Bang just can't push as fast as Prey can right now. So it leads to a very safe situation, and that means that ROX can split up the map. They can play 1-3-1 with double TP, and they'll just be able to react better with their summoner spells. So that's what this build on Twitch is allowing them to do. No Hurricane second, this becomes a lot harder.
And this has become the standard build on Twitch just because he basically does a Callista impression with the expunge damage, you know, just getting stacks into the enemy. Okay, he has a very weak laning phase, and Callista has a very strong laning phase. Objective control, again, not the same, but the ability with pass-through damage, the spray and pray, is what separates them. So late-game team fighting, getting through that awkward phase, and then cleaning up with the Hurricane build has become the standard for Twitch.
Yep, and a little bit of damage loaded onto Praying Gorilla as SKTelecom pushes towards this mid lane now, looking for that final tier 1 turret. ROX Tigers in position that they could fight it if they want to. Recall coming in from Duke. He's going to be ready to teleport in. That's a lot of damage on that mid lane turret, though.
I've got that poke, that's for sure. The Vel'Koz.
Ping's going down in the jungle for the ROX Tigers.
We can see they don't have the best flank wards.
They're teleporting.
Ooh, that's really far.
Yes, it is, but they may not, SKTelecom may not expect this.
2 men coming.
Smeb and Kuro coming in from behind. There's the engage from Gorilla. They got to get there fast. They do. Kuro goes in for the W. Doesn't lock up too many people, though. ROX Tigers trying to make something out of this. SKTelecom has successfully fallen back. Kuro very low. Faker pops the ultimate. Can't quite get him. Duke goes in to try to secure the kill. He can't get it either. Smeb, though, separated from the rest of his team, anchors away as he tries to get away, but Wolf has got a mouthful to say to him. There it is, a kill for SKT. It was a bold engage attempt from ROX Tigers, but just a bit too spread out, maybe.
Well, they were really close. I mean, Gorilla's timing to get that headbutt pulverize engage was quite nearly there. Unfortunately, they got too far back to their turret, so there wasn't enough room to pursue for the ROX Tigers, and they end up blowing both of their TPs and losing their mid lane turret anyway.
Whoa, Prey pops out of stealth. They're going to try to get a kill into Wolf as Peanut jumps to handle Faker in the backlines. Faker very low. There's 1 for Prey. There's 2 for Prey. And so ROX Tigers respond immediately.
You got to be so worried about that Twitch.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's a very different style of champion to play against than people are used to, because he can just continuously use that ambush, and you must respect him. He didn't even have his Blade of the Ruin King active up right there to provide any kind of additional CC, but he still managed to make it work.
That's what we said. You need the deep lane wards. You need eyes on him at all times. You know, if it's Evelyn jungle, which is much the same, you ward the camps. With Twitch, you ward the lanes as deep as possible to make those engages predictable, because if he's expected, then you just turn on him and kill him instantly. But when he has the element of surprise, you can see the results.
Yeah. Can't use a gun when you're running on all 4s. You better stop that, though.
Have you never shot a gun with your mouth, Doa?
No, I haven't.
Never lived, Doa.
See, I would just mount the gun on my back like a tank cannon, and then I'd hook something up to like my brain so I could just control it and aim it with my mind.
The neural link gun experience.
There you go. That's right. Only I'd be riding it like a giant robot instead of just running on all fours. I wouldn't do that.
Why not just be a robot at that point, though?
Well, because it's more fun to pilot a giant robot. Ooh, Prey is being sneaky.
Remember, with the sweeper, you do get that. Basically the shadow of an opponent at the side. So getting too close on the lease. There's another tool, I guess. Frontline tanks can pop that if they're feeling worried, if they have an idea they might be collapsed upon.
I suppose. That is true. Bang going for his red buff.
Well, we're in a bit of a waiting game right now. Interestingly enough, no distortion enchantment onto Smeb, which actually is going to slow down their ability to match teleports with SKT, considering Duke has already completed that item. I think they're going for Haunted Guys, so the Leandries.
He wants a blue buff. Doesn't get a blue buff.
Yes, he does.
Oh, he does. He did get it. I didn't see. Well, they showed us the fog of war, so we didn't see it flying back. He got the blue buff.
It wouldn't be SKT without sniping a blue buff away with Ezreal.
I know. I blame our observer. I couldn't see anything. The fog was too thick. Well, engage on the Wolf. They're going to throw the anchor.
No Lissandra.
Backing away. That's right. No teleport yet for Kuro. A few seconds away from having that up again.
Yeah, all three teleport users will have it up basically now. Just still about 10 seconds more for Smeb.
Yeah. Well, Kuro has that boots enchant too, so he's going to be getting his teleport a little bit earlier than Smeb will.
Smeb really needs to buy that, actually.
I think so. Dragon time. SKTelecom looking for the third in a row here, but ROX Tigers already starting it. SKT, can they fight it? Duke could TP in if they want to. They don't need to, though. Yep, they're just going to give that one over. Not a big deal. That's only the first dragon for the ROX Tigers. It does slow down the fifth dragon, obviously, for SKTelecom, but they're just not at a position where they could have effectively fought that.
Worth noting that Frey is working on Infinity Edge third. That will allow him to push through the frontliner, get that first kill, and again, it's effective. It is a reset on a very important cooldown. So again, if he can kill the front line, basically it's a big tussle between him being able to kill one of Blank and Duke. If the shot calling and the target selection is instant, then Twitch will just have that big team fight impact. But again, if you can just isolate him and he can't get that kill, he's basically useless in the backline.
You know, we talked about those wards into the lane, and it can be sometimes hard to get those actually down if you're not already pushed up. But one thing I like that SKT is doing is going for the triple blue trinket this game, because that allows them to actually safely ward the lanes in between minion waves, if they so choose, and try and just get more vision without exposing themselves to getting picked off from deep warding.
That's a smart adaptation.
Because even if it's instantly cleared specifically by Prey, then at least you have localized info about where he is on the map.
All right, now trying to just push the mid lane back a little bit in their favor. We're even up on turrets. SKTelecom still with a slight, tiny little gold lead. A little bit of a dragon lead, but it's a very even game number 3.
The first dragon pickup was really crucial for ROX. Slow down the pace of this game. Both teams will have a pretty strong late game. But again, it's SKTelecom. They're going to be wanting to try and just use their poke here to take an advantage, while ROX looking for that a lot of options for engage and to protect Prey and Peanut.
Starting to put some pressure onto the Baron Pit area.
It's interesting too, only one QSS out so far for SKTelecom. So not a lot of respect paid to the Lissandra ultimate so far. Has the cleanse on Faker, so he won't need one, but Blank maybe thinking about getting one at some point here.
Kuro's just hit level 16. There's actually pretty unique scaling on the slow from the self-ult field from the Lissandra. Goes from 30 to 45 to 75%, I believe it is. So you're really incentivized to get in the front line. And as we said, this comp was about creating zones and space for the Twitch, and level 16 is a big teamfight changing impact when it comes to that ult evolution for the Lissandra.
Has the Infinity Edge now too. Kuro also completing that Zhonya's Hourglass, which is critical to late game team fighting on Lissandra.
Whoa, SKTelecom. All right, they back off of that Baron immediately. That was, may have been a mistake there.
They just don't have much damage for the Baron.
Yeah, I was about to be very surprised to see them try that.
Vel'Koz with the Leandries is actually pretty decent. It's not Cassiopeia when it comes to mid laners taking Baron or Azir, but the item pickup does give some Baron threat. is an interesting build. Of course, you don't see Leandri's very much in the current meta, but just given how Vel'Koz leverages percentage health through the passive, it's actually a pretty common pickup on the Vel'Koz.
In the meantime, though, it's a bit of a passive stage of this game as both teams try to feel each other out.
Well, SKT has to be on the front foot. They're against double TP, so they will inevitably lose to side wave pushes unless they can play smartly with what they have.
All right, they're going to find Kuro. Faker being chased, though. There we go. Teleport coming in. Smeb trying to get there. They're going to lock up Wolf for just a moment. Lissandra will use Wolf pops that Grey Elf, gets a big shield, trying to get away. He's just too low, though. Trying to catch him, and the rest of ROX Tigers collapsing. Flashing over the wall goes Faker. Smeb going to chase with his own flash after using that depth charge. Duke trying to come in, doing what he can. Faker turns with the laser, but it's not enough. ROX Tigers with an easy team fight win. Whoa, maybe not. Prey getting low. Can they save him? A lot of low health members, but Duke can't quite get anything. And Bang, the only one left, standing between ROX Tigers and this Baron, firing in those Mystic shots, doing what he can. A lot of damage to Kuro. Here comes Blank. Oh, they jump onto Bang, though. Blank throws in the cocoon onto Smeb. There's another kill for Tigers. And Baron doing some damage now. Bang picks up the kill. Duke gets one, too. And now that Baron has to be backed away from by the ROX Tigers.
Heroic interrupt by Bang specifically. Had the mana bar, had the health bar. The poke damage was enough to do it. There's good Baron damage, but not a lot of tankiness when Smeb's not there to tank it up. It's a really nice turnaround by SKT, but they just don't have the luxury of making these plays straight down the river against double teleport and a Twitch.
Yeah, no pressure on the bottom side either. There's just nothing that they can do to respond fast enough. And of course, Wolf just completely dies before this fight really even starts. Praise tries to set himself up with a flash to be next to his front line, and he just gets a beautiful spray and pray across the terrain. Faker has not really any choice but to try and stop and deal some damage. Blank chased away. Now watch Gorilla right here. Watch his timing on the pull. Right there at the end to get the knock up so that there isn't going to be a finisher coming in from Duke as the Lamb's Respite ends.
Feels like every fight, one of Faker or Prey will not be able to do damage. They're champions that function best sitting in one spot and firing out long-range abilities. This was the time that Faker was caught. Prey had nobody on him, and Duke had to peel up and try and peel for Faker. So very much protect the VIP from both sides.
SKTelecom rushing into the enemy jungle for some wards. To get a little bit more vision in there. They'll get it. Dragon up in just a few seconds, and SKT really wants this. The last thing they want to do is let the ROX Tigers catch up in Dragons as well. They've already caught up everywhere else.
When you watch these fights, again, draw your eyes. Oh, as we see Baron start, there's no vision on this, and they have massive Baron damage.
SKT knows what's up now. Kuro can TP to this whenever he wants to.
5,000 health.
There's a scan. They see it. SKTelecom trying to disrupt this. They're going to teleport in. Really getting low already. TP coming from behind. Kuro is there. SKTelecom having to back off, though. It's a little bit scary. ROX Tigers presents a very good team fight. Bang, though, pushing up, doing some damage, and SKT has successfully pushed ROX Tigers off of the Baron for the moment.
A summoner from it as well, so it's a big win. They're going to push down mid. You can see ROX Tigers actually really out of position to defend their inner mid turret.
Yeah, Faker trying to clear these waves as fast as possible. Not a lot of minions to sustain them. Looks like they might be able to get the tier 2. ROX Tigers collapsing, though. They want to go in on this. Kuro not pulling the trigger on that E. Bang goes in onto Prey. That's a lot of damage. Prey lives, though, and SKTelecom could be in trouble. Duke goes back for the kill, gets it on the Rat. Kuro zapped by Faker, and SKT turning this fight around. Gorilla on his own, and there's a double kill for Duke. SKTelecom looking at an inhibitor.
Bang didn't even know Prey was there.
I guess not.
He was ambushed, and he just ended up hitting him with some skill shots from Ezreal. Really unfortunate, but Bang, right in the face of that Twitch, makes it work.
The reactionary Ezreal damage is what we saw previously.
They might end it. They might end it. 2 members of, or 3 members of ROX Tigers down already. Do they have enough minions? Peanut and Smeb, it's do or die time. They need to save this game right now. Smeb's so low. The first Nexus turret will get low, it'll fall. Faker, the rest of SKT trying to end this game. I don't know if they can do it. They've still got some time left though. Peanut and Smeb, the only thing standing between SKT and a win in game 3. Peanut a little bit low. There's the Lambs respite. Gorilla's back. They're going to turn it around. SKT, they stayed too long, and it's going to be an ace for the ROX Tigers. Oh no, Duke gets away. They're going to chase. Nope, there's the anchor, and there finally is the ace. SKTelecom with a colossal mistake.
There's a lot of death time. It's 40 seconds minimum. Only Blank and Wolf with the shorter ones. They're going to get Baron off this, but it's going to be so difficult to play with an exposed Nexus. They have so many factors to consider. Okay, they have double teleport, but the reset from this is not going to be easy for ROX Tigers.
No, especially because even with the Baron, their siege is so poor with this composition. They don't really have an AD carry in Twitch that is situated to deal prolonged damage to a turret. He doesn't have any mobility spells to kind of juke away from the poke. He kind of just has to take it in the face. They're going to have to dive if they want to finish this game.
It's short range, so he has to get up there, as you mentioned. So they get the Baron. SKT respawning finally. Looks like they'll be able to pick up a Dragon as well.
Man, what a close call for the ROX Tigers.
It was such... The crazy thing is you have to ask whether it was a good idea or a bad idea for Peanut to use the Lamb's Respite, right? Because yes, it kept Peanut alive, but it kept everybody else alive too while they were attacking the Nexus.
Very good point.
Ended up working out for them, but I was really worried that that was going to change the game.
SKT want to engage on this. They're going to go on to Kuro immediately. Gorilla there to zone a bit. Kuro engages, ults himself, slows down SKT. Spray and pray pop, not doing a whole lot though. They're going to turn on to Smeb for the moment. Duke keeping the entire ROX Tigers team all wrapped up. They're going to jump on the Lamb's Respite and force him away. Faker comes in with a big laser. Smeb tries to stop him. They get it. The kill onto Faker, but SKTelecom with two of their own. Duke and Blank so low. A double kill for Bang. He can carry a double kill for Smeb though. SKTelecom, they win the fight. They get the ace, and that is game 3. SKTelecom 1 win away from a spring championship.
And Duke was the hero of that fight. He nailed that Poppy ultimate on the Prey, pushing him out of that team fight, and that was the reason why SKTelecom was even able to clean up at all. Beautiful Poppy.
And guess what? By the time Prey got back into the fight, stunned him up against the wall, killed him as well, and there goes SKT.
SKTelecom winning some crucial team fights. That is it, GG, and they are up 2-1. Never bet against SKT? Maybe that's true.
We'll see. I mean, we've seen one-sided game and then 2 incredibly close games here.
What an awesome finals this has been, though. This is already better than both finals we had in 2015 by a lot.
Well, that goes kind of without saying.
3 games of Ezreal, 3 victories. Let's see, 2 victories, but the Ezreal was a big story here. The fact that Bang reactionarily got the kill onto the Twitch, and then the Twitch pick just was so well negated. I'm surprised to see SKT so practiced at taking down the Twitch, despite this being such an off-meta pick.
Dude, we're watching that last team fight again, and Duke was just amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, Bang got the quadra kill, but Duke hitting his ultimate, choosing the right target, stopping Gorilla from CCing, zoning Peanut out of his own Lamb's Respite.
Prey finally gets back, and look where Duke is once again with the stun.
Beautiful stuff from SKTelecom. It's so true that these guys step up so much for the finals, and it also shows you just how good the ROX Tigers are, that they could make SKTelecom really worried in every single game except for the first one today.
And that fight ended with a Nautilus triple kill too.
I know, right? Smeb just a beast on that Nautilus, but just not enough in game number 3. This series has been so close, and now SKTelecom 1 win away from their 3rd OGN Champions win in a row. That would be an incredible, incredible feat.
Their 5th Champions win overall. Crazily, this series has gone completely blue side. 3 games on the blue side. The side that was looked over has actually been the winning side every time.
Guess so. Hard to believe. ROX Tigers, though, after that close game, absolutely has a chance to tie up this series. We still could see a Game 5 easily in this series. I don't think they're going to be rattled too much. It's going to be an amazing, amazing game either way, guys. This is the best.
That's so brutal. Prey got knocked into the wolf pit.
Oh, yeah.
So we had to go all the way around.
Wow. That's insane. We're going to be back with Game 4, guys. Don't go anywhere. back to the Champion Spring Grand Finals. Bang gets the MVP for the Ezreal play, and that's going to put him tied with pretty much all the other members of SKT except for Duke. Pretty amazing stuff.
Yep, that's what happens. 300 points given out for the finals, and Prey did as much as he could on this Twitch, but perhaps we're learning a little bit about why we don't see it picked as much. It is incredibly difficult to stand in one place and deliver that spray and pray.
I mean, the interesting thing is the two champions with conditional damage were Faker on the Velcos, and the Twitch, both of them can be harassed out. Ezreal's the sort of champion that will always get poke in.
And this was the last fight. And Duke was really the hero
he
here.
He knocked him into actually the middle of the wolf count, so he had to path all the way around, and the health bars are all in vain being lost on the other members of the ROX Tigers, because Frey, full health, finally re-enters, is targeted out. Easy win for SKT.
And when Prey came back to the fight, Duke was there to slam him against the wall and give Bang the kill.
It's not just that. It's that he chose not to get rid of the Kindred. The Kindred didn't get in front of the Poppy ult to try and take the brunt of that, which Pina probably should have done.
Yeah.
But it was hitting that Poppy ultimate into the heroic charge onto the Alistar to prevent the Alistar combo onto his back line, and then waiting there again to deliver the second stun onto Prey. And if Duke was my MVP. If he doesn't play that team fight perfectly, because remember, they have limited engage, he doesn't hit all those abilities, Prey maybe just wins the game for them right there.
And now is Poppy a champion after consider taking away? Duke's been playing a lot of Poppy today.
I think we're definitely going to see a Poppy ban. How about you?
I mean, ROX is back on the blue side. They could theoretically first pick it.
I suppose that is true.
I think that the Echo was great in game number 1 for Smeb, and you know, in spite of all of these teams taking the red side, choosing to play on the red side, it has been the blue side team that has won every single time.
Picks and bans have been such a fencing match between both of these teams tonight. It's really actually exciting, and I don't get excited about picks and bans a lot, but when Velcos comes in, I get excited.
And usually these games are fencing matches between two old enemies or about the common or the familiar. This has been about the interesting new adaptations, the Velcos, the Twitch, Ezreal jumping up in priority. Who knows how high Ezreal could go in the draft this game?
Yeah, very true. Well,
a little bit more dangerous from the SKT side because it is a more known quantity as a flex pick for them.
Right. Either way, it's been an incredible series, but it could all end right here. SKTelecom 1 win away from their 3rd straight OGN Champions Championship. ROX Tigers could tie it up and force that Game 5, and that would make for a pretty epic end to the spring season. Either way, it's been a great finals.
We haven't had a Game 5 since summer finals of 2014, where
That's right.
KT Arrows beat Samsung Blue.
Yeah.
It's sure great to have another one after an entire year of dreary 3-0s last year.
Last time we saw Game 5 was on the beach in Busan.
Long way removed from now, and the question is, can ROX Tigers replicate that massive first pick? The Echo bought them the pressure to win Game 2, to allow Prey to get big on the Ezreal. I can't see them getting Echo first pick as well, but maybe even sealing away the Poppy, because Smeb is also a wonderful Poppy player.
Yeah. His most played champion in the regular season by quite a bit.
10-0 on the season.
Yep. That's right. And it is time to go into picks and bans for game number 4 between ROX Tigers and SKTelecom. Here we go. And you gotta wonder what those bans are gonna be. The Tigers taking away that Zillion first off. There goes the Nidalee on the SKT side.
Some of the same bans that we've been seeing for the last few games at the very least. So far, when ROX is on the red side, we are mimicking those bans once again. ROX did Zillion, Maokai, and Sivir in game number 2.
Right.
We've seen so much top Nautilus from Smeb, 2 games this series, that you forget that, you know, we mentioned it, 10-0 on Poppy in the regular season, Kennen 4-0, Echo now 3-0 after his earlier win. There's so many scary champions he can pilot, and one of them is certainly going to come through.
Right, and the question here is, do you ban the Kindred again? Because that was their ban, SKTelecom's ban. It forced Peanut onto the Elise, which is a game that ROX Tigers won, and I think it's smart to ban the Echo. Now this is going to raise the priority of Poppy.
Yep, there it is, the Poppy first pick by ROX Tigers this time.
But the thing about leaving the Echo up is, yes, it's a very powerful pick, but also you know with 100% certainty that they are going to first pick it because it is too dangerous as a flex pick on red side for SKT.
Yeah.
So in that way, you can have some more predictability to the draft. You can probably assume the Poppy's coming in from this anyway. But it's going to leave Duke on something that may not be comfortable.
Alistar taken away, though. SKTelecom will get that champion this time. Gorilla won't be able to grab it.
Speaking of comfort, denying the Alistar from Gorilla, who's been playing that this series, will definitely have an element. Kindred has been the big champion for Blank. He's 5-0 in the playoff series. Basically been maining the Kindred whenever he can get his hands on it. His game one pathing went a long way to winning that game. Won the MVP, of course, in game one.
Right. 2 picks over to the ROX Tigers now. And we can see Peanut musing about what to possibly lock in. Gonna go with the Graves, and they're gonna take the Trundle away too.
Yeah, this is no surprise. Gorilla has played Trundle as his second most played support this season, and it's a pick that hasn't come out, but it's going to maybe pigeonhole Duke onto something rather awkward here.
Yeah, it's worth noting that they took the top lane tank that's in vogue in Poppy, now take the Trundle to deny, say, the effectiveness of a Nautilus top lane pick. Will Duke finally go for a damaged top laner? I can't see the Rammus with the Trundle locked in.
That would be really a bad idea.
Yeah. There we go. Hey, it's the finals. It's the finals. SKT plays Riven in the finals, man. Lulu has gone unpicked so far today. Don't know about that Yasuo. I think we're going to see Bang on the Ezreal again. Locked in. And is a Yasuo going to get locked in?
You wouldn't blind pick the Yasuo. Don't get too excited.
Oh, they're going to go with the Rammus anyway. That is bold.
So in the car ride over, we were speculating to some of that extended champion, but specifically for Faker, and I called for the Yasuo. I don't know if we can see it here.
Not blind pick.
And also no magic damage to speak of really on the team outside of some of Ezreal's abilities. So I may be left wanting, but it would be amazing to see. It's been a long time since we've seen the Yasuo from Faker.
Well, I could grab the Corki for Prey, and Lissandra maybe for Kuro.
This would be a very ROX Tigers draft.
Sure would. Yeah. No Jhin, though. I want to see it. Ooh, maybe trying to show they're predicting the Faker Karma pick.
Well, the Karma was something that ROX ran in their last series of the season against Jhin Air. And that was one of those things where you knew they were teasing it for the finals. You knew they wanted to say, hey, SKTelecom, we play this pick too. We know Faker likes it. And we've got it if we need it.
All right. Just letting them know that they may be expecting it from SKTelecom as they lock in Corki and Lissandra. So what's it going to be from SKT? Will it be the Riven? Will it be the Karma? Will it be the Yasuo? Will it be the Terran? No, it won't be the Terran. Will it be something else?
Azir certainly a possibility. It's not the best laning matchup, but make them very powerful.
Vel'Koz was the answer in the last game.
I suppose.
I'd be a little bit more worried about playing Vel'Koz against some of the disruption that the ROX Tigers have in this particular game, so Azir probably going to be a better choice.
Pantheon would be interesting.
So many times Faker has had one of those picks to really get under Kuro's skin. That's always been the story.
Oh man, if he does this.
I don't know, man. All right.
I think that's smarter.
Okay, LeBlanc makes a bit more sense.
Haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah.
Has he played LeBlanc since the loss at MSI?
Yes, he has played it once.
Oh, there's the Cassiopeia locked in, though.
It's back.
Yep, Faker's going to pick up the Poison Snake.
So he did show this off recently as a counter pick to Ryze, which is, of course, another low-range AP mid laner. So it looks like he's going to be happy just harassing Kuro with this and putting on the pressure in the lane early. Yeah. I have to say, I am still really worried about this Rammus pick for Duke. And with all the bans and picks coming in, with the Echo gone, the Maokai gone, and the Poppy first pick, where does Duke really go? And I guess this is the answer. One thing that has surprised me is that top Gragas is not the answer here.
That's true. That's true.
It's so much more non-committal than the Rammus and has a much stronger laning phase as well. I mean, Rammus obviously can taunt under turret, but otherwise doesn't really have much of an impact in lane. He's seen nerfs, so of course his cooldown and his ult is longer, so he doesn't have as much wave clear. So getting the Rammus through anything other than a lane swap, because in a lane swap he can powerball around and is quite relevant, but standard lanes, I think he might struggle.
What you need here is a Renekton.
Well, the issue is that the side lanes are both so weak, and they're playing against double teleport, where Lissandra's going to be able to really capitalize on that with dives. So I have to say, I'm a bit worried for SKT right here. I just don't know if the lack of wave clear on Rammus early is something that they're going to be able to avoid punishment from the diving composition that the ROX Tigers have on offer.
I mean, you certainly have to wonder, and you also have to wonder what it's going to be like when that Trundle walks up and steals away Rammus's tanking stats with the ultimate.
That's really terrifying, actually.
Yeah. That's right. Well, it looks like it's time, guys, to move into game number 4. SKTelecom could win it all right here. The ROX Tigers trying to tie it up for a set game 5. We'll find out who takes it in just a short time. SKT going for their third straight championship. Let's get in the game. And welcome to Summoner's Rift for what could be the final time in the OGN Champion Spring season, as SKTelecom look to close things out against the ROX Tigers in a 3-1 victory. ROX Tigers have proved all night long that this is going to be a close series no matter what. They could easily tie this up, and with the team comp, a lot of questions on the SKT side.
This is all about Faker at the laning phase. Like, they need to draw the jungle pressure into the mid lane. They've got to keep Peanut there.
Oh, wow, Faker hiding in the bush early on.
Oh, he's backed away. We can see on the mini-map.
Oh, you're right.
Mind games are certainly real. This should be a laning phase that Faker does well in. Lissandra has to walk up pretty close to the minion wave to get the wave clear down. Then if Cassiopeia registered, the damage trades will certainly be in the advantage of Cassio. But the reason I think that you draw attention to the Cassiopeia is that Rammus and Ezreal are pretty predictably going to have weak laning phases. And if not Faker and a Devourer jungler, you'd kind of worry about SKT getting through the early game.
Yeah. Faker's Cassiopeia has been good. It's been aggressive in the past. And they're going to need him to carry this game. Bang, of course, so terrifying on that Ezreal. Looking for him to get a good start down the bot lane. Gorilla, though, that Trundle pick could really be ROX Tigers' key to victory as well.
Fourth straight standard lane game seems to really heavily favor the ROX Tigers. Just with the lane assignments. Look at Peanut, he's getting really aggressive.
Yeah. Moving in on that red buff. Blank handling the Raptors.
Wow, this is really, really bold.
No kidding. Blank is like, hey, what's going on in my brush? Peanut looking for it. He's got the smite. It's a war. Blank comes in. Peanut smites it away, but Blank trying to go for the damage. He's going to chase. Peanut could be in trouble.
He's only level
Nobody
2.
collapsing on him, but it looks like he'll be able to get out. Baker doing some damage to Kuro in the meantime.
Blank only level 2, meaning he didn't have access to all 3 skills, so the same chase pressure isn't there that we usually expect. So actually a clean steal and a result, once again, standard lanes, looking at the situation. For once you're empowered to play more aggressive with Graves. Still a farming style, still about picking up the camp, but straight under the nose of Blank.
Man, if I was Duke, I would be so concerned about being made very squishy in the front lines. Whoa, and if I was Kuro, I'd be concerned about that damage.
You definitely should be. Easy to get hit by that poison, and then of course the Twin Fang resets on through in the laning phase, so not really anywhere you can go at that point in time besides just trying to use your E to back out.
Yeah. Sort of lane pressure Faker has, doesn't even need Ignite to really tip it over. Ignite would have been one of those situations where so likely to get a kill, but of course one thing goes wrong and the game's kind of over. You have no answer to the Lissandra ultimate, so pressure enough to go into the cleanse. So kill pressure, maybe not, but lane control, certainly.
Definitely dangerous. Bang & Wolf pushing up this bot lane for just a moment. Frey's certainly taking more damage. He's out of biscuits at this point.
Worth noting that so far Faker is professionally undefeated on Cassiopeia, 5-0.
Wow. Will this go up to being his highest undefeated champion if he wins this game?
It will tie with Riven at 6-0.
Interesting. Wolf going for the double headbutt pulverize. Doesn't quite catch prey in it though.
Yeah, famously in the last meeting between those two teams in game number 2, Faker played that Zed into the LeBlanc of Kuro. He lost with it, and that was his first ever professional loss on Zed, which dropped him to 9-1.
Yeah.
That leaves Riven and Cassiopeia as the next two.
He's running out.
Yeah, there are lots of champions in the game, though. I think he'll do okay.
He'll find another one. Faker gets a lot of damage onto Kuro. Kuro, though, using that W to lock up Faker long enough to get away. Didn't need to use the flash.
It's a very painful laning phase for Lissandra again with a short to medium range. Getting through it, and then it'll be about the double teleport plays. You know, once again, teleport advantage. Didn't count for a lot in the previous game.
Ooh, he just teleported right to some poison.
No
kidding. He should have TP'd back to the turret. That was really sloppy.
I was going to say, that's kind of asking to just get wrecked by Faker. Here comes Peanut, maybe. Maybe a little bit lower. Faker can't quite recall.
Kuro had to take the early recall too, so Control Potion and second Doran's Ring.
Oh.
It's going to be a bit of a slow pace here. Duke.
Peanut smiting the Krug away. Duke trying to come in. Peanut trying to push him back. Smeb is there at about half health already, though. It's a 2v2, and the ROX Tigers are on the run. This could get bad. Flash is used. Smeb pops at W, keeps Blank away. And so, a flash from each jungler burned. Going even up in that top lane.
Yeah, nice teamwork, though. Only using the one flash because Smeb was able to stop the dash with the steadfast presence.
Aggressively teleport back to lane. Match the wave there. Rammus going even is certainly happy days for SKT.
Monday, Tuesday, happy days. Well, Saturday, what a day.
A finals day.
Yeah. Smeb, soak him in.
Is it? Ah, gross.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too good. Oh, you want a recall? Here, let me help. There you go. Now you're faster. You're closer to the base. It's easier. Takes less time that way.
Being as annoying as you can, starting to deny some of that CS. It's going to force Duke to use that TP right on top of his turret.
Yep. I don't know about this Rammus pick. This is...
I mean, it has worked in the past, right? I mean, we could discuss the Rammus pick.
Sure.
It is typically picked into like triple AD compositions because it's really easy to get into the back line to flank a siege con, but that's not really what the ROX Tigers have right here. And if we discuss the late game, obviously he's going to have to be super worried about getting ulted by Trundle. That means he's going to have to get the early QSS. And what happens if he has to use that QSS on a Lissandra ability, for example?
Yeah.
And then he's just dead meat, basically. So the issue is you get into this conundrum against Trundle Lissandra where if you QSS as a tank, if you QSS the Lissandra ability, well, you may be able to get your crowd control off. But if you don't QSS the Trundle ult, well, you get your crowd control off, but you last like 2 seconds in a fight before you just melt.
Yeah. So it's not really bad. It's not really good. It's just okay, is what we're saying.
No, it's pretty bad. I mean, there's not like a good decision that you can make in these team fights. So basically, SKTelecom is going to have to play, I think, more of a pick-style composition here and avoid late-game 5v5s.
Wow.
The conundrum actually extends to the QSS timing just because you have very low base health on the Rammus, so QSS for some champions is an easy investment as a second item, but you really lose out on a lot of effectiveness. You really want health as Rammus because you get so many resists from the defensive ball curl that itemizing QSS early is at a pretty steep cost.
All right, engaging on to Faker.
Walking into a pink ward.
Yeah, that's right, turns around, ults Kuro, does a decent amount of damage before backing away. So they get the ult out of that, but now the collapse from SKTelecom. Nice pillar from Gorilla to slow down Wolf. Blank still looking for Peanut.
It's a little bit faster on that roam right there because they had the pressure on the bottom side. And they can play nicely around that pink ward, making sure that he is going to be able to escape that one.
Speaking of escaping, Wolf is having a little bit of a hard time. Kuro actually going in. They're going to ult him. They're going to do a lot of damage to him. Wolf could be in trouble. Here comes Peanut. Exhaust used. Prey there. They're looking for first blood. Flash. And there's the collateral damage coming in from Peanut. He was like, no, Prey. This is my kill. Excuse me. I did all the work.
He was worried Prey might actually get the MVP of the finals.
That's right.
And Prey hasn't got... Uh-oh.
Yeah, trying to find a kill onto Smeb here. Smeb using Nova. Nice flash from Duke. He dodges the Poppy ultimate. Smeb still tries to get away. There's the flash after knocking Blank against the wall, and looks like Smeb will be just all right in the end.
I just love the top lane problem solving. First the flash over the ultimate, and then just dissecting. It's almost like a vector problem, but found a way out with the exit. It was really cool.
That sounds like math, so whatever you say.
It's not lethal, though. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Oh, good.
Well, I think math actually is lethal to Doa a lot of the time.
It is. I've nearly died to math quizzes several times. It's been a dangerous school career for me.
It was okay in algebra, but
yeah,
once the calculus came in, they actually had to wheel him out on a stretcher.
That's right. It was bad. It was real bad. Like, we need to get these guys some oil paint stat.
That's why we can never take you to engineering firms.
That's true, yeah. I just have a
Boeing,
PTSD
that's right out.
Yeah. NASA, I mean, it's cool they go to space and all, but it takes a lot of math to go to space.
Entrance into the NASA headquarters could be fatal for Doa.
That's right. I need a spacesuit to get there. My own encapsulated environment just to keep the math out.
Just a blindfolded some earplugs. There you go.
There you go. That works. Can't smell it. That's your Daredevil. He could probably smell math. Smell math 3 floors down. Oh, there's a package.
It was a warding package.
Yep. Delivered a ward.
Worth noting that Prey and Bang are very equal in CS, so it always suits the Ezra just getting through the laning phase. Big pressures on Prey to make the Trinity Force power spike work, like we've seen so many Corkies in the past do.
Yep.
And again, it's earlier power spikes. Devourer enchant on the, predictably on the side of the Kindred versus the Warrior enchant. The one-item power spike for Prey. So let's see what ROX can do in the mid game, because the mid game is certainly their cleanest time to fight.
Still a lull in the action, though, as both teams kind of settle in after that first blood from the ROX Tigers. That Peanut so epically stole.
Secured.
Secured.
He didn't have to flash for it. He's like, why'd you flash, Prey?
Yeah, it's like, that's fine there. All right. Gonna try to go in onto Smeb here. Smeb responding against Duke, and here's the collapse coming up from the ROX Tigers in the mid lane, and SKT on the run.
They really overcommitted right there.
Oh, hi.
Baker. Ooh, Peanut missed his cue.
Yeah.
They can't really push up, and that's the central issue. I mean, we've noticed Graves in this series. What is Kindred supposed to do in this laning phase from SKT, really? Graves has not worked in this series so far when the lanes have been losing. But when your lanes are pushing up like this, there's so much room for Graves to farm that there's not really a great way to make the Kindred plays, because the Graves at least can respond and counter gank pretty effectively.
Yeah.
And you basically have no wave clear in your side lanes. So I really have a problem with this Gramus pick. I just don't know what it's supposed to do here.
But where were the options to go? Because remember, Maokai was
at least
banned.
Nautilus has wave clear.
Yeah.
Maokai was banned. Nautilus was available.
Why was Fiora banned against Duke in every single game?
Yeah, just go for
against
Fiora.
Jin in the playoffs.
Why not? SKTelecom looking to get that first dragon that they've gotten all night long.
They're going to go for the old steal.
Yeah, a little bit early. And SKT to get their first dragon in a row. Impressive stuff from SKT.
Tigers still have a pretty good win rate. It was actually over 70% earlier tonight before they lost a couple of games.
It is worth noting that with that low pressure, low wave, for getting first dragon is actually a pretty big claim for SKT. They certainly haven't picked for it, so it just seems more of an extension of their playstyle than any sort of champion lineup, because you'd really give ROX the natural advantage or expectation to pick up the first dragon. Perhaps just an extension of Graves' identity as that more farming jungle.
True. Kuro, dead even in CS with Faker in the mid lane. Really everything pretty dead even across the board. It was Peanut. Coming down too. Oh, Kuro's gonna go in. Faker immediately splashes out of it. That was fast. Here comes Blank. Smeb locks Faker up. There's a kill for the ROX Tigers. SKT is there, but it's a 2v3. Trying desperately to get one onto Peanut. They do. Now the 2v2. Blank could be in trouble here. Kuro in a little bit more as Duke chases him down and shows him that things are not okay. Gets back to the Kindred ult, and there's another kill for ROX Tigers. An equalizing one for SKTelecom, and now it's top lane battles in mid lane. That's going nowhere. So down to the bottom lane we go as Bang looks for one against Prey. Two-shot barrage! Oh, there's the flash from Prey. Gets out of it. Close calls everywhere, but it ends up 2 for 2.
And look where the gold went. It all went onto Rammus, who now maybe can get that early QSS with a bit more reckless abandon. Rammus going even in a skirmish, given just how poor his laning phase usually is pretty big for SKT, and it means that their frontliner will at least be relevant to some degree.
Yeah, and especially with Kuro able to escape back onto the Kindred ult with the Glacial Path right there, a bit of a surprise. Faker too, he was playing a bit recklessly coming into this.
The Cleanse Flash was a thing of beauty. That was Captain Jack reincarnated.
But standing here when you know a Poppy's coming in is a bit wacky. Like, that's just a free stun right there and a free kill.
Not sure why Faker would do that. A little bit crazy. Peanut taken out though. And it looks like it's going to be a kill onto Kuro from Duke.
Yeah, but this is just a great E back in. Gets out right in the nick of time. Blank falls next. Duke does manage to land the taunt, though. So is able to clean it up as Kuro dashes himself against Duke's blades.
Yep. It's not from me. Oh, Bang could be in a little bit of trouble. Has to use that flash after getting exhausted. Arcane Shift wasn't enough to get him to safety.
One of the nice things about playing Ezreal, though, generally speaking, against the Trundle matchup, is at least you have an ability to get you to the other side of the pillar.
Yeah.
It's a lot more annoying to play the Sivir in lane against that.
And then you've only got flash.
Yeah,
that's down your
That
dead.
is not fun.
Yep.
See if Kuro can make a big teleport play. Hasn't really been able to do that. Remember, he's been the one opting in to teleport mid lane as predictably as the ROX Tigers have often done. It's been Faker onto the Velcos, on the Cassiopeia, on the team fighting mages. But while we've seen Smev make big TP plays, it doesn't feel like Kuro has really leveraged it outside, of course, the inevitable late game side pushing pressure that double teleport brings.
Blank poking into the enemy jungle just a moment there. Before turning around.
So Duke 2, typically when we see this top lane Rammus, post level 6, you usually see that ultimately used just to counteract some of the wave clear in conjunction with the Sunfire. K-pop being a bit of a roam right there.
Duke's actually been able to put some decent pressure on the top lane turret, surprisingly enough. Gotten that down to about half health at least now. And going for a bit of an expedition in the enemy jungle. Turning that around though.
Leaving lane, basically faking a ward, didn't have one to put down, but took the path anyway. One of those things where the use of his time, there was no point for him hanging around in lane, so you might as well, just like TF players are always famous for cheating out of mid lane, you might as well just leave top lane and threaten vision or get some information for the team.
Yep. And things still very close between these two teams right now.
You're pretty happy if you're SKT and Trinity Force Corki is just chilling in lane while you stack up your tier on Ezreal.
Yeah. Not having to worry about any siege or anything like that right now. Not yet.
Here comes Cassandra.
Yep, that's right. Bang, Arcane shifts away, no flash right now. Keep that in mind. Kuro can find easy kill. Nice knockup though from Wolf. It didn't save Bang though. It was so close. He denied the E, but there was just enough damage. SKTelecom gonna try to turn this into some mid lane turret pressure, but I don't think they can.
No, they just can't like put down the turret in the top area, in the mid side. They might be able to get top. They're going to use the Rammus ult to put it down.
Baker's got to be careful here. Wow, SKT gets the top lane turret.
Not a good trade there for ROX, as they do actually recall, pick up the package. So they use their TP, but they don't get the bottom turret itself.
Wow, Peanut really taking it to Wolf, forcing that Alistar ultimate out. Well, that was really a bad sentence to pick.
Worth noting that it will now not be available for the spawn of Dragon.
I was about to say that, yeah. 40 seconds, 35 now until that Dragon comes up, and not having the ability to make your Alistar super tanky is going to really hurt SKTelecom.
I really wanted to see ROX Tigers do this a bit earlier. The moment they get Trinity Force, rotate around the Rammus, because every time Rammus enters a lane, he doesn't really offer any wave clear. Pick up the Rift Herald, show it with Trinity Force Corki, what's a Rammus to do, and take the turrets, because if he just gets to split farm, if we see Corki splitting farm with Ezreal, Poppy splitting farm with Rammus, not really much ventured, much gained for ROX, and SKT will have that late game as there's the item pickup with that snowball kill, found enough time to pick up the early QSS on Rammus.
Yeah, really nice to get that early for him, that's for sure. That could be a huge difference maker in this game, because now ROX isn't going to have an easy timing window to use at these objectives of the Trundle ultimate.
It's a big pickup. Duke's still able to push this top lane up for the moment anyway. And now SKTelecom kind of positioning around the Dragon. They'd really like to get the second one again.
Be risky to up into a Dragon fight on anywhere near even terms, you know, with Trinity Force BF sword, and again, just a Sapphire Crystal and a Cloth Armor towards Iceborne Gauntlet in the inventory for Ezreal, so item timing certainly much superior for ROX Tigers.
Yeah, ROX Tigers even with a little tiny bit of a gold lead right now. It seemed like they're in pretty good shape to fight SKTelecom if it comes to that. Bang has his flash almost up again.
Poke still raining in.
Yeah.
There we go.
Peanut sneaking a Dragon away.
Snuck away a red buff, basically doing the same thing as lanes haven't reacted until now.
Here they come. They might not get there in time. Nope. Dragon goes over to ROX Tigers. They're going to get there first as well.
Second time this game that a big objective has been picked up by Peanut, just being faster on the trigger finger. It's been good to see. Remember, his Graves contributed nothing the last time we saw it in this series. This time, being proactive, stealing away buffs, trading on the strength of his lanes and the item timings they've been able to hit. And soon he'll have the more Mortis, which basically makes Graves that secondary frontliner, given how tanky he gets.
Oh, wow. SKTelecom going for a really sneaky Baron. Kuro's coming up. They're going to turn right around on a Faker with a stun, and that's going to be an easy pick for SKT. Once this ultimate ends, maybe, they get the kill. But here comes ROX Tigers turning around, bang in the middle of everyone. That was a bad arcane chip.
No Corki, they'd be able to get near.
Oh, yep, Wolf coming from behind, though. They're going to turn it around, and now Gorilla knocked up, in trouble, knocked down. Smeb can't quite get the ult off in time. SKTelecom looking for 3 kills out of this, and they might find it. Flash from Duke. And they're going to try to pick it up. They get it. Duke with the kill there. This Rammus is looking okay.
Well, that's how we said they had to play it, as a pick composition. So they come in and they get the 1-by-1 pickoff. Because when you have the Cassiopeia, her high amount of single target damage combined with the taunt, it does a lot of work. And they manage to try and sneak that Baron, and then they get the turn and the kills. However...
Oh, teleport coming in. Peanut on his own in the enemy jungle. Here comes the power ball. There's the flash. He can try to get away. Duke still chasing, gets the knockup. There's the taunt. True Shot Barrage comes through. Teleport as well. Use Peanut still alive somehow, some way for the moment. Gorilla's there. Great pillar. Faker flashes it for the kill, though. He is not deterred, and he will continue chasing until he decides not to and turns around.
But the gold lead's still there for the ROX Tigers, right? That's the big problem, is that, yes, SKTelecom did a very smart Baron bait, and they got the picks, and that's how they have to play it. But at the end of the day, they don't end up with a whole lot.
This is a really nice play from SKT. They knew that Corki couldn't react. Remember, doesn't have packages, just caught in bottom lane with no other mobility. So it would have always been that 4v5 at best for the ROX Tigers. They had to make the pressure. It was a really good attempted escape. You know, they lost the minimum for the bad situation they were given because of the overstay by the Corki in the bot lane. Denied the Baron, but a lot of kills go over to SKT.
Man, fantastic pulverize from Wolf, catching Gorilla just after he uses his
again.
flash. They're going to go for the Baron again. ROX Tigers, they know it's happening. They're coming up right now.
Oh, they have 2 people on the bottom
could
side.
Turn. Yeah, it's pretty risky. Bank joins in for the damage. Gorilla and Prey doing what they can. SKT going for it. They get the Baron, and now they can get away. Prey not willing to fire any more rockets into there. And wow, SKTelecom sneaks it. They're going to probably give up their mid lane turret for it, though.
Really strange lane assignments by ROX. 2 teleport users together in the bot lane. They'll lose the mid lane inhibitor, but certainly a very low price to pay for some interesting ROX lane assignment.
Well, especially because they knew that SKT can just try that again and again and again. They have the tankiness from the Rammus, and of course the damage from the Cassiopeia to just tear through that Baron.
Cassiopeia Kindred is about the highest mid lane jungle duo you could ever ask for in terms of Baron damage. Of course, Ezreal not the highest, but those two doing the heavy lifting, and it's just strange play from ROX. They gave that over, basically. Gift wrapped it for SKT.
Yeah, very poor lane assignments. But what can SKT get out of this?
You know, at least a bot lane turret.
That's going to be the big question here, because they don't have a great siege composition, right? You've got Cassiopeia right there in the mid lane. Bang is coming online, though, with the Muramana, so he might be able to do some work, but be able to clear that out.
Yeah, muscling out of his own jungle there.
SKTelecom is going to take a gold lead out of that, but they're probably not going to get too terribly much more off of this Baron. And you know, ROX is still going to be in this game.
Just keeping it away from the ROX Tigers, though, is so big for SKTelecom, too.
That's right, and they realize that they need to make those picks, right? Yeah. It's going to take more plays like that for SKT to win this game.
Absolutely. Big 4-man siege in the mid lane.
So the balance of play has certainly been on the side of SKT for at least the last 5 minutes, maybe 10. Gold lead still very slight for ROX Tigers.
Now, Duke has no teleport, so they need to be careful about this.
And without the TP, what are they going to really do here? Even with the Baron buff, when they can just split Lissandra and Poppy into the side lanes, they have to be really worried. So, you know, sure they get the Baron, but it's probably just going to be a 1-for-1 trade right here when it comes to towers.
Right.
The Poppy ends up, the Baron buff ends up basically being the gold to start to make up the gold gap that was opening up for ROX Tigers. But again, taking it off the map, and giving more time for Duke to get big. 3-0-3, basically with a snowball QSS. Looking very, very tanky.
You know, one thing to mention too is that Kuro does have his Zhonya's Hourglass now, and that's going to make him much harder to pick than he was just a moment ago. Need to be a little bit more careful. SKTelecom doing some damage to that mid lane turret though. Dragon up in 35 seconds. They can start setting up for it.
Will only be a second Dragon. Remember, ROX Tigers got the answering Dragon for the first time this game. It's been an early Dragon lead for SKT consistently, but that win condition certainly seems pretty out the window.
Probably does at this point. SKT really wants this mid lane turret. Duke wanting to come from behind. He's going to go for it. Whoa, Peanut locked up quite a bit. That turret has a lot of health though. SKTelecom trying to focus it down. They don't quite get it. And now ROX Tigers chasing Lissandra, trying to find an angle. Doesn't quite do it. Smeb not finding one either. Nope.
But that's how hard it is to break this siege, right?
Yeah.
Even with that Baron buff, even when they try and dive underneath, SKTelecom not quite able to crack that mid lane turret, just too much disruption. Smeb used his TP, Kuro didn't even have to use his. Looks like they're going to try and go for it again. They may be able to get it.
They couldn't jump on Smeb because of his W. Dragon is up. Duke waiting to teleport in. Smeb doesn't have his at the moment. He just used it.
Yeah, ROX should give this up. There's no reason to fight this right now. You just scored a major victory by actually coming out of a an early Baron with only one turret lost.
Peanut wants to steal it. Gonna try. He gets it. Peanut with the Dragon steal. That's a second for ROX Tigers.
Bold.
Saw that one coming.
Was actually envisioned the whole time. Still got the steal. Rammus looking for the teleport. Had good options, whether it was in the lane or just on the brush right next to Peanut. But didn't choose to go in, so ROX Tigers steal away an objective.
Pretty much. Free Dragon for the ROX Tigers. Only costing Peanut his smite. Didn't even need to ult that.
So waiting to see what happens when once again the double teleports are online. The double teleport and good wave clear from ROX basically negated the Baron buff. We can look back at it and say some turrets traded, but effectively only the gold for SKT, so the minimum possible result.
They're keeping it close. ROX Tigers are still that little bit of a gold lead.
And it comes back to the question Monty asked is, how do you win from here from SKT? What do you push? What do you prioritize? You'd love a team fight where people face check you, but the first Baron, that was very smart. It was a master stroke. Forced the face check. The picks came in. Acquiring the next pick against this slippery side from ROX looks very difficult.
Yeah, this is, as you're saying, Bob, this is where things start to get a lot more complicated.
Well, I can tell you how you win. You beat SKTelecom, you win incredible team fights.
Well, but,
and you kill the next.
But how do those team fights work? Right?
I don't know, man. That's up to SKT.
I've
done as much as I can.
There's so many ways to stop this Rammus that it really is quite problematic. So many zones you can create as the ROX Tigers, and certainly Wolf getting in there will help as another form of engage, but you can really afford to be knocked around a little bit if you're ROX, considering that your support is going to be incredibly tanky.
Yeah, as soon as the ults Duke, it's a problem. It's a big problem for SKT.
And sure, like the QSS does remove, at least makes your tank tanky again, but he's still going to get that upfront chunk of stats, even if he won't get the drain stats.
Yeah, it doesn't take the stats away from Trundle, obviously.
That's why it's an interesting balancing act, just because we see the Mortal Reminder onto Graves. They're going to start getting armor penetration. Even if the Trundle ult is instantly negated, Trundle will become more and more mortal with the armor penetration and may die if he tries to be the solo frontliner, which he has to be. He has to be the one teleporting in for some semblance of a flank. So it's such a push and pull over item timings to how relevant Rammus is in just being the one-man army that SKT needed to be.
It's also because he has to have that QSS. It makes it awkward, an awkward scenario in the late game, because you have to assume like the Cowl's going to go. The Cowl's going to go into obviously a larger MR item, but what you probably like to have is Thornmail GA, but you can't have both of them.
Yeah.
Duke's no stranger to Mercurial Scimitar top laners.
It's very true.
But you just don't have. That's the thing is in the late game, Rammus is effectively 5 items because he has to waste in inverted commas the QSS slot.
In quotation marks, you mean?
That's a Australian way of saying it, inverted commas. Yes.
For your inverted continent.
Right.
It's true.
It's all upside down there, isn't it?
We have interesting rotations there. You should come visit sometime.
I heard they rotate the opposite way there.
You have to see it with your own eyes.
I'll check it out. SKT coming for this mid lane turret, but it's still so hard to take from the ROX Tigers. Yeah, Kuro waiting for that teleport.
And you have to respect that
too.
so much. I mean, if you're SKT, the flank could be absolutely devastating. You're far away from your own tier 2 turret in the mid lane. You're going to get it, though.
Yep, they should, and they do. Okay. That's their third turn of the game. They
So this is
tie
an
things
interesting
up.
little item here, though, is the Captain's Boots onto Kindred. Not normally a champion you think of with Captain's Boots. Usually it's the Maokai diving in or the Rammus giving his team the movement speed. But this is basically for the members that'll be kiting back from SKT. Kindred, of course, has that fleet of foot. You have the W and the Q synergy. You're always bouncing around. You have those gap closers. It's about the Cassiopeia usually who will take those turns between committing with the ult and then kiting backwards with the damage. So I actually really like it. You don't see this very often, especially on a non-tank champion, but we see from Blank.
Yeah. That seems like a good pickup.
Out of the box, that's the fun thing about it. You just don't see it very often. Well, Duke's level 18, so he's the highest level in the game. By far the first person to get there. Smeb's only level 16.
He has been split pushing for quite an extended period of time here.
Yeah. Good 30 CS up.
The big struggle for Duke is that he sells the corrupting potion, buys one more tank items, then he's done. So him picking up lane farm is not a great time for SKT.
No, absolutely not.
It's true. They're still going to have him split push up in top anyway. For the moment.
They don't really have another choice. Like, they have to have... Duke needs to push up so that they can make picks. Right. Has to be his primary function right now.
Yep. A recall. Looking for a place to teleport in, I think.
SKT have so many struggles playing the map in this situation. Usually, Lissandra wouldn't be able to enter lane against the Rammus because if it was double TP, someone else would come up. You'd win the 5v5 just because of the power of the taunt, how tanky the Rammus would be. But without double teleport, they don't have that flexibility. So they're just kind of being pushed around the map, and maybe SKT will just have to make that decisive bait around Baron, or if they can get some more Dragon Stacks, which have effectively been denied by that Peanut steal. The places where SKT win the fight that comp clearly can do is why would ROX ever opt into it is kind of the issue that SKT face.
Right. Oh, flash engage onto Peanut, looking for the headbutt. Doesn't quite find it though. Smeb is right there anyway.
Smeb's so good at zoning out with that steadfast presence.
Peanut didn't even have to flash. That's flash down on the Alistar.
Yeah. Used for no gain. Dragon is up. Wolf still has his ultimate though. ROX Tigers seeming to have the edge in the engagement at the moment.
TP coming in.
Yep, that's right. Here comes Rammus coming from behind. Ultimate used onto Prey. They're going to turn it around. Duke getting in the back lines. They're going to knock Faker back. Can SKT take the fight without him? It looks like they can. 2 kills already for SKTelecom. They get Prey, they get Peanut, and they're looking for Smeb. Duke chasing. There's the flash used, and they're going to turn right around onto this Baron.
And that's the pick again that they need. They had the teleport priority. Kuro was super late responding with his own teleport from the mid lane, and now SKTelecom looking for Baron number 2.
But the super strange thing is that Rammus teleported into the lane minions in vision, and yet Kuro did not teleport. You just look at this minimap.
Let's watch this again.
Rammus is there. Kuro hasn't even started channeling his teleport yet. He doesn't channel teleport till now, and Peanut gives his whole life bar before Kuro even gets there.
Well, Faker with just a great flash ult. Caught 3 people. Very lucky that he was turning around even though he still died.
Really poor teleport usage. It must have been a communication fail. The ROX have been so great at being of one mind. We remember how, early in the season we characterized them as facilitating Peanut's aggression by always pushing their lanes and playing around their jungler. In this situation, despite the fact that, again, it was a conspicuous teleport into the middle of the lane, apparently no one was communicating it to Kuro because he was nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
First time this game that SKT have the gold lead.
Yeah, and surprisingly, both of these teams have such relatively poor siege compositions that we've only seen like that outer ring of turrets go down at 35 minutes.
SKTelecom, though, with getting the Baron twice, has been able to get that tiny little edge. A little bit of damage on the tier 2, but it's still so close. Nice clear on the minion wave from Bang and that true shot barrage.
Yeah, it's been such a small advantage though, and now that the TP is down, they can't really split up, so it's basically just going to be a long grind here at this mid lane tier 2, and we'll see if they can get it at any point as everybody dodges out for some of these skill shots.
It's a bit scary for SKTelecom. ROX Tigers doesn't engage. Oh, Duke going in from behind. Gets a little bit low. Wolf enjoying the engage as well. Faker coming in, looking for a time to ult. They're going to take the mid lane turret. They're going to back off. Happy with that.
Yeah, but look how much they have to invest to take one tower.
But
hey,
Monty,
they got it though.
There's no flash on Rammus, Alistar, or Caspian. There's no playmaking potential whatsoever with those flashes down. So rolling in and getting a turret is more than you could have hoped for SKT. So I think that actually is a big win for them because Flash, they're so flash reliant. They're basically a team of Gallios because without the flash, they can't force anything.
Yeah, true. Well, this has been really potentially last game, I should say, has been really a game of inches here as SKTelecom creeping back with a couple of clutch Baron plays.
And this is what SKTelecom does. You know, as soon as you count them out, they will find some way to amazingly come back and win a game that doesn't look like they should have any business winning.
I mean, the word clutch, I think, is apt because if SKT are one thing in their history, it's clutch, and you have to say, GE, Huya, ROX Tigers, Who Tigers, clutch is probably not a word you could ever ascribe to them. They're still looking for that first tournament victory.
Yeah, very true. Duke down the bot lane now, has his teleport up again. SKTelecom sieging the tier 2 up in top. ROX Tigers gonna try to turn on. Wolf goes in, that's a little bit of a trouble. Peanut taking a lot of damage too.
Wolf's engage was just stuffed right there by the steadfast presence, but the split push doing its magic. Duke easily taking out this turret, so there's another tier 2 gone as SKTelecom's gold lead starts to balloon a little bit.
Well, I mean, we criticize this Rammus pick, and rightfully so too, but Duke has really been able to make it work with the rest of the team.
Well, you have to couple the Rammus pick with the fact that they gave up that first Baron for basically free.
Yeah,
and
that's
also that they failed on their teleport in that other engage. It's critical to have Lissandra there to use the Ring of Frost to stop the Rammus engage.
The scary thing is that so many of the fights in the previous games have been 5v4 from amazing Duke ults, and that was just a 5v4 from a misfire on the teleport. So they've been a man down, both from the force of the enemy's ultimates, but also in their own play, and it's cost them because the health bars and just picks going down that should not happen in a true 5v5.
Yeah. But the picks, that's what they had to do, and SKTelecom is delivering on that execution, even as ROX does fall a bit flat in their response.
So Duke's now item capped. He has that QSS slot. I guess he might buy the luxury Mercurial Scimitar if he already has all the boot enchant, which he has, and then
he'll be getting it soon.
Just a potion is all he can really hope to pick up after that. So that's at least one small thing. It's not great when the enemy Rammus is item capped. It's like the last champion you'd expect, but
all right, they're going to engage on the blank. Having to hop away. ROX Tigers not finding a pick there. 2 minutes till Dragon now.
Yeah, but it's, you know, we're even 2-2 on that after Peanut's steal. It's not.
Nobody's really going to be getting the 5th Dragon here.
No, and I guess we're just going to head into the ultra late game here. And
yeah, going to go later than any of the other games tonight. Already up to nearly 40 minutes.
Items need to start coming in for Prey. Looks like perhaps a Bloodthirster again, just expecting to take damage, but even though it's Corky, it'll be interesting which
Teleport. They're coming in. They're going to try to catch Peanut. They do catch Peanut. Peanut in a lot of trouble. No flash. Here comes Wolf. Can they get him? He's going to ult over the wall. Get away. So teleport used by SKTelecom.
Huge that TP is down without picking up a kill.
It's a big problem.
Like now they're not going to have it for Baron. So the pressure that ROX is going to be able to put on the map is going to be significantly better than SKT. And
SKT going for it, thinking that if they could get that pick, they could be the ones to set up for Baron, but now they're in a lot of trouble.
To see what the lane assignments come in, because usually, of course, 1-3-1 is the first thing you think about when you see double TP, but maybe there's validity in sending 2 members bottom, Lissandra with the wave, just more turret pressure, because SKT shouldn't have the flexibility to send anyone into this bottom lane with Baron on the map.
Duke suddenly having a bit of a problem in that split push against Smeb.
Starting to.
Yep.
Especially as Smeb evens out the levels and is invested. He's going to have that basically extra item. So ROX here, though, one thing that I don't like that they're doing is that they haven't picked up another blue trinket yet. You'd think that after losing that first Baron and realizing the speed at which SKT could do it, they'd be more invested in picking up another Scrying Orb, so at least they have one that they can use more reliably off cooldown.
All right, Dragons up in 5. SKTelecom rushing for it. Trying to set up a pick in the mid lane. Nobody bit, so here we go. Another Dragon. They're going to kill this thing so fast. Easy third Dragon for SKTelecom. Just insta-give it. There you go.
Not getting anything out of the double teleport. Lissandro just milling around the top lane, not wanting to show. So 3 objectives with a double teleport disadvantage should just never happen.
It's a good point. Faker rushing back to the mid lane.
Rush this Baron.
They're gonna go for it. Yep, two-shot barrage checks it. They see the ROX Tigers engaging on the Baron.
Baron damage.
Baron dropping very fast, so Bang coming in on the Gorilla. There's something. Blank goes in. Can he steal it? Baron getting low. I'm not quite sure. Gorilla low on the outside. Kuro gets the first kill onto Blank. A return kill comes in. Baron taken by Peanut. The ROX Tigers get it, but Peanut fails his flash over the wall. There's a kill for SKTelecom. They trade 1 for 2. Kuro recalling. What can SKT make out of this?
Really decisive Baron call by ROX. It was all in force. They didn't necessarily have the right people tanking it. They get the objective and only lose an extra kill, so seems like a good trade for ROX.
Yeah, definitely does. They don't have to deal with SKTelecom sneaking that objective anymore and using the fact that Duke utilizes TP earlier to buy themselves that extremely narrow timing window.
Duke has flash. Will we see a turret dive?
Maybe. They're putting some pressure on the team with Baron. Wolf going to get thrown back against the wall by Smeb. SKTelecom has to back away.
Prey was staying. He was dancing just outside that range from Rammus. And Smeb providing that front line. They just can't actually deal damage to him anymore. And that is actually very surprising because it's a rot portal from Smeb.
Yeah.
So on this map, we actually saw the last evolution of Faker's passive came through, so it gets the bonus AP, the effective death cap, up to 855 AP.
Wow.
A lot of single target damage for...
Oh, they're going for Duke!
I think so, and they may have caught him here. Duke in a lot of trouble. I don't think he's getting out of this one. SKTelecom going to be a man down against the team with Baron. Duke can survive for a while, though. Living as long as he can, but ROX Tigers are going to find him. There's the kill. SKTelecom rushing mid, but they can't accomplish anything.
Especially with Ezreal and bot, that was just doing their best to show some pressure on the map, but 5v4 and Baron buff down. Remember, 60-second death time on the Rammus.
That's huge. No Duke for 1 minute. SKTelecom, 1 man down against a team with Baron. Luckily for them, all the lanes are pushed in their favor for the moment anyway.
Well, that's the thing. It bought them so much time to push out these other waves. The Tier 2 no longer in threat because Bang's Ezreal had such a long time to work it all the way back towards the ROX Tigers base. And with Duke just sort of rushing down the lane, they basically just got 30 seconds for free right here.
Yeah. ROX Tigers pushing down mid lane, though. They really want to take that Tier 2 turret. Faker is there.
Still 20 seconds for Rammus, and Smeb has teleport.
Yeah, they can't stop it. Easy second turret for ROX Tigers in the mid lane.
They have to be really careful about Duke respawning, though.
Yep, he's back up in 10. SKT. All right, they don't need to defend too much pressure in the mid lane now.
There aren't a lot. There's only that one ward that he can really TP to, so they're just going to rotate into the top side.
Makes sense.
With Smeb's wave and that pressure, then they can back off after this.
All right. Getting 2 turrets for that Baron, not bad.
And Baron buff is Rot portal minions, means he pushed so fast in top, so the gold lead's wrestled back, but this is what you want. 2-1, very close series, no goal between the two at 44 minutes. We're getting closer and closer to the point where having to have QSS really hurts Duke. No GA, no Thornmail, because just no slot to find him.
Now Bang stopped a couple recalls with his true shot barrage as the ROX Tigers were trying to get back to base, and that actually gave SKT a chance to push that mid lane a little bit more.
I'm really surprised about this Zerat, just because of the changes. It's so rare to see this item now that it only takes 5 hits like a pink board to destroy. And it does make it relatively vulnerable, but, and the big but here is that you have, when you don't have Duke's TP up, they really have no way to stop it. So that makes a bit of a difference. I'm really not sure how I feel about
I
it.
have to say that it's uniquely poor wave clear for SKT. There's not one Lissandra or Siva, not even a top lane tank like Maokai that has decent wave clear. Okay, Ezreal can snipe away at the wave, and if Cassiopeia feels no pressure, she's decent, but I feel like as an adaptation, Zerat went from being a must-purchase for any tank top laner to situational. This feels like the one situation that makes some sense.
Could be. About a minute until the next dragon. SKT looking for their fourth, but it's going to be so hard to fight the ROX Tigers now.
There's the scimitar.
Yep, got to get something with that.
Casual 300 AD with the armor passive and the BF sword. All right.
Why not?
Nice. He's up at peanut levels, basically, attack damage.
100 above blank, that's about right. Kindred versus Rammus AD levels.
Let's see it.
I wonder what the 1v1 looks like, because it felt like the tilt was definitely towards Smeb in terms of the duels.
So what are they going to make the play at next? That's going to be the question. Smeb is thinking, I mean, he would like to be able to place this Zerat portal down, if possible, and at least provide, yeah, there he goes.
Throwing it into the tri-brush there.
The fun thing about Zerat is you put down the Zerat and then you go for the home guard, and your minion wave is winning the push unless Duke overstays, and maybe you lead to that situation where teleports are forced. One top laner has the flexibility to go back to base and get the home guard speed boost, and the other one doesn't.
SKT taking advantage of the fact that they saw Prey recalling on a ward by the blue buff, so they know this isn't a 5v5.
SKTelecom going for that fourth dragon. And they're doing it so fast. Peanut comes in.
He does it again!
Steal again! Second dragon steal of the game for Peanut. Just walks up and smites it.
He flashed over the wall to make that play. That is super bold.
Wow. That's Peanut, though. Blank's got to be kicking himself there.
The first one was in vision. It was, you know, SKT should have accessed it. They just did not respect someone flashing over.
Well, who does that?
Who does that?
Peanut does that. Smeb could get caught here. They jump right onto him. Steadfast presence activated. Is he tanky enough? Looks like he is, and he knocks Blank away. Close call.
Who does that?
For a third dragon.
For a third dragon at 45 minutes into a final where if you lose this game, you are done.
It's a big risk, but it's the type of thing Peanut does. What can you say?
It's the X Factor ROX Tigers, or I guess Crew Tigers, never had till this season.
Yeah.
It's the sort of play that Hojin wouldn't even think about.
Yeah.
And look, you certainly can pay for making aggressive plays like that, but if you trust in your smite and you're a big game player, Peanut's trying to prove that he's one of those.
And
I'd say he is.
The Zerat portal has been sold for a GA. I think this is much better. Notice the Zerat is still on the map, though. So
that's true.
Interesting.
Because it lasts 3 minutes or until it's killed, so the question is, do you sell your Guardian Angel if it's popped for a Zerat portal and then keep trading back between the two?
Uh-oh. Duke coming in, gets a big engage. Going to take a lot of damage immediately, though, as he gets ulted by Gorilla. Looking into a little bit of trouble. Engage from Wolf now. Smeb coming down from the top. I don't know if SKT can fight this. Bang, a little bit out in front. Kind of dangerous. Oh, Bang. I don't know, man. Peanut's recalling.
But you can see
could be big for SKT.
The TP is used again. The TP used by Duke.
Yeah.
And they are struggling in a 5v4. And that's really the story of this game right now, is that SKTelecom, they're a little bit on the ropes when it comes to this 6-item late game.
Yeah, really 4-minute cooldown down for no gain whatsoever.
I mean, dead even gold on each side here, dead even turrets, dead even dragons, but SKT just can't seem to win a team fight. They're probably going to try it again. Blank looking to get a bit of stealing revenge as the teleport comes in. Here comes Kuro.
Still on the Baron.
Looking for it. They knock Alistar away. Baron low. Gets taken by the ROX Tigers as Duke engages. Faker doing a ton of damage, though. Could be big. Kills come in. One on each side. Smeb comes back with that GA. Peanut low too. SKT going for a game-winning fight. Going for a tournament-winning fight. They're trying to do it. Prey low. Bang with the 1v1 on the left side as Faker gets a triple. Bang gets the kill. It's the ace. Blank down. Can they win the game? I think they can. They've got to get through the inhibitor turrets. They've got to get through the Nexus turrets. But with a full minute left, and just like that, SKTelecom shows you who is the best team fighting team on this planet. It's SKT, and they will win their third championship. There goes the Nexus turret. There goes the Nexus. GG!
And congratulations to SKTelecom. They just took them out during that Baron fight. The ROX Tigers, they had to flash over the wall. Kuro had to flash very early on, and that provided enough room for SKT to take the trophy.
Don't bet against SKT.
Take your own advice, though. We all thought it was going to be ROX.
2 years not to. I learned my lesson, guys. Don't bet against SKT. They will crush you.
Such a clutch performance from them. We wouldn't even have dreamed of thinking they could go to MSI, but they went on that trip to IEM, the trip that derailed the GE Tigers 1 year ago, and it just set them forward. Blank coming into the lineup, everything from there has been way up, and the ascent for SKT is ready for all to see.
SKTelecom going to MSI now, looking to basically win the only tournament they haven't won yet. Absolutely amazing story for this team. Blank is so good now. Just incredible. Just an incredible series. Pleasure to cast it.
Well, talk about this team though. 5-4 in the first round robin, 7th place.
Yeah.
And they ended number 1.
That's
what a
right.
turnaround.
And I gotta say, guys, it has been an absolute pleasure casting OGN champions for 4 years now as SKTelecom goes to pick up the trophy. Things are going to change after this season, it's true, but we want to thank you, the three of us, Papa Smithy, Mont, and I, for sticking with us, for watching us for so long, and we encourage you to keep watching Champions on OGN. This is the place to be, guys. This is a place you see games like this happen, you see series like this happen, as SKTelecom lifts the trophy for the 3rd straight time. And now, gonna have some winner interviews with these guys, so from the casting desk, Doa, Monte Cristo, and Papa Smithy signing out. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next season.
여러분 다시 한번 롤챔스 5회 우승의 신화를 달성한 SK텔레콤에게 큰 축하의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 자, 이제 선수들과 연말수 나눠볼 텐데요. 방금 전
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champion here. It's going to be SKT coming into the interview booth. Not ROX Tigers and Faker. What was rolling down your eyes? Was it tears or sweat? No, it was actually, I had like an eye booger.
자, 이제 그 영광의 주인공들과 인사 나누도록 하겠습니다. 여러분,
Champions of LCK 2016 Spring Split is going to be SKT. Round of applause for our champions, please.
네, 자 먼저 페이커 선수.
First of all, let's speak to
다섯 번째
Faker.
우승과 롤드컵 때 우승하고 많이
Your
했습니다만
5th
이번엔 진짜
win
또
in
느낌이 다를 것 같습니다.
finals.
스프링 처음
What is it like
지금 소감이 어떠십니까?
to win the Spring Split?
이번 시즌이 일단
Well,
처음부터
this
너무
season
어려워서
has been really tough on us starting early on in the split, and we didn't think we would win. And since we beat such a strong team in ROX Tigers, regardless of how we started out, I think I'm really, really happy. So you know it too, right? You were staying in the mid bush, and then you will Cassiopeia ultimate around the Baron. How did this happen? How are you so good at that? Well, I play Cassiopeia in hidden locations a lot. I like to play her in obscure locations, so I think that's why those things happen. What was it cold inside the stadium today? Well, it was great here. The audience has been fantastic, and I think that's why I really enjoyed it. It's pretty late now, but thank you guys so much for sticking around and using this victory as a stepping stone. We will continue to improve and go on to MSI to represent our region, Korea. Let's give Coach Choi the mic for a second here. A lot of people here, and we like a couple of mics. Koma doesn't want to go first. He wants Coach Choi to go first. So here we go. How does it feel like to win your 5th champions? It was really tough on us, as Faker said early on in the split. But I'm so proud of my players because they stuck through the entire time and trusted our coaching staff. And I really want to give credit to the rest of the coaching staff, even behind the scenes, that have helped us secure this victory today. Do you think the even year SKT curse has been broken? Yeah, I don't think that exists anymore, and we're going to go on to Worlds very soon. Now, Coach Koma. You usually wear your suit jacket and stuff, but you're not wearing. You're looking pretty casual today. Well, it's so good. Like, how could it not feel good, right? You just won a championship. I think your eyes are kind of red right now. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. I need to get up close and try to see it. Let's see. Let's take a look at your eyes. Why are your eyes so red right now? Well, after the first time we won, I've never cried. So I'm not crying. Now, award for your players and your coaches. Thank you so much to our players that have stuck up through the tough training. And we've began the season at 7th place. And the SKT headquarters was so generous in supporting us with all the resources that were necessary to push our players, so that the players would not have to worry about their careers or their futures. And I think that's why we were able to succeed, because of the infrastructure. Award to the players and the coaches too. Pumandu's doing really, really well as a coach. And us, SKT T1, we may falter, but we never fail. Whenever you guys cheer for us, it's definitely worth it, and we will pay our debts. Moving on to Pumandu, coming back as the coach of SKT from the supporter. This is your first victory as a coach. What is it like? It definitely feels great to win. Well, when you're a player, you won Worlds, you won OGN. Is it maybe different now that you win as a coach? Well, I think it's actually the same because we still won. You're so tall, man. Now let's meet Bengi and his other hand. Last year, you carried your team during split, but how was it different this time? Well, I did film the intros and the fillers, but I wasn't able to see it. So yeah, I don't know how it turned out. Well, how does it feel to watch your fellow players succeed? When I look at the results, I was pretty nervous, and I was biting my nails while I was watching the games because it was so close. But I'm so thankful to the players for being able to lift that trophy at the end of the day. So isn't it time for you to unleash your left hand and come onto the stage, Bengi? Can we wait for you in the summer? I'm going to keep practicing, and hopefully I'll have a good showing during summer. Thank you. His left hand, gentlemen, his left hand. This left hand, hand of the god. Can we trust in it? Yes, we can. Moving on to Wolf, the supporter. Using Tonkens, you are able to devour and spit out your teammates very effectively. I think in game 1 and 3 I did well, but in games 2 and 4 I don't think I did too well. So I'm a little disappointed in myself. Well, anyways, we're moving on to MSI. A lot of other teams moving on. Do you think you couldn't win MSI last, but do you think you can get this split? I want to continue this winning streak up to MSI, but it is a bad, sort of like nightmarish memory for me. But I will try my best. Next on is Duke. Duke, when you moved to SKT, people asked, why did you come to this team? And you said, I wanted to be a team that wins. Yes, I came to this team because I wanted to win. I wanted to lift the trophy. Are you satisfied with what happened? Does it fulfill your dreams to win with SKT? But right now, I am really content with what happened. But today I will be content. But tomorrow I'll be hungry again, and I'll be practicing for our next tournament. How long can we depend on you? Yeah, of course I'm gonna go for Worlds and try to win that a third time for this team. Next up is Bang, the man that's lost so much weight. The little watermark tattoo you got on your face, why is that? Well, I said it last time in an interview, and I try to have fun. In the games, I try to have fun, but sometimes I make mistakes, and sometimes the plays don't go as planned. And today I try to have fun and enjoy the game, but I wasn't able to because I was so focused. Today in the second game, Praise Ezreal was great, but you countered it immediately with your own Ezreal. What was the thought process behind this? Well, last spring and last winter, we could see that ROX has been improving vastly. And we beat them. We are going to MSI as SKT representing Korea. But I actually think of ROX as kind of like a sister team almost, because we are so close to them. And I want to prove to the world that ROX is second best in the world, right below us. And no one can contest LCK. So you succeeded in a diet and also won the championship. What does it feel like to hit both birds with one stone? Thank you so much for all the fans cheering for me and all the players that have been playing. And I think it would have been great if you guys enjoyed it just like I did. Moving on to Blank, your first victory in your debut season. What does it feel like for the first time to win LCK? Well, today I had a couple of predictions. I had a lot of big playoff games. I had IEM, I had the playoffs against Jin-Air and the other NKT. And because of my experience, I thought I would be able to win. And yeah, that was this like little weird feeling I got that I should be able to win today. You seem to be very positive, unlike maybe some of your teammates. Is there maybe someone that that you're reminded of after winning? Something you want to think? Honestly, I guess it's just my teammates and my coaches. Now, among those people, if you had to choose one person, who would it be? I can't choose. I love them all, just like I love my mom and dad the same. Moving on, you guys are going to be heading into MSI at Shanghai. Are you prepared? I was in China for a while in LPL. Yeah, I've experienced China myself, and I'm super confident. And we will win MSI and win Worlds as well. Finally, let's speak to Faker. With MSI, you haven't been able to win last year. A lot of people were pretty disappointed and disheartened by that. How does it feel to win this split here in Korea? And we're gonna go to China, and we're gonna beat EDG, QG, and all the rest of the Chinese teams, whoever we may face. Their 5th consecutive finals victory. SKT concludes League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 as the victors, holding up the trophy. And that concludes our season, ladies and gentlemen. Now, moving on, we will have the players take off the stage for a while, and we're going to have a little bit of a reward ceremony. Award ceremony, excuse me, not reward. What am I saying? An award ceremony for specific positions and specific KDAs that the players have won throughout the regular split and the playoffs. First of all is highest KDA award for each position. And giving out the award will be Representative Lee from Innovation Team U. KDA is being given by Maxium Gear. Each position will receive roughly about $2,000 US worth of money as prize. Here comes the authority.
네, 정규시즌 최고의 KDA 기록 점수를 이건 대표님께서 시상해 주시겠습니다.
This man right here is the man that will be awarding the regular season highest KDA of each position. Top is going to be Smeb from ROX Tigers. Actually, interesting fact, the highest KDA of the regular split for each position, every single one of them are members from ROX Tigers. All 5 members of ROX Tigers are going to be coming here up on stage to receive their $2,000 prize. And despite having their loss, they don't look too disappointed, which is nice to see. Still smiles on their faces, but they deserve this award right here for putting out such an amazing performance in the regular split. First of all, is Smeb. It's just going to be a ceremonial thing where each player comes up, receives a bouquet, as well as a giant placket, which apparently is worth $2,000. It's Peanut from the jungle. Mid will be Kuro. AD carry is going to be Prey. Finally, it's going to be Gorilla from support with the highest KDA. All 5 members right here with the highest KDA in the regular season. Congratulations to all 5 members of the ROX Tigers. Even though they did not win the finals match today, they will be taking home quite a bit of pocket cash, almost 10 grand in total. Round of applause for these guys, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the Innovation Timu representative. And next is going to be the Sonokong IB MVP Award for the most MVP points in the regular season. So there's going to be an award for the regular season MVP and the playoff MVP. Each players that have the most MVP points in their respective seasons. And here we're going to have the representative from Sonokong IB, Representative Bang. So the highest regular season MVP is going to be Smeb from ROX Tigers once again on the stage here, because since he had 1,400 MVP points in the regular season. Next, playoff MVP in the playoffs with the most MVP points is going to be who do you think it is? It is going to be from SKTelecom. It's going to be Duke, just like he said he would get in the filler video. Here he comes. Each player here will receive about $5,000 US worth of money as prize. Round of applause for Smeb and Duke, respective winners of the MVP King playoffs and regular season. Moving on, we'll have the award ceremony for the 3 victors of the playoffs. It's going to be first, second, and third place seeds. And giving out the award will be Sang-gil Lee from CJENM. Third place award goes to KT Rolster. Unable to satisfy Monte Cristo's grotesque love for them, they actually conclude the season as third place. Too bad, but actually I think they did really, really well. Since they ended up third place, their prize money is going to be 30 million won, or converted, that's about $30,000 US, a little bit less. Congratulations to KT Rolster. We will meet you in summer, KT. Monty still loves you. Once again, KT Rolster, everybody. Next up is runner-up, second place of the season. The award is going to be given by a representative from Riot Games, Seung-hyun Lee. As we all know, since we watched this stream, spoiler alert, it's the ROX Tigers coming up on stage to receive the runner-up prize. As I said, it's Seung-hyun Lee from Riot Games coming up on stage in order to provide these players with their award. For the third time running, the ROX Tigers receive runner-up, second place. Congratulations. My heart belongs to you, Tigers. All throughout the regular season, these guys have showed so much potential, so much power, so much ferocity in their gameplay, and a quick pace, super clean, aggressive gameplays, but unfortunately their run stops here as they have concluded the season as second place. Congratulations, guys. Now, we have the final award ready. As we all know, it is going to be the... Wait, why is it so quiet here? The award ceremony for the victors of the season. The award for first place will be given by Sung-woo Bae, representative of Lotte, who have provided OGN with a lot of support throughout this display in order to make all of this possible for you guys to watch. What a great sponsor to have, and I agree. Being able to eat unlimited Coca-Cola wine in the Yongsan Stadium was one of my joys of coming into the stadium. Now the victors will be the SKTelecom Once again, congratulations to Faker, Bengi, and crew for securing another finals here in League of Legends Champions Korea. This has been Robin, the translator, helping you guys out, trying to listen into the award ceremony. If you're still here, I don't know, I can't check. I don't have Twitch on me. It's been a great split doing this for OGN, and this will be my swan song as I sign out and head into the military very soon. Congratulations, SKT. Their prize money is going to be 100 grand in US dollars worth, or 100 million won here in Korea. Here is the cup. Once again, congratulations to SKTelecom and all members and staff members of the team that have made this possible for them as they defeated ROX Tigers 3-1 here in the LCK Finals Spring 2016, sponsored by Lotte. cue the confetti. One last time, congratulations, guys. Thank you very much for listening, guys. This has been Robin the Translator, aka Lycros. Thank you very much for a great split and great experience doing the translations here in OGN. We will see you again in summer. Not me, but the rest of the crew will. I'll see y'all later. Peace.
다음 주부터 펼쳐지는 생강전 NSI 롤 챔프 서버로 찾아뵙겠습니다. 여러분 모두 안녕히 계십시오.
I heard that you settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true. Guess she gave you things I didn't give to you. Shy, ain't like you to hold back or hide from the light. I hate to turn up out of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I had hoped you'd see my face and that you'd be reminded that for me it isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I think I'll remember you say sometimes it lasts and loves, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts and loves, but sometimes it hurts instead. You know how the time flies. Only yesterday was the time of our lives. We were born and raised in a summer haze, bound by the surprise of our glory days. I hate to turn up out of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I had hoped you'd see my face and that you'd be reminded that for me it isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I think I'll remember you say sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Nothing compares, no worries or cares, regrets and mistakes, their memories made. Who would have known how bittersweet this would taste? Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the
SKT는 한타도 이겨야 되고 발언도 먹어야 됩니다.
네.
달라지는 느낌. 그리고 긁어주고.
자,
와,
진짜 소름 돋네요.
뱅뱅뱅.
진짜 소름 돋네요.
The Zubu Frost Cloud Templar.
공격적인 픽 이런 것들이 정말 중요한데 단 한 번의 시도에 3대 빵.
자, 지금 바로원의 사냥 빠르게 그리고
네, 이쪽이다 잡을 수 있어요. 네. 아, 여기서 바람 버프가 아니 기나 마무리. 이런 일이. 백도 안 죽지 않았어요. 이거 다리 돌려갈게. 밀어냈고 근데 나 이거 못 봤어. 이거 자 이거 하겠어. 그러면 네.
-2 by -3 6